just another one-hit wonder, that's what everyone sees. Ain't it funny how you wanna be the best, but you can't even get up and get dressed? Wasted, face it, you're never gonna make it. Rockstar, you won't get far. And I know you're confused. People tell you you can be anything you wanna be. Wanna go to outer space, superhero in the streets. Oh man, what a lie, what a time to be alive. How have I survived? Life's a battlefield, 1974. I don't got who's asking. If it don't fit, I'm passing. If I go in, I'm blasting. Let me go home like mansion. Let me taste like man. Let me taste. I put it through hands. Let me get up like laughing. Hitting the curb, no crash. I said he bag. I said he dripping, no drip, no check. I swear I'm running it like Chad. Play with my put in the bag. I'm putting it back. I'm making it smack. Make it so hard that it crack. Yeah, making it kick with it. Like yeah, I bagged the baddest, and I'm bad at this. I got the benefits. I managed this. I had to hit. I meant the father figure from above. I wish he had his figured at me when I showed him love. I'm back to winning. Yeah, I'm back to quitting myself in prison. Got you finished. Yeah, I had a minute. Yeah, ain't had the limit. No, I'm back to winning. I'm back to business. I'm back to finish. Yeah, I'm back to winning. All your stuff like catch me up. All that catch me up. Wait. I just wanna be alone. I don't need your company, stop blowing up my phone. You don't get the things that I've been through, and I don't have the time to lay it all in front of you. And you think that you wanna save me. You don't know it, baby, why you do this? I got this under control. You think you do, but you really don't know that I don't need a savior. You can't be my savior. I'll save myself. I'll save myself. No, I don't need a savior. You can't be my savior. I'll save myself. I'll save myself. I'll save myself. Baby, I just wanna be alone. I don't need your company, stop blowing up my phone. You don't get the things that I've been through, and I don't have the time to lay it all in front of you. And you think that you wanna save me. You don't know it, baby, why you do this? I got this under control. You think you do, but you really don't know that I don't need a savior. You can't be my savior. I'll save myself. I'll save myself. No, I don't need a savior. You can't be my savior. I'll save myself. I'll save myself.
Weber State just DQ'd.
Oh, come on!
Weber State DQ'd, so that's why we were kind of aghast there for a second. But, you know, college students showing up on time and being awake for their matches. It is Summer Series without that. So welcome, everyone, to the second qualifier of CCA Summer Series 24. I'm Vodable. We got Bath, Taco, and Seb. The whole crew here. Well, we might have some more crew joining us later on in different broadcasts. But we got the shades, we got the style, and we got the series that'll be going on today. And gentlemen, how hyped are you going down the line?
I was hyped if Weber State showed up. That would have been nice. Honestly, overall, everything's going kind of as I would say mostly expected today. The only upsets we've had so far have been pretty similar seeds outside of look, I'm gonna call them out just because I don't understand this. St. Clair and Florida State lost to two teams tied for the 48th seed, so I'm not really quite sure how that happened. But all right, here we are.
They are, yeah.
Next to each other in same seeds.
We just needed to switch both of those teams' seeds, and then it would have been correct.
Yeah. They're currently playing right now, by the way. St. Clair has apparently beaten Florida State 4-0 in Game 1. So they are on the run back. That's going to feel great.
For you?
Fisher.
Our Twitter account.
That's fine. I mean, at the end of the day, these quals are kind of weird, and lower bracket is going to be kind of brutal. I will say, for any team that lost and had a little bit of a fumble, because they're not the only ones. There have been some other upsets that we have seen. You're going to have to win, technically, in round 3, 4, 5.
CQ's
lower quarter,
okay.
lower semi, and lower final to be able to qual. So, you know, just a casual, what is that, 7 straight series wins?
Somebody did 5 last qualifier. I think it was Oregon State that had like the
yeah, it
lower
was
bracket
Oregon
run
State.
out of nowhere. Yeah, so I mean it's possible technically.
It's going to be crazy. I mean, there's been so many upsets already, so many great matches. I mean, close ones, too, between a lot of these teams as well. And best of threes until the semifinals definitely makes it a lot more difficult for those squads. But let's quickly get through the format and then prizing and then get into the goodness that is the bracket and potentially our first match of the day. So looking at this format, I mean, Bass, you're pretty familiar with this. Why don't you run us through it?
I mean, it's pretty standard if you've ever watched any of CRL or what we've been doing lately here, which is 2 qualifiers each. Each qualifier is going to have 8 teams qualifying into the main event. The, 8 teams that don't qualify from that will then get another chance in the next qualifier. And the 16 teams total that will find themselves in through both East and West will advance to league play, where the top 6 teams out of said 16 will then go to our championship. Top 6 from each conference in a hybrid double elimination. Hybrid double elimination is actually probably one of my favorite formats we've had as of late, where the top 2 seeds coming out of both East and West will get the upper bracket. Meanwhile, the bottom 4, so seeds 3 through 6 for both East and West, will have to play against each other in the lower bracket. They get 1 life versus the top 2 seeds, who end up getting 2 lives because they technically start in the upper bracket. But again, we got a long way to go before we get there. League play is round robin. It's going to be every team playing every single team. So today is about finding out who are the final 8 teams for both East and West who are going to be qualifying.
And next week matches start, so it's not much time for some of these teams to prepare for that as well. So it's going to be pretty nuts to see exactly how the matches go down then and there. But let's talk about the prizing here for a second, Taco. I mean, a lot on the line, and finally we have some big prize pools coming back to Collegiate Rocket League.
Yes, absolutely. So obviously, every team that gets in $300 means $100 per player on the roster, which is always nice. But of course, no one really cares about getting a league play. Everyone's focused on the championship. You want to get into the league play, but you want to be in that top 6. You want to be able to get into that top 12 in total and take home all of that extra dough. So obviously, all of this stuff comes along. But I will say, in the summer is one of my favorite events because it does span that perfect gap of time between semesters. Spring ends, you don't have much to do. Maybe there might be some like end of semester or beginning of summer tournaments to kind of wrap up national championships, but this is really a tournament where you get to have a lot of experimentation. You get to play one last time with alumni, so players who graduated in spring, they are eligible for this, but if you have any new players coming in the fall, we have plenty of really cool prospects coming in for the fall. They get to play in this as well. So for everyone who's watching Summer Series for the first time, you get to see really all the brand new rosters as well as kind of a last hurrah for some of the classics that you might see within CRL as well.
Speaking of classics in CRL, Seb, Mr. Canada, how is Canada doing so far today?
Why would you ask me that?
Wow.
You guys are both Canadian, dude. This is betrayal.
What a roll.
Treason.
No. I'm just
rough.
wanting to make sure everyone gets the update.
All right. Canada update is currently Durham is still in uppers right now. They're projected to face off against USM, so that's Zath, Melodic, and Astro, to qualify for Summer Series. Every single other Canadian team is either not here or is in the dumps right now. St. Clair's in the losers bracket. They are currently leading against Fisher of Twitter fame.
Fisher State.
We got one team still doing well.
One team still doing well. The
No,
rest.
I mean, like, as in, like, UBC hasn't started their day yet, so technically it hasn't gone wrong for them
potential.
yet.
Hasn't gone wrong, and they have a difficult pool. However, other teams like you might expect in U Ottawa, U of T, UDM, and the French schools, they are currently at a LAN in Montreal called LAN ETS. So they are actually getting LAN experience. They're touching grass. I tried to tell them. It's like, guys, if you qual for Summer Series, there's a good chance you probably make more money in Summer Series than you would at LAN ETS. Just saying, because, like, you know, LANs are okay, depending. But I am struggling, and I will continue to struggle until at least one Canadian team gets through, because there's always been at least one. So I'm hoping it's Durham.
It should be Durham. I mean, we talked about this yesterday during the Champ League podcast. That there shouldn't be any doubt that team would make it through. We thought that in the first qualifier, of course, but, you know, things happen for these squads, especially if you have to wait after the winners final and then try and play it cold into that losers final, where the team you're facing off against likely has been grinding through all these different squads out there. Cat appearance. So let's talk about the brackets, though. We need to go through those quickly as we have our first matchup that'll be coming here in just a second. So we do have Syracuse and USF, and already another upset as we're talking about this. East Tennessee lost to Cumberland University 2-1. Oh my goodness.
That's, I mean, somewhat of an upset. We have kind of been talking pretty highly about Cumberland just because I think they're more a team that went under the radar rather than a team that was underrated. That's Rhyolite's new team.
Davenport beat Shawnee. Oh, great.
Okay.
Are you serious?
Shawnee Gray.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay. Yeah, no, don't. You're interrupting me talking about Rhyolite so you can talk about Shawnee Gray, bro. Like, come on now.
Listen, I didn't see the Gray
shout
part.
out to Disruptor. Shout out to Disruptor, former IRSC sub and coach.
Okay, let me finish my shout out for Rhyolite, though, because the entire point for why I think our audience is going to be even slightly familiar with him is going to be from Fear My Chili. If any of you guys are fans of Tri-House or fans of the OC Esports team, you've seen this team play. They played through RLCS quals. They were quite literally a single game away from qualifying for RLCS. That player is now on Cumberland University, and honestly, good win for them. That's a team to watch out for. I didn't think they were going to show up like this today, though.
That makes a lot of sense. I mean, a lot of teams looking at that. I mean, Indiana Tech making that upset over St. Clair, UTK White as well over Florida State, and then UTK just kind of dominating in that series. Shout out to Ken Dislice as he is having his own stream going on as well at the same time. But they're now facing off against Akron. And Akron are the team that you don't want to run into because that is the grinder. You will be destroyed once you face them typically, especially with this new roster that we were talking about, Taco.
I mean, UTK White getting this far is really impressive to me. Getting Indiana Tech one, it's like, okay, well, maybe they shouldn't have got this far, but pretty solid roster. Beating St. Clair, that's like its own kind of legitimacy-making performance, but UTK not predicted to be able to beat Florida State. They do that, and Indiana Tech, obviously, just through transitive property, should be a pretty hard team to beat them. So if they can even put up a fight against Akron, I feel like that gives them a lot of confidence going into lowers at the very least.
Speaking of lower, St. Clair now got the victory 2-0 over Florida State, facing off against GVSU Blue, and they have a long road ahead of them to get forward there. So hoping for the best for those boys. Vesh coming in on a flight hot, potentially, if they make it through long enough, but we'll see how that goes. I believe we're getting this match set up, but as we do, let's just switch over to the next pool, Pool 2, here just for a second. So let's see how Pool 2 is going on right now. It's the one with Ole Miss and Shawnee, as we were talking about, and not many upsets here so far. So Pool 1 is just the pool of upsets for the most part.
I'm looking at this. The literal only time that the lower seed won was Thomas College over Conestoga, and I'm gonna be real with you. Thomas College kind of got a buff there because Conestoga didn't get a first round warm up, so they DQ'd straight in and were winning cold. So honestly, this bracket looks really nice outside of the fact that there's like 1 or 2 DQs here that just throw everything off, and I do not like that. My brain is
Georgia. DJ TJ, what you doing?
I will say, though, that for this pool, I mean, look at that top 4. That is such a beefy top 4 to have to go through. And I really don't see, like, anyone from that lower bracket, you know, being able to do much against, especially Shawnee or Siena Heights on form. Ole Miss, I think, is, like, they're going to get better as the day goes on, unless they drop to UTK. But that top 4 is pretty much 2 of those are going to make it through.
Yeah, I would say one thing to keep in mind as well is University of Urbana-Champaign beating the Michigan State B team, which is still a really good team 2-0. So I'm thinking, okay, that's pretty good. But they are going to have to run into Shawnee State, who's on a revenge arc, and Shawnee State proceeds to then 9-2 them in overall score. So it was 6-1 and 3-1 across 2 games in their sweep. Wow. So Shawnee State is the team that we mentioned it actually
Redemption
on the
arc
show yesterday, that very much so Slayer was saying, I am not taking this sit down. I know we are better than this, and we're going to show it this time. So the war path that we might be seeing in that Siena Heights game in this lower semifinal, or the bottom semifinal within the winners side, is going to be a bloodbath, I'm sure.
University of Georgia, as I talked about them, are out already to Delaware Blue. So shout out to Delaware, making it forward there. But yeah, Conestoga making a lower bracket run in this Pool 2. They got 2 wins already, trying to see how far they can make it. Pool 3, though, we'll quickly keep this going along as we get this match set up in the background. Fisher doing Fisher things. It makes sense for Viva Fisher, which is the Fisher squad. Not the one you're used to seeing, though, if you've been paying attention to CRL in the past, is a different roster with Fowles, Diaz, and Jasper this time. And I mean, Bass, looking at the rosters that are available to potentially take them down, I mean, we see Rochester, we see Akron Gold, Michigan State that's out there, but is anyone really going to take Fisher to task here?
Long and short answer, no. No one's stopping. No one is stopping Fisher on the run that they are currently on right now. I'm just gonna be so real. This is a good bracket,
as we say that though, MSU is up by 1.
I mean, all right, cool. All right, up by 1. Let's be calm here. We finally got the best of 5s. If this Fisher team does lose here, I will be surprised. But if they lose, I will be surprised. But I will say Michigan State is definitely not a team to underrate. I would almost say that they've got a better chance of upsetting Fisher than Rochester or Akron, because I think Fisher is going to come in against Rochester and Akron and be pretty prepared, understand what they're going to play. They probably are not expecting a Michigan State to be even slightly competitive with them. So if they don't take that seriously, they're going to be in for a world of hurt.
Yeah, currently tied in game 2. Opbomb just scored to tie things up. 3 minutes left there. Check it out on Kendo Slice's channel. But with that, though, Rochester, Akron Gold, that's going to be an interesting matchup, too. I know I've been doubting Akron Gold, and I really hope that they prove me wrong in this matchup against Rochester. I know Rochester, I mean, they went through fire to try and qualify in Qual 1, but it just did not prove to be enough, Taco.
No, and that's kind of the biggest issue with a lot of these tournaments, is that you're thinking, okay, you can almost pull it through, you can almost clutch it out, and then you don't, because that's really how the brutality of best of 3s. And that's why the brackets are so tough. Granted, it's a logistics thing as much as really anything else. You can't have all best of 5s, even though I'm sure some teams, even though that would be super long, would prefer that, because you do get kind of some wacky scenarios where you just come in a little cold, maybe you don't get the warm-up you want, and you're thinking, maybe the early rounds will be a little easier. In this current state of East and West, even round 2 is horribly hard in terms of the step up that you have to take.
Truly.
So definitely, I think we're going to see a lot more of these results as these quals continue on in future competitions. Obviously, this is the second one, so our last one for Summer Series, but especially as CRL comes along, there's going to be so many eyes on every single big matchup, even before we get into, the big, super high attention in the spotlight semifinals and finals.
I think we're getting into our first semifinal in just a moment, but as we do that, let's switch over to Pool 4. We'll take a look at West after this matchup as well, as that is still getting started. Durham Lords facing off against Cumberland in the semis, and USM versus Davenport. It's B team. Davenport it just goes deep, it seems. They played against their C roster, and it went to Game 3 as well. So, like, they're pulling up with the squad here, trying to see how many of their teams can qualify. Which technically they could have 2 teams qualify
They're
as
so
well.
deep. I mean,
It's
Byra
crazy.
was on that main roster of Davenport, who already did go deep, and now he's just kind of. It reminds me a lot of like when Akron Gold and Akron Blue split, and they had just pieces kind of going back and forth. I mean, Davenport, it's not back when Akron Gold was near the top, but if Davenport main is going to be as strong as it is, and Byra is relegated to the B team, and that is your top B player, I mean, that is a good player to have
a good
leading
team.
your B team.
Well, we'll see what goes on there. Let's switch over gears to this matchup we're about to get into as well. Syracuse versus USF. I mean, Taco, I know you're probably pretty hyped.
Yeah, see, I was saying
happened.
to the qual where I was looking through some of the seedings, and I'm like, all right, USF is about where I expect them to be. They're typically in that range of like sometimes low 20s into like high 20s, but more or less between 20 and 30. And I think that's a really good place them. They've been through some changes. We do not say Banger, one of the I would say longest standing CRL members or like a player within the CRL scene for quite some time. But a player that I actually had the hand in recruiting, I Feel Clutch, USF student, SSL level player, came into my stream one day. I was talking about how I coached USF, and he's like, wait, I go there. They have a Rocket League team? I'm like, buddy, you need a DM Banger right now. And he's joined up with Sap and Yagami. Yagami probably in my opinion, one of the most like underrated players among those kind of like lower seeds. Incredibly mechanical player. You're going to see it on display in this one. By seeing USF in this, they had to beat GVSU to get here. By no fluke are they here. I'm really excited to see how they match up against the new and revamped Syracuse.
It sounds like we're going to be getting into the match as soon as it starts. So, Bass, I mean, why don't you get us hyped for Syracuse and USF in this matchup?
I will try my best. The unfortunate thing is I'm pretty sure if my father heard me doing this, he would probably disown me. My dad went to Rutgers. He hates Syracuse with a fiery passion and would be furious to know that I'm having to be the person as the hype man for Cuse today.
Bass, don't
on this
worry.
one.
I come from New York. It's nearby Syracuse, but my father also graduated from Rutgers.
This doesn't help you. You're
That's
already
crazy.
cheering for USF. You get an out here automatically. I have to now hype up Q's. To be fair, I'm kind of okay to do so because I feel like this team has been extremely underrated and honestly kind of dogged on for no reason. I feel like a lot of people look at this Syracuse team, they think that they are good but not great, but I think that they've kind of had some of the most steady results outside of CRO for a very, very long time. Now they add in rank B+ player Gabady, who has had some pretty decent results as of late. This Syracuse team basically went from fringe of CRL to who knows how high. Technically, we could say that they're at CRL quality, but you kind of have to prove that first. A win against USF here would definitely go a long way to solidifying them being more than just a fringe team.
Fisher about to be down by 2, having to reverse sweep against Michigan State, by the way.
Yeah. Also, USM is in the finals. They just beat Davenport's B team.
there you go.
Yeah.
No surprises there, to be fair. Shout out to the Davenport B team, but that is a tough opponent to face, and we'll see how Fisher, if they do pull off this reverse sweep. Otherwise, that'll be our biggest
Did
upset
anybody
yet.
see his name, by the way, in that? Fouls is apparently 0 past 2, so I guess this is the first time Fouls
Fouls,
touched
come
the game
on.
in like in
Come on.
weeks.
How foul!
You could say
no
he
one
fouled
ever
off.
does
That was a stretch.
All right,
I don't know how I feel about that one.
All right. Sorry, guys. I tried.
So there, we got our match. That's all that matters.
Let's leave Seb alone. Taco, this is for you and I to deal with.
Yes, very much so. So we do have USF and Syracuse locked in for our first. Kind of cheering for USF, but also I've known the Syracuse guys for a while. I found out actually at the LAN we casted Bass at the CCC Nationals that Syracuse has recently become a varsity program, so the school actually throwing them a lot of respect. Now it's time they earn it.
Yeah, Syracuse is one of, if you guys don't know, I guess for anybody at home who's unaware, maybe our Canadian fans here, we'll start to learn a little bit about Syracuse University, one of, I would say, the most prestigious athletic programs in the country. They're consistently in D1 having extremely competitive teams at all levels. So to see them start to take esports seriously, it's a good sign of things to come. Them and WVU, a couple other programs throughout the country, really taking our esports seriously is something huge for CRL and esports in general. For right now, though, they need to kind of back up the reputation of their university. They're not doing all too much here at the start as the ball just kind of flings back and forth. No offense really being generated here, and with Gav having 0 boost in the tank, I don't think that's going to change quite yet.
Yeah, and one thing you really have to keep an eye on is obviously the new player in Gababy. That is their big announcement signing, but it doesn't mean anything if the rest of your squad is not holding on to this ball. This one getting a little loose from Patrick, and Sap's going to snipe one.
Patrick's definitely one of the players I think that you and I were even talking about coming into this one was whether he was going to play. You talked about Patrick being a little bit of a twos grinder, being a pretty solid player, but I've also seen the other technical player they have on here be solid as well in Basin Star, another player that has been on the squad for a long time. This entire team has been together for, I want to say, at least 2 years or so. Now they've got a couple years longer with Gababy, so I do want to see how these guys sort of mesh, as it has only been, I think, a handful of weeks. The only other league these guys are playing in right now is CCS, and they're not even playing in it with Gababy because of the fact that Gababy is not technically eligible as he's an upcoming student. So Syracuse has got a couple of, I'd say, little issues they got to work out here. Got to find some cohesion, as right now they are down 1-0 with 90 seconds gone. Maybe a long ball downfield can change that up as they start up some offense.
That's nice deflection. Yagami a little bit in no man's land, but that's fine because he takes away the options. I mean, Sap should be able to take over from there. First touch, solid. Second touch will also get past the defender, and I will say Gababy getting closer and closer to becoming truly involved in these plays, but a lot of these plays kind of petering out in the midfield. Syracuse getting closer to those kind of final touches they're looking for, but that's really all they are. Just kind of glances across like that double tap. Patrick serving it back in, but only beating Sap.
Gav off the sidewall looking for the redirect. He'll get it, but it's a little bit too high. But Phil still having a stretch for that one. Means low boost on everyone on USF, except for Yagami, who I guess technically wastes the tank as he dives for that one. Patrick gets a demo on the only other player with boost, and even further, we see USF get starved here. Yagami going to have to retreat because of that, and Gav gives it away to him for free. Not so sure what the plan was there, but it does technically work out, as again, back into the half in low boost territory. USF struggling here. They still can't get a shot against them. Q struggling to find an equalizer here as we're halfway through the game.
Yagami always going to be chasing that ball around. A really high-ranked ones player. It's the game mode he does grind quite a lot, so being able to see him chase around the field is definitely going to be something I will hint at. It's probably one of the more defining features of USF. However, possession is also admirable. Phil, new player coming in with the fake challenge, waiting for it, coming on through, and we'll have to rely on Sap to carry through with a dish of his own. That one's going to go really high over on the skim.
Long ball downfield again, still not really going anywhere. Both teams aren't necessarily keeping possession close, but I think that's probably for a reason here for, I'd say, Syracuse. They're really just trying to starve USF, get them uncomfortable, but USF doing a good job at individual prowess. We're seeing carries out from Yagami, from Sap, from Phil, and there's another attempt at one, but Sap denied this time. Still gets around the other player, and the backup from Phil should stop the offense that Syracuse is building. And now, a chance the other way. Yagami on target and in, and USF find their second.
It's light work for Yagami coming in off this dunk, not only getting the first play, but then calling off his teammates saying, no, it's fine, should be wide open, and poor Gababy, you can see him turning in time, and it's almost like he accepted fate, like he knew he was not going to get back to this one. Syracuse from bad to worse, despite even shots, only 3 apiece for both sides. They are down by 2, and they do not have much time to do with making up that gap.
Whoa.
Patrick trying his best.
Whoa.
It's a commotion in front of the box, a disaster. We're back within 1.
Part of me wants to call that an own goal. The other part of me wants to give credit to Patrick for just sticking around and becoming a problem. That one lingering above the net for far too long, and eventually a shot will come through from Syracuse. It's the first, I'd say, real shot I've seen out of them all game. Can they find another? Technically in the lead for shots 5-3, but with a goal down and only about 1:20 to go, they still have a long way to go if they even want overtime.
Ooh, Phil tried to get that free jump and did not work out. Wow, Sap getting really surprising little touch on that one, almost getting past that first defender, but Syracuse doing better, I think, to employ some patience. You can see both Gavilan and Gababy actually just kind of staring at that ball, waiting for it to be flicked, knowing that USF might be a little bit low at times on boost in certain situations. So I do like Syracuse's approach of, yes, being able to play fast is important, but also being able to play quickly and intelligently is a whole other game plan.
Patrick trying to once again get some offense started here. Feels like Hughes have been popped into their own half for quite a while now at this point. Time not on their side, but definitely still have a chance here as Gav takes a shot on target, gets the dunk. Patrick's not going to be able to dive in quite yet, but will at least back him up in the corner, but he's stolen away by Gababy. The double commit there could end Hughes' offense, but they're going to keep trying. More dives into the offensive third. Patrick has a little bit of boost to work with, but Yagami will finally shut them down. Again, it's that cohesion that we've been talking about. Syracuse need to find a way to work as a 3-headed Hydra right now. They've got very little time left.
And I really do like that play from USF, watching these rotations. They're calling each other off. They're cutting rotation to make sure they take away options, and there's typically scoring in these situations. Yagami off the bar. Is that the dagger? Phil, a true 3-person passing play somehow gets that one in.
Look, I get it. You're a USF fan. If you try and call that a passing play again, I swear to God.
That's why I said
that
it's technically a 3-person passing play, because apparently the first two just couldn't quite get it done.
Yeah, we'll give it a technicality. In my mind, that was a poor shot, but still a win. 3-1. USF will take game number 1, and they're continuing on their upsetting ways here. Already one upset against GVSU, and if they keep playing like this, they'll do the same against Syracuse.
And right now, one thing I'm noticing out of USF, it's something that, at least in my time, I will be referring to USF as a team that I have coached, and my contract is currently up. I have actually not really been able to touch this iteration of this squad, but one thing I know that they had been working on, and we had talked about a lot, is cutting in the midfield, being aggressive. They're all such psychotically fast players, and they love to play like that it might backfire a little bit on defense when it comes to some double commits, but for the most part, it does take away a lot of options. You can see Syracuse going for those passes down the stretch and not really having anywhere to go with them, because USF loves to turn on you, be able to ego chow you, go with those pre-jumps in. And I think in game 1, you're starting to see that. Syracuse looked a little bit more shaky. And even with that confidence-building goal, they weren't really able to build off it despite 90 seconds between that one goal and the end of the game.
I think there's also a stark contrast when you look at this about the goals that USF were able to earn versus the goal that Syracuse was able to earn. Again, Syracuse do get a good goal. I don't want to take away from that, but it's really off of a chaotic play. There wasn't a lot of build up to it. There wasn't a lot of, I'd say, coordination in that one. Even with the play that I am continually going to dog on USF for with the what you call 3-man passing play, which I disagree on, that was still, in my opinion, better executed than what we saw out of Syracuse. I think this team has the abilities. They've kind of proven that individually they've had some pretty brilliant moments right now, but they need to find a way to play more cohesively. This trio needs to play like a trio. If they don't, they're going to have some issues here. Definitely feels like USF are on a tear today, and if they are in form and Syracuse is not, they're going to be in for a wide awakening in their first official event as a team.
Yeah, being able to see how this actually works out is always kind of interesting, because when you do come in with a new recruit, and especially when we're jerks in the booth, we're just talking through these teams, saying, oh man, this team's so great, it does add unnecessary pressure to you, because you have to pop off, but knowing that you are expected to as well, and especially against all these other teams that are potentially seated lower than you, then you'll have to see really how that all comes together. And in games like this, where you come in against USF, a perennial contender within a lot of these collegiate competitions, I think Syracuse might be looking a little bit weird. But if we've learned anything from Quals, and really from RLCS and all levels of high-level Rocket League, is that one game does not dictate a series. Best of 5 is meant for storylines to kind of build and see how teams adapt.
Shots starting to already fire here for USF, but they're not able to put anything into the back of the net quite yet. Through 45 seconds, they've had a decent amount of attempts, but now Syracuse will get their own. To the corner, Baby going to be there, but that is not exactly the best challenge. He does pinch out, but with Gav already upfield, this is problematic for Cuse. Again, still putting too many numbers forward. We've seen double commits out of them on multiple occasions, and also whatever that was. That's 3 different players in a row, all whiffing past the ball, probably to the advantage of Syracuse until this one bangs out of their half.
There's another pre-jump by Sap. He's going to be well behind that one, and Porga Baby rushed by it is exactly why you pre-jump. Is if you do get up in the air quickly enough, it does throw the other player off kilter a bit, because they know they have a plan in the back of their mind, but then they actually can't do anything with it if they're forced to improvise. And right now, I think we're starting to see the speed ramp up, as well as the passing. Yagami should be an open double. Phil, he's in support. He is not going to be too helpful, because Yagami, unfortunately, does not get a bit. Now here's a little fast break for Syracuse. Gababy on target, deflection, and all 3 get the save. Patrick up for the dagger finish. It's off the bar again, goal line, and it will be going to Gavilan.
Well, you know what? All I'm going to say is that I guess chaos does work on a repeat occasion. This is the second goal in a row where it is just straight up chaotic mess in front of the net. USF have no way to clear the ball, and the just swarm of Syracuse is more than enough to get the goal. I said in game 1 that would not be able to be replicated. I'm apparently wrong. Here in game 2, they found the lead from it.
And being able to get those goals, I mean, look at the persistence that's required just to get that goal from Syracuse. Yeah, they have to completely dig through the defense 3 times over, be able to fight off of the frame hits and everything. So there's at least 1 on the board, but doesn't really make a win, especially when Sap is 50ing everybody looking for a demo, and maybe will not be playing into that.
Pinch out, gonna go absolutely nowhere. Baby immediately stomped out at midfield, and no follow-up really from USF. Phil does go diving in, but he doesn't make contact, and now Sap and Yagami trying to find a way to even get a shot on target. The demo, though, from Patrick is gonna definitely slow them down, and so will that clear from him as well. He's on 0 boost, but he's still getting 50s and making it difficult for USF to keep their offense going. Doesn't mean they won't fire a shot on target. Gav gonna make the save. They've still got more defense to play. Patrick again trying to clear the lines and will not. The swarm right now from USF, they're keeping so much pressure on, just not allowing Syracuse to escape, and they might be able to find a goal from it, if not for nobody following that up. Phil put that perfectly center, but neither Sap nor Yagami were prepared for it.
Yeah, sometimes there are those moments where you want to dive in, but you don't want to balance, or rather imbalance your offense and defense. And giving away an easy counterattack is not always worth diving on through. But I think there's calculated risk for a reason. Just communicate with your squad. Who's going back, who's covering everything. And if you want to dive in, go for it, trusting that there will be another layer there. And right now, they're down to their final layer. USF, Sap has to pre-flip at this one. But no need, because Carball faked. He's got the boost, and now the build-up as well. Another ricochet in front of the goal. There's nobody up for this one. Gababy, he needs some help. Patrick will be providing it.
Patrick might be the only player I've consistently seen with over half a tank of boost at this point, and it's really because he is playing exactly this role, the defensive anchor, the third man who only gets involved when he needs to. And with Gababy on 0 boost and no way to follow that up, yeah, I'd say he needed to for that one.
And being able to get that touch off, I really do like that from Gababy. A lot of people are wondering, why is he not just shooting that? He's right in front of the goal. Well, with 0 boost, you can get up to the ball, but you can't get over it. So being able to tap that one quickly and just say, the defense is sitting on the goal line, please just put this on target. It's pretty much the easiest thing to hear as a striker.
Maybe not necessarily having the offensive impact I was expecting out of him. That's actually his first time on the scoreboard here with an assist in Game 2, and honestly, the lowest amount of points on his team. This is something, though, we've seen out of a lot of rookies throughout CRL and Collegiate Rocket League just in general, is that, hey, you might be the best player on this field, definitively. The accolades go in his favor, plus just the skill alone. I think we can all agree on that. But there's a pressure when you get on stream, when you get into a competition like this, that some players just aren't familiar with. Yeah, Gababy's played through RLCS quals, but it's a little bit different when in RLCS, you're not expected to make it. No one believes you will. In this one, Syracuse are one of our favorites. We believe they're going to make it into Summer Series. Most people believe that as well. With the expectations high, shots like that are required, and Gababy being this quiet so far is not what we've expected.
Yeah, but it's fine. You got to play a role, much like that one. No need to turn that one around quickly. Just take it back, burn some time, and continue to get these extension. Carball, no shot. You get back to this one. Sap will intercede just in time, but at this point, it is just a battle against the clock, as USF has not had the offense that they've been looking for. Still only 3 shots for them in this game, and unlike last game where they were able to convert a decent amount of them, most of these shots just getting turned away right at the doorstep. There's another one from Gababy, and that's going to be the game.
This has been a very impressive second game for Syracuse. Everything has changed in their favor. 10 total shots for the team, 2 of them making it to the back of the net. A defense that wasn't really tested, like you said. They get 2 total saves, but against, what was it? Let's see how many shots we've got total here. Give me a second. USF's 4 shots, that's actually pretty good. That means USF were both muted on offense, and when they did get chances, Syracuse were prepared for them. So Syracuse all around a much better game. There's very little to criticize here.
Yeah, there's a lot of moments, I think, from USF that they're going to kick themselves. I'm starting to see double commits come in. I'm starting to see kind of the lack of positioning. And this is something where it's really important to lock that one down sooner rather than later. When you see moments where you're not actually able to get the clears because one person is just following through on everything, or maybe you tap into the sidewall and one player says, okay, I'm going to catch and carry. And the other player says, no, leave it. It's just a little awkward because you do see those moments for USF where they're kind of overcomplicating everything. And I think part of it is because Syracuse is taking that patience that they learned to use in Game 1, but just ramping it up with a little bit more crash on the boards. Notice how many times they're taking a 50 on the backboard or chasing down all the clears from USF just to make them think that extra half step. And I don't think USF was able to adapt to that at all here in New Tokyo.
Yeah, USF definitely came in with a similar strategy to Game 1, and I don't think that it worked nearly as well in Game number 2. It's very much showing, though, that Syracuse did not perform to the expectations in Game 1. So if you expected them to play similarly in Game 2, no, they're not going to. This is a team that is good. We have to continue stating that they are a very solid squad, and although they might have a little bit of issues to work out here, just some growing pains, if you will, once they get past that, they're going to be a very difficult team to take down, and they proved that here in Game 2. 0 goals allowed against USF, with 2 goals in their favor on 10 total shots. This team has already ramped up their offense. Let's see if they can keep this defense solid as we get into Game 3.
So now we go to Salty Shores, the really quintessential Summer Series map for if anything is inquired. But we're not seeing the most recent one, but we are seeing Gababy picking cherries downfield in the salty shores. Is Gavon just gonna dime him?
All right, good baby. First goal of the series, one that would make Stumpy and Cole proud. A doink just in front of the net, 6 seconds into the game. And maybe that'll be the ignition he needs to start becoming that offensive monster that Syracuse signed him for.
And that's a tough one as well, because that's a kickoff. He flies himself into the back corner, steals a boost, and just wonders, hey, let's get a bump. Oh, what do you know? The ball is finding its way right to me. I don't know if that's calmed, but either way, really well done by Syracuse. Now, it's ultimately about their defense, and touches like that are going to make them a little bit anxious, especially with a demo to lead the way. Sap can't wrap around it, so Yagami has a second chance with Phil, potentially in support. Cross wires, though.
Wait,
means
what?
That is wide open.
All right, I guess it was the ignition Gababy need. He's got 2 goals in just about 30 seconds after 10 minutes without a single one. That one's probably more an error on USF, but I kind of have to blame USF for just not necessarily adjusting. We saw it. The offense has gotten better and better every game from Syracuse. If you guys want to keep diving at the ball recklessly out of midfield, you're going to get punished. This is not something they can keep doing. They need to find a way to have more structure as a team. This is something we said to Syracuse in the first couple games. Now USF, I say the same to you.
Yeah, and that was, I saw the vision on that last play. The issue is it's just cross wires, and right now they're getting torn apart by Syracuse. You're talking about Gababy's impact. How about a hat trick within the first minute?
Okay, I mean, I said, let's get him started. Let's get the ignition. Keys in. Gababy apparently heard me, so shout out to Gababy for following through with exactly what we said. 3-0 in just underneath 50 seconds, and I hate to say it, but USF, if you keep playing like this, I'm already going to say GG's go next. It might be the next game of the series you need to focus on.
Yeah, it's difficult to be able to come back in these situations because not only is just getting one goal, it's being able to actually propel that one forward even further, especially with an offense that is clicking. Yagami trying to show off that solo play. Phil had the bump, but that first challenge was enough to forestall everything from Syracuse.
Good follow-up from Gav here. Gababy, time, space, and a 50. That, I guess, technically takes away the time and space, but it allows Patrick now go for a shot up on the ceiling. That one bounces off the backboard where Phil is waiting, who will try and take it past midfield. Now maybe USF can get something started. The save, and Yagami technically hits it out of the half. Definitely not intentional, but very much unfortunate. A huge chance for USF squandered, and now they got to restart the midfield all over again.
It should be fine as Sap will produce a kind of a lazy clear coming in from Patrick, as that one will be an awkward kind of double commit, but it still lands its way to Yagami. Can't wrap his way around it. Phil will just say screw it and send his way in on the ball again. Does not seem to worry Syracuse. Look how organized they look compared to these early stages of the series. It doesn't really feel like they've been able to say, all right, we understand what we're doing. Every game is an adjustment, and we have made ours.
They have finally figured out how to play, but they still do have a decent amount of time on the clock in USF, who I don't think are going to take it 3-0 lightly. 3 minutes to go. Syracuse, another offense building, though, and this one out to the back corner means Sap's got a lot of work to do with a numbers disadvantage. He got bumped off the ceiling by Gababy. I didn't even see Gababy, and I doubt that he did either, but it allows Syracuse now to live a bit longer in this USF half. Off the sidewall, Yagami trying to clear the lines again, but Gababy there. Goes for a pass out to Gav. Gav up in the air will send it off the backboard where Phil is able to intercept. But USF starting to feel the pressure here against Syracuse as boost totals are dwindling on a lot of their players. Yagami the only one with anything, and he didn't do a whole lot on that play, so even further offense for Syracuse.
It's a terrifying moment when you realize you've just been going left and right in your own half for about 30 full seconds. You can't get the escape. You're getting boost, but you have to use all of it just to get the next touch to prevent a shot on target, and that's exactly what USF is finding themselves in. Now that they've escaped, it's a chance to do the same. Issue is, positioning doesn't have a lot of momentum. Look at Sap trying to reaggress on that one, but all they can do is really just knock it right back into a defender. That's a clear to nobody, and it's an open shot, if not for the last second reaction from Sap. Can he do it again? He's trying to find that read over his shoulder, and we'll get it back to mid.
The big issue, though, is now they're back into their own half. Once again, you talked about it, the blender that they keep getting thrown into with the left and right that they just can't seem to avoid. And with Yagami on 0 boost, they're definitely not escaping on that play, nor the follow-up from Phil. Here comes Patrick now to send it out of the corner. Sap is there to clear it to midfield, and Yagami does have some boost to work with. One player to beat, and he will. First goal for USF, but is it a little too late with only 1:26 on the clock?
We've seen Sap a couple times now get really clean touches off the backboard, and it seems like now USF actually is calming them. Yagami taking that on a 1v1, and the first time really in this game actually has the boost to do something with it. The air dribble to drag it forward. You can see the defender waiting for the inevitable touch away from the car body, and it never really came in. So that's a lifeline. Sap trying to find another one. Fake challenge flick. That's over all three technically on target again, and Gav used the last scraps of boost to get the save.
Yeah, it was just not a powerful enough shot there. Gav, had it been a little bit more of a rocket, probably wouldn't have been able to get back to it, but instead, now Baby trying to get a 4th goal in this game. I don't think it's going to happen. Maybe Gav will instead. Hello? Somebody go up. Eventually Phil does, but more offense for Syracuse. Patrick double touches it because of that. And USF, you can't get complacent. You finally get a goal. You need to stay aggressive.
It's tough. The only one with boost is Yagman. He goes all the way into boost. That's why you got to have someone lingering outside on the box so that you don't have an awkward straight up aerial. You can go from the side, knock it away, channel it into the corner, and no one from USF able to stop that monstrous dunk in from Patrick. It is no longer the Gababy show. It is very much everyone else getting involved. And I will say, despite being silent on the goal side, Gavilan, 3 assists, 3 saves, 6 shots to lead his team in points.
I was about to say, this is the game of let's switch up the dynamics just entirely at this point. All right, USF, that's a pretty nice bump and a pretty nice play. We'll go back to the stats in a second because the only one you got to focus on is 2 goals in 39 seconds. That's doable, Taco.
Yeah, I like that from Phil and Yagami. Again, this is the communication that I actually noticed a couple times USF had those 2v1 opportunities, but maybe they weren't confident in their ability to get the lead blocker. But if you have someone swing through the back end, take advantage of those alleys created. Now, you at least have a look at potentially a game win if you can keep this going. Problem is Syracuse knows they just need to keep the challenges up, or maybe the goal's raining through. Is this another double? Patrick, not even he can hit it this game.
Yeah, this one's starting to look like it's winding down without much of a chance for a USF comeback here. They're getting opportunities, but the time is just not in their favor. 20 to go. They basically need one now and then a kickoff immediately after. As they're on low boost, trying to just restart from their own half. I just don't think they've got the ability. Syracuse changed things up, like I said. I'll go back to the stats now that I've got a second for it. Baby, 3 goals in his first game with goals all series, and Gavilan, he had 2 goals throughout the first 2, but no assists. He's got a hat trick for himself, or I guess a playmaker technically. And Patrick, well, he's keeping on his way. This was a dismantling from Syracuse. Yes, USF get 2 goals, Taco, but it still just kind of felt like consolation goals at best.
Well, the issue is that nothing feels worse as a player, as really just an organization. When you're watching a game come through, you take a loss, and you're saying, all right, let's just reset everything. And then 6 seconds in, you get scored on in the new game. Just saying, okay, well, let's reset everything again. But you're already kind of tilted. You're already kind of annoyed that just happened to bounce in the Syracuse. And then beyond that, they were getting all these extensions. They were baiting in challenges. They're playing tricky. And I think now we're starting to see the communication being built from Syracuse. Because again, with most of these rosters that you're going to see in Summer Series, they'll be probably the long-standing trio that's been at the college since they've been there for the same 4 years. But in this case, this is Syracuse with completely new teams. They're trying to form their identity. And I think we're starting to see it come a bit clearer into focus, which is a spooky side for USF, which is, for the most part, an entirely new roster from what we've seen in the past.
Yeah, it really is 2 completely different sides of the coin on this one. A USF who are trying to build, and I guess Syracuse are trying to improve, if you will. The big thing I will say about this one beyond compare, though, is it definitely has kind of felt like Syracuse definitely needed a moment to get into that flow. Now that they have found it, though, I'm not so sure if they're ever going to lose it. That was a very impressive win out of Syracuse, and it kind of feels like everybody finally found their role. We're seeing Baby get involved in offense while still allowing to play on defense in a good midfield, and way less double commits. I think the biggest criticism we had for them in the very first game of the series was the double commits. We saw multiple from honestly both sides, but it was really more apparent with Syracuse because it would quite literally end their offense at times. That's not happening anymore. They look a lot better, they look a lot cleaner, and they're looking for a new server. I think we're going to have to take a second here while we get ready for our next game.
We're good. Yeah.
We're good?
The main issue is apparently SAP on USF is disconnecting every single time, so they have to wait for them to load back in every single time, which feels like a console type issue, but it isn't. So USF, console? Regardless, seems to be all fine, and they will be able to rock on things. However, Bass, we are going to get into this game, which potentially match point, aka the end of it if Syracuse pulled a dub, but we do have some match updates from across the back. Apparently, Fisher had to reverse sweep Michigan State in their semifinal to make the upper final for a qual spot.
I told you if there was going to be a team that was going to upset Fisher, it was going to be that Michigan State team. Why? Because they probably weren't expecting it, and it sounds like it took them 3 games to finally figure out that Michigan State are no slouches. Good for Fisher for finding a way to clutch it up. Let's see if maybe Syracuse can do the same here. 2-1 in favor in this series. They get one more win. They are through to the finals, the upper finals for their bracket, and it gives them a second lifeline in the lowers as well. So Syracuse, it's a big game for y'all. Do not let USF get back into the series.
Baby trying to take that one a little bit slower in. Yagami will cut that one off, and the read, Sap can chase down. Gablon is really going to accelerate that one, which Sap will think about. I like that pass. It's a little risky, but Phil makes it work. No one is going up. Patrick must have been sweating bullets before that one was eventually cleared.
Seems like they're not exactly clear quite yet, though. Here comes Sap with a follow-up out to the corner. No one there to follow it up. Phil's technically there, but I think he was more going for bumps and boost. It's not exactly going to stop Syracuse from finding a way out. Patrick, though, low boost, needs to be quick to this ball. Instead, will actually let Sap take the touch. And then I think he was intending to probably try and clear that one out. Not exactly able to do so, but the baby there to back him up means that USF, okay, I was going to say, probably shouldn't get a shot. And then Yagami fires off whatever that is. Somehow, some way, USF, despite the fact that they have been in pretty dire straits on the counterattack multiple times, still just not allowing Syracuse to clear their lines.
And look at USF trying to lock things in with a pre-jump pass as well. Some madness coming in from Phil and Yagami, but there's a method to it. Now Sap has to go ahead alone. Fake challenge. He's been doing that quite a lot, and it's working so well. Gababy, no touch. Yagami somehow not able to put that one through.
Patrick with a great save off the backboard. All he needed to do was just get a touch on the ball, and he knew it. He does exactly that. It doesn't exactly change everything up for Syracuse, though, because here come USF yet again. Yagami denied by Gab. I think Gab's going to get to this follow-up as well. Takes it up the sidewall. The demo from Phil will stop Syracuse in their tracks and allow for a pinch right on target. A rocket from midfield.
I love the coordination from USF. Phil going high, Yagami going low, and poor Gablon off the spawn, thinking he probably had an extra second to be able to coordinate, get that save, and apparently not on that one. Hard to predict, even harder to pull off. USF is at the goal to be able to potentially propel them forward in this game and series. Hopefully the defense can follow suit, though, because Phil is in a tricky situation. Luckily, so is Gablon.
Baby, though, will tank a boost and time and space out at midfield, the dangerous thing. Gets around only one, though. Maybe the 50 on the follow-up. No, a bump on Yagami is going to make it even more difficult for USF to find an escape. Here comes Gab, a 50-50 center. Patrick's there, and so is Gab, and neither of them touch the ball. Maybe just a bit too awkward, but we needed to see a pass out center. Now it finally arrives, but it is far too late. USF were prepared on the line for it, so instead, no more offense even there for Syracuse. They have to retreat.
And I do like Sap being able to chase that ball in the corner and then completely ignoring the ball, getting the boost steal, because he knows Syracuse can't really do anything with it. This could be an opportunity to really trap them in their half, particularly because Syracuse does not have the positions that they're looking for. Sap with a layoff, Phil with a fake, pass one, pass two, potentially all three, but Gababy, that's a ones player as well. He's not falling for that. He'll be able to rescue his team, at least for right now. Sap, a laser over the bar.
We've talked about boost totals, though. I want you guys to pay attention, not necessarily to Gababy's boost total, but to Patrick and Gab. They're being targeted right now because they know that they are the slower players of the three on this team, and if they can catch them off guard, it will be problematic. That being said, it's not exactly done deal quite yet. 90 seconds to go, and a decent amount of offense still available for Syracuse, as they just haven't had too many shots in this game. They've had an opportunity here or there, but overall, 2 shots total in comparison to the 6 from USF. Let's see if they can find a third. Out center, Patrick's there, and it's on target! It only took them 3, but they're tying the game.
Gab able to set this one up so well, and I like that extension because you can see Phil coming in on it, but Phil's reading the first touch, not the second one, so that extra push forward, especially on the correct air roll direction, can be the most finicky of reads for defenders. USF, that is the margin they're dealing with. They missed that read by 1 pixel, and it's the pixel-perfect pass into the eventual score. Now with a lead demo, could have been even worse, but Sap steps up big, gets a save. Now a flick to the back post for Syracuse to double and save.
And it's a double commit, though, into the corner, so this is going to be awkward for them to be able to escape, and I don't think they will, but Phil's shot is off target. That surely would have been a goal had it been just a little bit over to the right. Oh, what a shame. But it's not going to really make much of a difference here because I don't think that USF are really going to be able to get any more offense either way. They're trying here, but on low boost, all they're doing right now is diving, and it might have been a mistake. Here comes Gababy. Drop down pass. Can anyone get to it? No! First one's a miss. Gav on the follow. The double touch is not on target, and that's a squandered opportunity on both ends now.
It's the issue of being able to play too fast sometimes in offense. You get those reads perfectly off the top of rope and being able to go all the way back down, but then because it's such a fast play, no one's able to catch up to it on the putback. Gababy able to get to this one, but the job is not done. Sap sending it across. Patrick doesn't have it. Gablon will. Clear right down the middle means Gababy will take their best effort. They're looking heroic, Syracuse, maybe going for it one more time, but does not calculate that touch finally to be able to bounce it on down. Overtime, potentially, to decide the series.
Syracuse, do not let USF continue on with the ways that they're playing right now. They're getting more offense, generating more offense, starting to frustrate you guys on the boost totals and just positioning overall. If you give them confidence going into Game 5, this all of a sudden goes from a series you had comfortably in your control, really anyone's ball game. They're trying to avoid that right now. Gav off the ceiling, gets it around 1. Still sapping Phil back, but Phil pops it out to the corner where it's a bit awkward for Sap to work with, so he's just trying to drag this out to midfield. It does get there, but Baby with a 50-50 should at least slow USF on the offense they're trying to build. Sap, though, pass out center, Baby there. No boost on Sap means all he can go for is a 50. It might have worked out. Yagami rips a shot on, but Gav well prepared for it.
Baby, I like that cut. Phil's backwards and still gets a majority of that read, particularly now. It's going to roll up, which means Yagami potentially could do something with it. Phil, he's waiting for it patiently, almost a flawless finish, and able to follow it up with a flick. Phil able to almost beat out Patrick, but looks like Syracuse hanging on for dear life, but hanging on indeed, even through bumps. A double by Yagami. Patrick, another deflection. Bass, what is happening right now?
It's apparently what USF have been trying to do the whole series, because Juice have done this multiple times, but they're taking their own strategy, chaos in front of the net, and they are implementing it. And I actually can't say a better way, because Juice have done that twice and scored both times. This time, USF find a way, and they don't score from it. Instead, now they're actually open net and ending the series. Syracuse see an awkward touch from the ceiling, see an opportunity for a demo, and see the series closed.
That's a tough one from Yagami, forced into a ceiling read, but it always helps if you can get a double. He does not. Well, that's fine. You have a backup player. Nope, they're in the scrap heap. Syracuse taking care of business despite getting shoved into their back half at times in this game. Have the resiliency to be able to march on forward into the upper final with a chance to qual.
Syracuse living up to the expectations we set for them, even though they had a pretty shaky start. We all were wondering if this was about to be another upset opportunity for USF, and although there was somewhat of an opportunity there, it's very clear there were two different sides of Syracuse on that. Uncoordinated and sloppy mess at the beginning, a well-coordinated and punishing offense at the end of that one. Again, they didn't necessarily need a ton of shots. We look at the last two games that they get, and it's 2 wins based off of like a decent amount of shots, but not a crazy overwhelming amount like USF were trying to put out. So Syracuse, you're looking good. You're looking like you have found yourselves a spot in the upper finals. The question is, can they find a spot in Summer Series now? Because they still have some pretty good competition ahead of them.
Yes, and speaking of, we'll be having a look more at the brackets as things continue to develop for them. They're actually going to be facing off against Akron Esports, the #1 seed in all of the Eastern Qualifier #2. So certainly going to be an interesting warm-up playing USF now leading into that game. Best of luck to them. But we can bring back in Vod and Seb a little bit for a little bit more of a holistic view of everything as we kind of ready up for our next series.
Everything's on fire. No.
Yes. Yes.
It almost was
mildly.
because
They're smoldering.
Michigan State almost swept Fisher, and then Fisher reverse swept Michigan State to get the victory in their matchup to make it into the finals on Kendo's stream. So crazy results coming out here. I mean, the team with Opbomb looked really strong, and I wouldn't be surprised if they made a big lower bracket run after that matchup against Fisher. I mean, they looked really threatening. Durham Lords and Cumberland. I mean, what's the update on that one, Seb?
They
mean,
are.
we've been keeping an eye on it.
Spamming fetch game data on start. They are in Game 5 currently and are still playing at the moment. I imagine it's just wrapping up any time now on one other end of the bracket. Just to update.
Akron in Game 5 as well. Sorry to cut you off. Gets the win over Rochester to make it into the winners final too.
Yeah, that's a little tight for Akron. But still, when it comes for Akron Syracuse, that'll be coming up. St. Clair has been making the lower bracket one. They did beat GVSU and are currently going to be playing Florida Southern in Pool C1 at the moment. But that's just the Canadian update. Kitty. Hello, Kitty. Yeah. That's kind of like, I think, the big upsets that have gone on so far. I don't think we've seen anything too crazy outside of that.
Yeah, nothing really too crazy outside of that. Although GVSU dropping so far from the top 10 seed, losing to St. Clair, it does make sense that St. Clair did get that victory, but now Florida Southern, as you mentioned, having to play against St. Clair, that's a tough matchup there too.
That's
Look at the
not
West
easy,
qualifiers
yeah.
though. Yeah, the West qualifiers that have started out, I mean, we did have some DQs that we were talking about there. Not really big surprises with a lot of these matchups so far as we're looking at them. Maryville playing against Borregos. Because we were DQ'd, we have the ASU Devils 1, which is the main ASU Devils team, facing off against Texas. Texas beat UBC. No, UBC. No.
Everything falling apart for
Oh,
the side
man.
of the Canadian teams, even in the West.
So I'm trying not to lose hope. I'm trying to not be that guy, but every time I speak, Canada is like falling, and I'm sorry.
You put faith in UBC. That's on y'all. UBC is not the team to put faith in.
UL Red got 2-0'd by Wichita State Black, so shout out to Wichita there on that victory as well. UTA and Missouri S&T facing off against each other in Pool 2. Looking up at Pool 3 now. Nevada, they were able to get a 3-0 sweep over UT Dallas. I mean,
First
no
team in the
surprise there.
finals.
LCU currently playing against Tigres, so we'll see how that one goes as well. And then Pool 4, our final updates for this too. Iowa's made it into the semis against Kansas. CU Boulder, Burros Blancos. It was a Game 3 win for Burros over Loyola Marymount, so makes sense that these matches are going typically the way that we expect there for the most part. But we'll see how Canada does. How is Canada doing, Seb? That looks good. Let's go.
Wait.
Have to make sure.
Wait,
Have to
hold
make
on.
sure.
That was really confident and then immediately got undercut.
Oh
so
no! Oh no!
Surely he didn't just misread it.
Okay.
There you go. Okay.
Oh my God, we're alive! We're alive! Oh.
And there's
Now
the
your
flag.
reward, USM. Have fun.
Yeah, that'll be that's a fun little backup there.
Oh, jeez. Okay, well, that will be our next match. By the way,
True.
it will be Durham College versus USM. And yeah, it was a 3-2 game 5. That was very close. I imagine they probably went to overtime or something like that. So, way to make me sweat, boys.
I mean, shout out
You better
to
hope they win.
yeah, shout out to Cumberland, Ryo Milk, and Greed, I believe, on that roster. Really solid run through. I almost guarantee we'll probably be seeing them at least in lower semifinal because they still got to go through, I believe, East Tennessee, Davenport Red, OSU Scarlet, University of Florida, Hammy Crackers' new roster. So lower bracket not going to look any better, but I mean, at least they made a decent run at it in uppers.
One last update before we head over to a quick break to give our producer a breather for a second. Ole Miss currently up 2-1 over top of Shawnee State. They got 2 in a row, but every game has been 1-goal games. 4-3, 2-1, 4-3. So crazy to see how that's going, but we'll be back with some more updates with that Durham versus USM matchup. Seb and I will be in the booth casting Canada for their hopes and dreams to make it into Summer Series. We'll see if they can do it after this.
Nelnet Bank help you go from dreamer to achiever with a private student loan. Simple application process, flexible repayment plans, and easy co-signing options. Apply at nelnetbank.com/elevate.
too many faces in the crowd, but I think that I see you. One too many days got me changing up the way that I need you. Now we're both at a bar, acting like it's not hard, trying to feel something different. Talk to somebody new, kinda wish it was you, kinda numb to the feeling. Now that you're gone, they say time should heal, but it's been too long. Couple months and I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to. I can't seem to. Now that you're laying on my floor, thinking about all the things that we've been through. From 24/7 to pretending like I never met you. No, it's all for the best, 'cause I know we're a mess every time we're together. Going out of my mind, and I wish I could lie, tell you that it gets better. Now that you're gone, they say time should heal, but it's been too long. Couple months where I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to. I can't seem to. I can't seem to. Now that you're gone, they say time should heal, but it's been too long. Couple months and I can't seem to.
Welcome back, everyone, to the CCA Summer Series, sponsored by Nelnet Bank. I'm Audible. We got Bass, Taco, and Seb. We just saw Syracuse make it through their matchup into the final against Akron. We didn't have a chance really to take a look at the Western Conference brackets, so let's take a look at those and see how they've been developing so far. I mean, we've got most of the updates for the East for this point in time, but we do have to get into some of the West action, as Kat is also saying that we need to talk about the West a little bit here, so we'll get there in just a sec. Our match that we're starting with, though, Durham Lords USM. That's going to be a good one here for our winners final in the East, Seb.
Yeah, Durham, please, just, you know, like, I don't ask for much, okay? I just want one qual, because I don't think I want to run back the Cumberland match again. USM is a pretty beefy team to go against, and they did not have a good first qual. I mean, they played okay, but they did get... I'm trying to remember if they actually played Durham in the first qual or not. I cannot recall.
We'll see. We'll see. I think the match is actually ready, though, for us as well. So we're not going to actually go talking to the West. Sorry, West Conference. We'll talk about you in just a sec. We do have this matchup here.
Yeah.
But no, I'm incredibly excited about this series. We're just about ready with the lobby. I think Durham... Boys, any predictions?
If Durham doesn't win this, they're not qualifying for Summer Series. That's all I'm saying.
That's kind of aggressive. I don't know about that, man. I mean, I
fair.
think
That's
the
very
lower
aggressive.
bracket
You
is
think
still
they're
very
going
much
to avoid
alive.
losing and losers again? For a second time?
I mean, the thing is, they're playing against the prospects of Cumberland again, which is already took them the brink, but they did get that win. OC Scarlet, Davenport University, and we're still waiting the winner of East Tennessee and George Mason, which I might mention, George Mason is currently up in that Series 1-0. So really weird stuff going on. I think they still have a decent shot at taking this one. I would say USM, though, is definitely confident coming to this one, considering Zaf was in our chat earlier, literally saying, I have no idea why Durham was seated above us. So
A few people have been saying that. A few people have been saying that, and you know what? You'll find out, buddy. You're about to find out.
We also have
better
been saying
hope
that
they
Durham
win.
is definitely like, that was like literally the whole debate we were talking about on the Champ League show yesterday. By the way, follow
Yeah.
Champ League show.
Champ League show.
But we were saying if Durham plays up to their seed, they should qualify through this pool. But
Well, speaking of
that
Durham,
is
they
kind of
have
biggest
the match
mystery,
ready here, so we are going to be getting into it momentarily. Also, Shawnee State and Ole Miss in Game 5. Shawnee State looking to reverse sweep. We'll see if that happens there. We'll get updates on that. That'd be insane. This is great. This match is happening here at the CCA Summer Series. And Seb, it's time for the Zen time, and we'll see if that is going to be enough for the victory here by Durham against USM, or if USM are going to prove that they should have been the higher seed, should be the ones as the favorites in this series. This is going to be a good matchup, though, Seb.
Yep, this is to qualify for Summer Series. Again, a $20,000 collegiate tournament here in Rocket League with Qual 2. This is your last chance. Of course, we do have a loser's bracket, but overall, this is the best time to do it. It is going to be just because we're using, shortened names, I guess. Jordan, TSM sub, Wildfire, one of the longest standing members that we have in CRL, and of course Zocian filling as the third for Durham. And then on the USM side, Astro, Melodic, Zath, the Twitter extraordinaire crew. I don't know what else you can call them, but USM coming out early.
And that's what you kind of expect from USM, the way that they were hyping each other up, that they've hyped up this roster since they formed during the offseason while we were waiting for CRL to come back around, or something similar to it like Summer Series. Now going for these aggressive demos, that's the kind of playstyle we're used to seeing from this USM squad. Durham, I mean, we saw how they performed in the last qualifier. They looked really good, but they were shaky at certain points. And now we need to see that first goal, but no, it's going to go by the wayside.
Yeah, I was watching both these teams play in the test lobby. They are going for that very one first man going in for the demo, trying to create space, and second man coming in for the rebound. But Zocian almost getting the pinch of his life off of USM side. Now Zath looking for the solo, can't get around it. Zocian needs to get this clear. Astro going to cut off in the midfield. Wildfire will take control instead. 3:32. Both these teams looking for their opening.
This is what we want to see from both of these squads, coming all the way into the grand final for this matchup. One of them, if they come out on top in this best of 5, makes it all the way into Summer Series League play, then have to aim for that top 6 for the playoffs. But it all starts here in Game 1 between these two rosters, and USM looking to make the first step. Melodic almost able to get it, but can't connect.
I think to a lot of people who is looking at this, you might look at the names on both these rosters. So like USM, just by reputation, should be able to take this. I mean, all have strong players, all decently high ranked in 6-mans. You wonder that it should be a stomp, but for some reason, they just haven't been able to put it together, I think, as strongly as we were expecting them to. They had a trouble in Qual 1, in the off-season tournaments. They weren't able to perform as I believe we really expected them to. Now they're playing a Durham who is coming off of a full best of 5.
And this is going to be the warm-up that Durham really needed for this matchup, especially because when you start as a higher seed, earlier on opponents that you face off against might not be as strong as some of the other ones out there. And, well, Cumberland gave them a run for their money, and they're trying to do the same against USM here, starting off strong. But, again, every shot from both teams getting denied left and right. A good setup, though, but Melodic right in the way of it. Might see something from Wildfire, but it does get sent away.
The team play from this squad does work,
Oh,
but
that's
Melodic will punish, coming all the way across to open things up here for USM.
Huge touch by Melodic with the flip reset and the finishing touches there. Didn't really need it, but hey, style points for USM to secure that goal on the counterattack. And really just goes to show how both these teams have to give it their all on offense to try and get a goal in this matchup between these squads. And Durham maybe overextended a little bit too much, but they thought that they could get that. Nonetheless, though, Durham, again, down by 1. They've been in this position before, and we know that they can capitalize when they need to.
Wildfire putting in the pass, but Jordan challenging too early. Zocian needs to keep this in the midfield, and he's going to try and challenge. Jordan, I think, waiting for that mid boost as well. Jordan, we know, is the center star here for Durham, of course. Former LCS player. Retired, actually, but just wants to be able to play CRL, which is commendable. I still, to this day, think that he could compete at a very high level. It's why he's currently a sub for TSM. Though, I mean, most subs are just kind of chill friend vibes anyway. Which, yeah, that's fine.
Fair.
That's fine. That's fine. We
That's
like
another
those.
story.
Yeah. But he is very much, if Jordan is not playing well, it is very difficult for Durham to play at a top level.
And this is a really top level that both these teams are playing at. The fact that it's only a single goal in game one between these squads, who we know are able to pop off with goals left and right, and hopefully that would have been more center field for them to get that shot towards the net on the counterattack, but it does give them some breathing room for a moment that they need. Plenty of boost to work with. A little bit of a double commit there in the box for a second for Durham, in a dangerous position to be in, right into the air. Astro, I mean, that's a perfect read to get that one away.
Yeah, I kind of like what Jordan was trying to do, though, trying to get the demo in transition, at least for the aerial. Wildfire puts that one on, but it will be saved. Jordan, 30 seconds left, 1-0. Very doable if they can maintain this offensive pressure.
That's huge for Melodic. I mean, the bullying that we saw there, and then just bull rushing through the ball in the 50-50, even with no boost, make it that much more difficult for Durham to really break out their side. So still Durham giving it their all in these last few seconds, and the only goal that we've seen so far was just based on them putting their all onto offense, so can't really fault them too much for that. A single counterattack is going to lead to a potential game win here for USM if it drops down last second.
Hold on.
Heroics, though, for Durham. There
Jordan.
is a potential for it, but no, it will touch down, and USM get that game one. Seb, I mean, that's as close as you could ask for in game one.
Yeah, and honestly, if anything, it was more USM punishing Durham, right? Like, it was Durham
Truly.
going all in. They went in a little bit too hard. They committed three-man for a three-man play, and it was just in transition that they weren't able to deal with Melodic. So, honestly, I don't fault Durham too hard for that one. I think it is a case where they'll be able to rebound quite easily. However, you don't want to give USM too much time to cook because they can be incredibly streaky. And we noticed this, and we noted this, on the Champ League podcast, Follow Actually Play Show. But we noted that when these teams are playing at their peak, they are incredibly good, but their lows are so incredibly low.
That they are, and we've seen that happen throughout thick and thin for a lot of these series. Updates on the bracket, though. Ole Miss does get that Game 5 victory, preventing the reverse sweep against Shawnee. So Shawnee will have to play in that lower bracket to see how far they can move on there. But nonetheless, what a crazy finish there for that specific series. A lot of great matches, and it was a 1-0 finish, so it had to be an OT based on the amount of time that matchup was taking as well. Looking at Kendo's stream, Fisher currently up 2-0 in that series against Akron Gold. Seems like they woke up a little bit after Michigan almost got a sweep against them.
Yep. Also, St. Clair currently in the lower bracket against UTK, continuing their losers bracket run from essentially round one, losers round two. They lost their first game to Indiana Tech and are still continuing on. As for us, we are going to continue with this best of five going into game two. It's USM versus Durham. USM have the first game.
That they do, the first of many, and still need two more after that to guarantee their victory. We'll get the overlay updated in just a little bit. But in the meantime, Durham, all eyes on them. I mean, they had one less shot than USM did, and that was the biggest difference maker for USM. That one shot is what counted for the victory for their squad after that counterattack. But yeah, they tried to go for a team pinch. It just wasn't really the best orchestrated. It almost worked there for the redirect, but no, won't work out that time.
No boost. Oh, Astra should have punished that. Wildfire with no boost is a very difficult player to contend with, but one that USM does have the skill to deal with. Now it's a 1v2. Jordan just flicking this! Jordan rolling back the years!
Huge from Jordan. Similar play that we've seen him perform on teams like Shopify Rebellion, and just goes to show that he's still got one more in him as he's trying to get that flick into the goal. Perfectly executed for them to succeed in their first goal of the series. And now that they're past the hump, we'll see what happens.
Hold on. Currently, Durham are playing on LAN. They are also at the LAN ETS event. Shadow R, I believe their manager, just sent me a picture showcasing that they are playing on LAN, as USM will be able to tie this up. But yeah, they're somehow doing this on LAN.
Wow. Updates in the Western Conference Bracket 2. Oregon now facing off against Missouri S&T, as Missouri S&T got the Game 5 win against UT Arlington. So shout out to Missouri S&T there, but we still keep it going with this USM Durham LAN matchup, I guess, that we're casting here, Seb.
Yeah, this is insane. Now Jordan not going to be able to punish with the kickoff goal. Lucian able to take out Melodic. Wildfire coming in. A bit of a scramble. Astro is going to be able to buy some space here for the USM side.
That could have been potential there, but I didn't feel like anyone had faith in that from USM, so they kind of backed off on the play and gave it up to Durham defensively, which helps out the Durham side as much as they can to get control of the ball. But Astro just high and away, all the way down the midfield. No chance for anyone to contest from Durham unless they wanted to waste all their boost to get up in time there. But still, updates as well for the Western Conference here. Well, there's an update for Zaf getting a goal there. But LCU and Tigres in Game 5 currently as it's going back and forth in that matchup. So some good matches happening in the background. But Astro, great setup. Unfortunately, the triple commit didn't really work out.
No, that is a little bit of a difficult one to take if you're on the Durham side. You got such a fantastic, stylish goal from Jordan, and then you completely throw it away now. USM with the lead. Zosia, I'm not sure where to play. Trying to be a bit more aggressive. Wildfire looking for an attempt. Get much. Zosia keeping the blue half. And Zath, such a pivotal player as well for the USM side, being one of the impotents of this squad. Calling in the Avengers of the Twitter trash talkers. Bro, you need to do something here. What are you gonna do? Go off the ceiling, pass off to Milan. It gets the read. Oh my lord, USM!
Huge from USM yet again. They're showing the confidence that they were talking about before, and we're questioning like their consistency going into this event, but really they're showing that there's no question marks on how they are performing currently. So USM 3-1. After a very close Game 1, they're looking to come out with a quick sweep win against Durham here. And Durham, they have their work cut out for them. We've seen their skill. We saw the first goal from Jordan. It looked really solid, but the team plays, I think, is what was missing from the squad last qualifier, and that's what they need to focus on a little bit more to try and take down USM, because we're seeing the team plays from them.
Yeah, I think a lot of it comes down to just, there is a mechanical gap to a point when it comes to Jordan and the rest of his team. But they do a good job of mitigating that, where they try and put Zosia and Wildfire in positions where they can pop off. However, a lot of the time it will be to support Jordan, whether it's getting demos in the offensive end, Wildfire playing in the midfield just to try and keep things in that offensive half. Even here, Wildfire actually ahead in the rotate, able to put one in. Great offensive rotation and aggression from Wildfire.
Huge from Wildfire to keep them competitive in this, but that was all Zoshian every day. I mean, Wildfire's the cherry-picking position and barely snuck that past Astro. 1 second later, that would have been a potential save for them. So perfect coordination. That was the team play we were looking for Durham there as well. Some updates. LCU did get that victory. Also, Akron, another team making it into Summer Series. No surprise there, 3-0 over Syracuse. And a lot of teams in the West going to Game 5 in their semifinals. Yeah. Kansas barely beat Iowa to make it in Game 5 to the winners final. CU Boulder the same against Burroughs Blancos there as well. So a lot of updates coming through here.
Also, OSU taking Game 1 against Cumberland in this pool as well. Both these teams are in the same pool. And OSU taking a Game 1. It didn't have too many high expectations, I think, for OSU Scarlet, but I think we wanted them to play well. However, taking a team that took Durham to Game 5 and looked so good, I mean, it might be a breath of fresh air, I think, for Durham if they do go to losers.
We'll have to see what happens at that point in time, but right now, less than a minute to go of time in Game 2 here between USM and Durham. USM still looking to close things out, keeping that pressure going. The amount of shots we saw from both these squads in the last game really just goes to show that this has been a shootout between both of them. But defense, maybe not the strong suit. Doesn't matter, though, if Durham can tie things up. Just need one more to get past that goal line. But Melodic off the backboard gets the read, and that's going to be a simple goal.
You had to read those, boys. You had to. This pass, I mean, all the challenges, it really feels like USM are just in Durham's head. At the moment, Zath doing a good job at avoiding Jordan in the midfield with no boost. And then just going for this midfield double tap pass, immediately done. USM back to a 2-goal lead. 30 seconds left. Jordan needs to cook here.
See what they can cook up in the kitchen to at least get one for the road, moving into that Game 3, having to pull off a reverse sweep with time at counting down and 2 goals looming ahead of them. They could get one here. This might be a chance. Drops down right near the net. It does get centered for a second. Dangerous, but Melodic does cross it away. No chance to get 2 goals in this amount of time remaining, and it will be Durham having to pull off a full reverse sweep against USM.
Oh, God. Why?
I feel like
Please.
USM are making a case that they should have been the higher seed at this point, Seb. I don't think we can doubt that now.
care. It's just a bad matchup. But in this case, no, I do agree with you. I think USM, they're playing to their seed. They're playing incredibly well. I think Durham, they're just having a hard time at figuring out the pace of play that they need to do. They're coming off of a best of 5 that just did not go great for them, but they still barely eked out. Just not able to get as warm as I think they'd like to be.
Yeah, it's unfortunate too because they're playing in a different environment than they're used to. They're playing on a LAN in these qualifiers,
Right.
and that's happened a lot of times actually for teams during CRL and also during Summer Series. So we'll see how they progress in this next game, if they're going to have a chance to bounce back or if they have to wait for that lower bracket potential. But still, Durham have it in them. We got to give the credits where it is due, and the flowers to USM. They are giving it their all and proving how strong of a team that they are, that they cannot be doubted and understated. And well, we're seeing that here and now.
Yeah, and I will refrain from doing so. However, if they do qual here, I mean, listen, that is a huge dub for them. Durham would have another chance if they go to losers, but the series is not over yet. We still have quite a bit more to play, assuming Durham actually plays to their seed. I'm assuming they will be able to. I have full faith. I never give up on my teams, ever. But we will be going into game 3 here between USM and Durham as they try to mount a comeback for the Canadian side here. And that's a great opening.
Also,
Wow,
update
great save.
too, Fisher did get the 3-0 sweep over Akron Gold there, so Akron will be waiting in the lower bracket against some tough competitors, Drexel, Michigan, and Rochester, and also University of Connecticut making a deep run in that lower bracket so far, so shout out to them.
Zocian! What an opening. And already you can see how aggressive Durham are playing this. They're trying to go for more fakes and utilize a bit more of that headiness that they were kind of known for in last Summer Series, and we'll try and bring that here.
Huge opening goal from them, but again, they need more where that came from, especially against this USM squad with how strong we saw they were into the last game and the first one as well, with how they handled the shots that were coming through and put up a ton of their own. Dangerous spot to be in defensively, though. A lot of barely any boost to get there in time. If Durham was in position, that could have been a simple second goal, but a double commit not going to benefit them whatsoever there. They need to get this away from their side and fast.
Yeah, Wildfire has to be careful in these double commits right now. A lot of the time, it's just I see Zocian and Jordan being able to click on the same level, but whenever it comes to these defensive rotations, Wildfire just over-aggressives a bit too hard, has a misread. Jordan tries to play around this. Zocian, can you get one more? Yes, off of Zath. Zocian makes it 2-0.
Huge from Zocian there. Zaf, as you mentioned, a bit of a mistake on that pass, but Astra tried to do everything that they could. I feel like it was to their detriment. Zaf was in an odd spot trying to make a save and then accidentally hit it into their own goal as they were flipping to try and go for the block, so it works out well enough for Durham, and that's exactly what we were looking for from the squad.
Main thing that Durham has been struggling with is the defense against USM. There's just been too many times where the backboard has been completely free, and in transition, USM has been able to punish Durham. So we'll see the moment that USM gets some extended pressure. Do Durham have an answer for it? And it seems like they do. They're just going for these early challenges to make sure that USM don't get any space.
And this is exactly what you need to see from this Durham squad. Suffocating the defense of USM, where that seems to be how they've been lacking so far in this series, even when they have been doing well in the goal-scoring category in games 1 and 2. Defensively, once they do feel the pressure, it has been a bit of a struggle for them. Just need to convert, and that's what we saw happen with those 2 goals, forcing those mistakes from USM, and Durham looking that much stronger for it. But USM, even with these 2 goals that have gone through, they know they have, hey, a backup plan. We're already on match point, qualifying point for Summer Series League play. We just need to take it easy. Even if we drop a game, we still have 2 more chances after that to come out on top, and that's probably in the minds of USM where they're not feeling too much pressure, but they should, especially with Jordan. Just the touch off the wall getting that through.
You can't forget Jordan is on this pitch, and sure, it was a bit of a lucky one that Zath wasn't prepared for because he had no boost, but still does have that RLCS tag for a reason. Now 3-0 for Durham. Surely they don't choke this, right?
Don't say that.
Surely.
It is still half of a game to go. Anything's possible.
But I mean, so far, they've been able to handle USM defensively decently well. Again, we see it there. Just early challenges in the midfield. Don't give them the space. And I think that's what they're recognizing. Now in transition, Zocian almost taken out for his efforts. Pass over to Melodic, and is bumped out of the way by Jordan.
Huge bump there again. But the demo's coming in from Melodic, trying to relieve some pressure for USM to transition onto offense. I'm liking this midfield presence, though. Jordan taking it slow, high and above. Melodic, though, is just a thorn in the side of Durham, who are trying to push the issue and strengthen their lead even more so to secure this one game in this upper final. Astro, again, looking pretty decent when he challenges the ball, but not that time. Neither did Melodic, and this is an odd spot to be in for USM. This is the most shaky they have felt so far, and again, they're going to have to shake off the rust in that next game with the way things are going this time, Seb.
Yeah, at the moment, it feels like Durham are just doing a good job of boost starving, and it's pointed at there. Again, corner boost taken. Bad touch on the challenge. Zocian punishes.
Huge punish there, too. Zap, unfortunately, just really couldn't do too much with the ball there. And just the way that Durham is overwhelming USM in this game is what we wanted to see from them for the remainder of the series. And we didn't quite see it in Game 2. We saw a little bit of it in Game 1. It's just that unfortunate counterattack goal really led to a different state of things for this Durham squad. But USM, I mean, they took their time and knew when to strike in that first game to get the win and have this overwhelming lead that so far doesn't seem as overwhelming for Durham, at least in Game 3.
At the moment. I do want to update in that Cumberland has been swept in lowers by OSU Scarlet. So, and with that, almost another goal for Durham. However, yeah, that was not something I was expecting. I know that OSU's decent, but I mean, like, with how Cumberland was playing, getting swept in lowers for your second qual, that must hurt.
Yeah, not what we expected whatsoever. But again, when you face such a tough opponent, go all the way to Game 5, and then you go into the lower bracket, that just makes it that much more difficult to feel confident. Especially another team who is coming off of a win, you're coming off of a loss. Motivations, momentum is completely different from what you expect going into that. So, unfortunate for Cumberland, but hey, definitely a team to look out for going forward in Collegiate Rocket League, and hopefully they can regain in some other tournaments that'll happen next season. But still, less than 30 seconds to go for USM's nightmare to end in Game 3, and Durham are hoping to extend it and make it so that it never ends for them. Nightmare just before Summer Series here for USM, and Durham looking to continue that into Games 4 and 5. If they can do that, well, I have no doubt if they go to Game 5 that they can get the victory, but we'll see what USM do in this next one.
Yeah, we'll see. I think this is pretty much a write-off here for USM. They're like, okay, we know what to do. But Durham made the adaptations, figured out what they needed to do. They were able to take Game 3. They're on track for, I'm not going to say it just for case of cast occurs, but they are.
Look at those shots. 2 for USM.
Again, like, I think they just recognize, like, don't give USM the space. You know that these guys can be mechanical. They can be quick when they want to be. But if we just throw a car in the way, it doesn't matter where it goes. We'll be able to be fine. We'll be able to use our rotations to be able to compensate for some of these mechanics that USM are bringing out. Now that they have done that, I mean, you have a whole mountain to climb.
You really do, yeah. So we'll see how that mountain goes for a lot of these teams that are out there trying to make their presence known throughout Summer Series and go from then on out to make a name for themselves during league play as well. I mean, looking at the Western Conference again, as we're still getting some updates in, I think Maryville just came out with the victory over ASU Devils. It was a 3-0 sweep, 3-0, 5-1, 2-1 for that victory. No big surprises there. Of course, it is Maryville. It's Old Northwood, plus some changes here and there, basically. So we'll see what's going on with Maryville in the actual league play itself, but that's a top team to look out for there. ASU will go down to that lower bracket. Borregos are apparently playing with Karma this time, so curious to see how that run goes in the lower bracket for them. UBC still in it technically. They're playing against UMN Maroon, and that is currently being played as well. So
Come on,
still
UBC
some hope
boys.
for Canada out there.
UBC boys.
UBC,
all right.
UBC got game 1 5-0, so they should be fine.
All right. Now, game 4 here for Durham versus USM, and also I want to give an update that St. Clair is currently up 2-0 against UTK White. So that's nice. Again, St. Clair on an insane losers run, and I did get confirmation that Vesh is still in Poland. Therefore, this is the team with Nitrix on the roster, the sub. So if they're able to actually do this, that would be incredible.
That it would. We'll see if another Canada team can do something here to stop the Astro, because the defense was evaporated. Double commit in the midfield. Wildfire
I think it got caught
stuck on the corner. Yeah.
Classic.
Happens so many times. Happens to
Classic.
everyone.
Wildfire, very experienced, very tenured within CRL, has been in many seasons since, I believe, some of the earliest iterations of Durham in early CRL seasons back in 2019, or potentially even earlier. Jordan playing in that downfield, be able to wrap this one up. Jordan immediately tying this one.
Okay, Jordan. We see
Okay,
it.
Jordan.
We respect it. I love it. Astro, oh, that's going to hurt. Could have gotten the save there, but again, both these teams had some mishaps for these 2 goals to go through, so basically it's a 0-0 scoreline in my eyes.
Big Wade, by the way, great run. Unfortunate, they ended against Drexel, but you guys had a decent run. Congrats. It was a good run.
Tough teams to face off against for sure, and I believe we do have our next matchup after this one. We thought the teams played before, but actually they are just waiting for us.
Boys, no,
Jordan.
Jordan,
how does that not go in?
Come on, man. That was so cringe. But he's able to remake for it here. Melodic getting the good 50 on Jordan. Zocian going to go all the way down. Astro puts it just a touch wide, but no, you got to be careful in the mix. Good cutoff on Zath, though.
Apparently King didn't play with K-Frost, so that might be part of the reason why. But even without K-Frost, you guys made it that far. I mean, congrats. That's a good run. Regardless, though, USM trying to make a good run for themselves. The double tap. Melodic has been pulling those out of a hat every single game, but that one getting denied, not as quick to the punch as he would have hoped it would be. Wildfire, the miss. No, you can't afford to miss those at this stage of the game, but gets the bump, by the way, onto Astro. Still chances for both of these squads to make their case as the leader in this game, but again, USM, Durham's got to think about them still being down by a game and having to force that game 5, still playing from behind technically.
Oh, Melodic's advanced, though. Astro going to look for Melodic. Good cutoff by Wildfire. And again, we saw this before. Melodic, you don't want his mechs to pop off. You have to cut him off early. Zath, bit of a trouble. Jordan just looking for the quick cutoff. Astro and Melodic fumbling over each other at the moment, but strong presence in the midfield for Durham. Wildfire with the redirect. Zocian can't put it through. Jordan, the 3-piece, gives Durham the lead.
Huge there from Jordan to put it through that time. Now we'll have to see exactly what's going on for these squads in this next half of the game, because USM, they've had some mistakes here and there. So have Durham, though, but USM really been struggling a little bit since those first 2 games where they felt so confident. And this time, well, I think a lot of that has to come to that boost starvation, as you were talking about the positioning from Durham and the way that they are making it that much more difficult for USM to have that space. And that is exactly what we're wanting to see from the squad. Wildfire, great redirect, but unfortunately not enough power behind it and didn't have boost to follow up afterwards.
Oh, Zocian, yeah, way too advanced. Astro, Wildfire needs to just get himself in the way. USM will be quick on those transitions. Jordan just going to put this one a bit high, but that is a awful double commit that Zocian will take advantage of. USM collapsing.
Ooh, UTK gets a victory over Lander University, and there, as you mentioned, the double commit bump, and you mentioned again the collapse of USM. That's what we've witnessed in real time, a train wreck for USM in the last game into this one. But still, 2 minutes to go, 2 goals. It is a possibility for them to bounce back. But again, this is the biggest thing we talked about on Champ League, and when we're mentioning USM and why we tend to doubt them sometimes is that consistency. Sometimes they're on top of the world when they are feeling good, but as soon as they face some opposition and struggle against a team, that is when they collapse apart at the seams, and that's what we are witnessing here. But that redirect from Melodic could have been something. Unfortunately, the follow-up was lacking.
Jordan is... Zath was pre-challenging that by about 10 years. Melodic will go all the way across. Flip reset, looking for the aerial bump. Does get it, and will be able to make it work. Put USM on your back, Melodic.
Huge there. Melodic, again, the flip resets into the bump on the Zocian. I mean, the mechanical plays, Melodic trying to carry USM on his back. The M in USM stands for Melodic, by the way. Yeah. So Durham are, again, Still up by 1, but for how long with the time that's remaining in this game? We know how strong USM is. We know that pop-off potential from their squad. They need at least another goal to feel confident, but they don't want to overcommit here. Zaf, plenty of boost to work with on
Astro
that
looking for
challenge.
Jordan.
Lewis really handed off to him. Dangerous spot, a double
Melodic.
commit. No? Okay, that somehow gets deflected, but could have easily been a goal.
Yeah, again, just these long transitions. USM capitalizing so hard. Zocian looking for Wildfire. Wildfire actually collects the corner boost, though. If you can get in the way of the Zath. Jordan keeps it in the blue half. Just whittle down the clock, boys. That's all you need to do now.
Time is on their side, but still so much of it remaining, especially when it comes to Rocket League. A goal can happen in just a few seconds, so you can't take your foot pedal off the gas for a moment against this squad of USM, especially in the midfield line.
Boy.
You're giving them so much room to work with, and it goes off the backboard again dangerously, but calculated, part of their plan, I guess you could say there, even though there should have been a follow-up from USM.
I thought for sure. Great back pass, though, from Wildfire.
Ooh.
Jordan and Zocian a bit too far for it. Now they're going to play this very awkwardly. Zath putting it up high. Jordan there for the save. The last 10 seconds will come through. Will we see Champions Field? Wildfire going to collect. Look for maybe one more to go. Last possession here for USM. As the clock winds down, will we see Game 5? Zocian needs to put it to the ground. It's still in possession. Zocian challenges. We're going to Game 5.
That we are. Game 5 on the horizon here. Durham looking for the reverse sweep. No one's been able to do it yet in the grand finals, though. Shawnee tried to do it against Ole Miss, another Mississippi team, which I guess Mississippi just loves to be potentially reverse swept, is what we are finding out here in these winners finals. But even then, Durham, they are a team with Zocian leading the charge in both of those games. 603 points this time, at least 500 in the last one, doing some great work for their team. Those 4 saves are the most crucial for Durham in that Game 4. Also updates in the bracket. Shout out to Kendo again on his stream. Colorado currently up 2-0 in their series against Kansas. Kansas up 1-0 in Game 3, though. So another intense series happening there in the Western Conference.
Yeah. Yeah, really intense series in the Western Conference. Really intense series as we have a potential reverse sweep situation to call for a $20,000 summer series right in front of us right now, Audible.
I don't want to jinx it, man.
Yeah, okay, all right. That's fair. That's
You
fair,
almost
that's fair.
jinxed it at the end there for that last second goal.
I'm definitely not going to pull out this flag right now, and I'm going to put it over here. Just over there.
We'll see. We'll see. Again, if they continue how they've been playing those last 2 games, Durham are going to win. But USM, I mean, we know they have it in them, so we can't write off both of these teams. The biggest thing is that first goal. Durham got it both times in the last 2 games. They started off strong. But if it goes to USM, curious to see how it continues on Champions Field here. Qualifying matchup, Game 5 for USM versus Durham. Only one of them can make it forward. Mississippi versus Durham in this matchup. Canada's main hope, not only hope yet, but main hope to try and make it through.
Yep. Canada's top seed, the last surviving top seed, with it holding all the hopes of a successful Summer Series run in their hands. 4:30, and all it takes is just one goal to open things up. You can already see USM. They don't want to give any space to Durham either. They're wanting to fight back as much as possible, and they got close by the end of that Game 4, but we'll see if they can carry it into this Game 5.
Good Canada news too. UBC still alive in the Western Conference. Took a game win against UMN Maroon, so they'll be facing off against Borregos. Canada versus Mexico continues there.
Also,
as we've seen that matchup a couple times.
St. Clair did beat UTK White 3-0 and are projected to face off against either USF or Mount Aloysius College.
Aliosis or something like that, yeah.
I need you to leave me alone for a second, please. I need you to just go away. Great pass, though, from Melodic.
That's an unfortunate bounce, though, too, from Wildfire. It just handed it right up to Melodic. And I was talking about it. That first goal is going to be crucial for both these teams. USM, we saw it also happen with the one goal that was needed for Ole Miss to stop the reverse sweep from Shawnee. That one goal might be all that's needed, but Zocian, the one who popped off for their team before, looking for another chance, and they need to be the one to lead the charge for their squad to come back and at least tie things up.
Yeah, at the moment, USM are not leaving any openings. They're going immediately for that backboard defense. They're trying as much as possible to just chill, but that is a bad challenge that will go Wildfire's way. Melodic scrambling to get this out of the zone. Does a decent job at it, too. Oh, no.
Gotta just breathe for a second here. And again, that's a good touch from Jordan, but Astro being back in time thwarts them at getting that tying goal that they're looking
shot.
for. And there was a chance there. Melodic again, a thorn in the side of Durham. A good pop up to Wildfire, and it works out well. Perfect pass, and there's the goal.
Wildfire came out of the retirement home to show these kiddies how it's done, even though it's definitely not on him. But, you know, he was credited. You know, he just happened to be in the way, but it still works. We have a tie game.
Wow, what a way to tie things up perfectly, even if it doesn't look the best. This does here from Jordan right off the kickoff to get the lead against USM.
Oh, we are so back, everyone. We are so back.
Just let that one breathe. We just gotta let it breathe. So we got to breathe for a second here as well. Quick update as well. Oregon 3-0 over Missouri S&T back into CRL, or not CRL, excuse me, Summer Series League play, basically, though.
Getting disappointed by MSNT. Classic.
Well, let's hope we don't get disappointed by Durham here as they continue their offensive pressure and the push onto the USM defense. A good pass forward, but a counterattack here. Astro over to a low boost Jordan, who does get the read. Melodic after demo in the midfield clears things up perfectly for Durham to continue having possession of the ball even after a sticky situation there.
Christian, get out of chat and go focus on your match. You're on a crazy losers run. That is on you.
Halfway point now, though. Still 1 goal differential between these squads. In a dangerous spot positional-wise from
don't like this at
USM.
all.
Double commit, and that's a bad spot, too, as well for Durham. Odd positioning and challenges across the board. Durham with barely any boost in the tank as well. Wildfire missing because of no boost. Zoshion gets the save into their own net, but look at all of their boost totals.
So
Less than 12 for the maximum. They're trying to do everything they can and still can't get anything. Breathe a gasp of air for them to get above water from their defensive side. USM trying to drown the competition, but it's not enough just yet.
Oh, listen. Durham are very much ready. They know how to deal with it. Wildfire given a lot of space to be able to get that clear. Even takes USM's boost as well. The demo's going to come through. This could be disastrous if USM don't recover a pass over. Zath's going to be able to get the cut off, and Astro will be able to give USM some room. Oh, no.
Out the Wildfire there for a second, but Melodic with the drop down and good interception from Zoshion there. A good touch again, though. Here comes the doink, and it will be saved by Jordan that time. Again, dangerously close for Durham to giving up a goal, but there comes the dunk. Is going to be denied by the wayside to the left side of the USM net, but back and forth it goes. So close between both these squads to get that next goal. And
why?
The flip resets for Melodic, just being as mechanical as can be. Didn't quite need it, but still, Durham need to take control of this ball away from this man.
It's more just why, because like, why are you giving Melodic so much space where you can just do a double flip reset clear? I mean, that I get it. It's not as beneficial for them, but just keep that momentum in play and keep that conditioning of just, you will not have any space no matter how much you challenge us. 45 seconds left. Durham on the cusp.
Zaf with a good clear out into the midfield over the Melodic, going for the double tap again. Denied by Zoshion this time. Not much was to work with, but all that they need for the clear over to Astro on the backboard. Jordan into the ceiling to themselves, gets the read, loses the 50 though as it gets deflected into the other end. And still a chance for USM to potentially break out of their side. Time it ticking down though, 20 seconds. Durham just need to hold on and not get overzealous on offense, or just get a goal, and it will be Zoshion popping off yet again.
Oh, we eating good to that, boys.
Wow. What a passing play from Jordan Seb to
No bias,
secure
by the way.
a potential victory. 16 seconds to go. USM, it's all on this kickoff. If they can't get anything off of this, that'll be them sent down to the lower bracket. It will be Zoshion going for another shot, denying any more access to their side. Time ticking down, and Seb, why don't you do the victory lap for us?
Oh, we are so back. That is Wildfire getting it 4-1. Durham, the reverse sweeps. Melodic has left the match. Zath has left the match. Astro has left the match. Durham completes the reverse sweep on USM to qualify for Summer Series. As Zoshion says in chat, easy AF. Oh, we are so back.
We are back. The victory lap is completed with just another goal as the rest of the team leaves on the other side. 5-1 victory, but a reverse sweep for Durham. Ole Miss prevented their own reverse sweep, but USM, unfortunately, will be spending their time in the lower bracket a little bit longer for them. So Durham makes it through, proves us right a little bit with our seeding, and well, now we get to see Durham in Summer Series and have some Canadian representation guaranteed, which is great to see.
By the way, put the cam on. Put the cam on. Sorry, Zath. What were you saying about our seating? What were you saying about Durham's seating? Hello, buddy, you just got reverse swept. What do you mean? Get it. Well, hold on.
Where's he going? I guess we'll see in just a sec what it is, but what a great victory there for Durham. Oh, in game 5, reverse sweep against their squad. Here comes Seb. The sweep, the broom. That's what he's pulling out here. And the scooter. Has to put the angle so that you can see. You can just see the handle. There we go. There you go, Seb.
Poor guys. Who is them standing?
Oh gosh. Okay. Well, Seb, once we get back on the headset, we can only celebrate for so long because we do have to switch over to the West. We got the desk here too with Taco and Bass. We have LCU facing off against UNLV. They've been waiting for some time since this went to a game 5. So, gentlemen, I don't know if that game's ready or if they're going to switch it over to you guys, but gentlemen, give us some time to celebrate here for a sec.
I mean, yeah. It's
There we go. We got
it's a
everyone.
wonderful series, and I gotta say, I don't know if Durham was in the chat, but there was a lot of interesting comments being made about Durham being a high seed and whether or not they're actually good enough to make it happen. And what do you know? A reverse sweep in the upper final is a crazy way to conclude our winners bracket.
Well, also shout out to Colorado. They did get a overtime win against Kansas, 3-1 victory there for the upset. Close seeds though. I think it was like the 3-4, 4-5, or somewhere around there.
4 and 5, yeah, it's the same as
4 and
this one.
5. So pretty much the same. So we'll see if Kansas can make that lower bracket victory afterwards. But we're still getting more teams into Summer Series. Still more matches happening in these lower brackets as well. And gentlemen, I mean, tell us a little bit about this upcoming series while Seb and I take a breather for a sec.
We'll give you guys the time. I mean, look, we're going to kind of flip the script on this one, Taco. Last time it was you with a very clear USF. Well, maybe not clear bias, but very much the intentions towards USF. This time it's me with UNLV, man. I got to support my boys from Vegas. I literally saw them, I think, like a week ago at LAN. So they're confident. They've been feeling good. They feel like they should qual on this one. And I'll be real, as much as I want to say that I don't think they're going to beat LCU, Taco, you kind of convinced me there's a world where this might actually happen.
Yeah, so LCU, for everyone who remembers, is going to be Process, it is going to be Schmacked, and it's going to be Dribs. Except Dribs is not here. He is actually not part of this roster on the sub, so instead they're bringing in Snow, who is like a GC3 1800-ish player. So that's like exactly in the middle, pretty much, of the beginning and end of GC3. So that is a team that obviously you have 2 Rank X players, going to be insanely good on the pitch, going to be super hard to tie down, but with a player that's kind of like middle of the road GC3 versus a squad of pretty much all SSLs. So it's like the question of like, can your 2 higher players drag up the third, or is a third just going to be fine, be a role player, just hold down the back end and be able to like kind of play the utility role? I don't know. I definitely think LCU is the favorite team in this. They are the higher seed for a reason, and I think we all put faith in them to get it done, but I think they'll definitely be having a run for their money.
I've recovered, but I do want to point out. I don't know if people were saying cringe because they left the lobby or because of my shenanigans. However, I will say, let me have this one, okay? Because listen, all of our teams have left. All right, this is the only good Canadian team that has decided to play in Summer Series right now because
meanwhile St. Clair making a lower bracket runs like
sorry. Okay.
Yeah, UBC's still in this. They're playing Borregos right now. What are you doing?
Okay. I should say
they're playing
of like the ones that were like hyping up a lot, you know. Christian, come on, you're playing with the sub, man. Come on.
Not St. Clair in the
Wait, can we get actually wait, can we get
no.
confirmation? Christian, now that we have a St. Clair player here, is Vesh actually going to be able to play today? Because we've been
I don't think so. I don't think so.
No,
They say
he's in Poland. I
So he's not flying in. That was just a lie. We've been lied to.
Back.
Yeah.
No?
But-
Okay, apparently that was a lie.
But either way, like U of T's gone, U of Ottawa's gone. UDM's gone. Conestoga's out. Algonquin's not in. Like, there's a lot of teams that should be here that are not. So just give me a bit of a break. Okay, I'll have this one, and then everyone else can pop off for UNLV if they qual and Borregas. I'm down for it. Just give me this one.
Yeah, we'll give ourselves some time too here, Seb, as there is about a minute till we get started with that next matchup, LCU and UNLV. I mean, I'm going to give my prediction. I'm going to say UNLV. I mean, I can never really doubt them. I know LCU, they have that experience with their team and how we've seen that team perform. But I mean, this is one last hurrah for UNLV, and hopefully this will be a good one for them. What about you, Seb?
I do want UNLV to make it through. I think they have such a long and really great tenured history within like CRL. I don't know. Like they have a hard road ahead of them. And
New kids on the block versus the old folks home.
Kind of, yeah. Like literally, like, it's either play to your seed, do a good job, or you're going to the retirement home, basically.
Yeah. Curious to see what'll be going on there specifically, but we will be getting into this game momentarily between these two squads, and this is going to be an intense matchup. This is to qualify for Summer Series for the Western Conference, and if they don't make it here, well, there's still a chance in the lower bracket for them as well. I mean, looking at their specific pool and the teams that are out there that they have to face off against, I could say that both these teams are probably going to make it. UT Dallas still can make a case for themselves. They got 3-0 swept by UNLV. And T-Grays are still out there too, who took LCU to Game 5. And that's the biggest question mark for LCU is, well, if T-Grays took you there, University of Nevada, Las Vegas, well, they have some good experience under their belt as well, and they might be able to do it just the same, but one further to make it into that Summer Series league play. So curious to see how that'll go. But Bass, I know you have your thoughts. Same for Taco, as I'm sure we're getting into this momentarily.
Well, sounds like game's actually ready to go. I mean, we'll conclude our thoughts, I guess, once we get into the game at this point here, because, I mean, look, my thoughts are pretty cohesive. I want UNLV to win this one just because they are the boys, but I also really do respect this LCU roster, how good they are and how good they have been in the past. So I'm still saying LCU's taking this one, coming out on top. I don't necessarily want to give too much faith or bias for UNLV, but I do believe UNLV are going to give them a run for their money.
I've seen Creature grinding this game every single day in GC3 SL ranked, so I believe that they can definitely really peak and be able to get through this one. For me, as we say goodbye to Vod Seb and get into the matchup, I do believe a lot of it also hinges on Wheat. You can see that CRL Fall 2021 Elite tag, part of a really great legacy within CRL West, but a lot has changed. And in times, Wheat has been the player to be able to step up, get those clutch goals and saves. And other times, he has made some kind of awkward touches that have led to losses. Not saying it all hinges on him, but it's one of those matchups when you are in the qual match of Summer Series in the upper bracket where you can't rely on any mistakes. You have to play flawlessly.
You got to be basically perfect at this point. For pretty much every team participating, it is not exactly one life and you're out, but it definitely is one of these things where you do not want to go to that lower bracket if you do not have to. For both of these teams, they'd love to qualify now. They'd love to get a spot. They probably will both make it in the Summer Series regardless, but again, getting a win here definitely ups the odds.
We'll see Creature trying to build this one forward, but Snow, the third that we were questioning really how they're going to step up. He's playing fine. He's getting a double tap potentially. If he had more boost, maybe a bit more actually in the tank there. He's going to reaggress again, get another deflection. Wheat luckily is there for UNLV. I would be waiting to talk about the offense because right now all we have seen in the first minute is defense.
It has been a pretty, I'd say, patient first minute here. Not sure what else to say. The shots aren't even like that, where we're just kind of having players on the backboard waiting for their chance to dive in and approach. No one's doing anything too flashy, and it's not too surprising. Two teams that are very steadfast in the ways they play, and as much as we do think that UNLV maybe don't have the same sort of caliber at the very top as their opponents, again, very, very well-setted trio who just know how to play cohesively and know how to get the job done. Do they know how to defend here? Kind of. That's not exactly the greatest follow-up touch from what I believe is Snow. That's who X is for LCU. Can we do anything here in the corner with zero boost? Not really. 50-50. Back out to Snow, who goes for a flick high. Doesn't find any contact with either of his teammates, but Garen's touch out to midfield doesn't do anything either. Again, both teams very patient right now. No one over-aggressing really at any of these moments.
And right now it's all about trying to bait stuff in. As you can see, Snow a couple times is taken to the air, and they're not really doing much with it. However, UNLV, with their very first shot of the game, is going to go top shelf the misdirection on the 2v1.
So apparently all it took was them breaking out of their half, and as soon as they do, Creature rips one on target. And that is also kind of the concern, though, when you are LCU and playing this much offense. If you overcommit into offense, you're scrambling back, and Schmack, the player who was there to make the save, or I guess lack thereof a save, had no boost in the tank. You have to be careful. If you're going to play like this LCU, you need to be able to retreat in an efficient manner. What we've seen so far of them are pretty much the opposite of that.
Yeah, and being able to step up and get those goals is always nice, but at the end of the day, I think playing against the run of play is something that is a little bit more encouraging. It allows you to get a little bit more of a life to live on, but it's all going to come down to whether or not the defense can hold as strong as it has been for UNLV. They're getting a lot of deflections, but for the most part, the thing I'm most impressed by is that they're playing really quickly. I've not really seen any double commits. They're really good at playing their zone and being able to take touches that do really have a high potential. This one going to get past Wheat. Snow might have a chance to get a goal of their own, but not enough boost to get up and over it. Where's Process? He's in the back post. Garen's even faster.
Again, very patient play here out of UNLV. I don't really know what else to say. They're fast when they need to be, but they are not overcommitting into anything unnecessarily. Wheat, my goodness, what a commitment out of him, though. Challenge is smacked in the midair, and that means now LCU to find a way out of their own half. They do momentarily, but Creature there to prevent any sort of offense being built. He'll schmacked off the sidewall and the ceiling. Has a flip in the bag, gets it to the backboard. Garen needs a good touch. That is definitely not one. And the double commit means it's even more dangerous. Snow rips a shot on, but Garen's block should end that. We've got a rule 1. We've got a 2v2. We've got Wheat breaking it. Come on now, Wheat.
Wheat, unfortunately, I have to root against you now. That was despicable. You have the lead. You just got to trust in the 2v2 ability. And not even worse, he's going to get a demo. The BM move, potentially open up the open net, and it's not going to be raced to in time. Garen trying from the sidewall into the ceiling. No double. Wheat, another 50 going to be met by Schmacked. And by now, it seems like for the very first time, we very much have LCU on the back foot. Snow has to step in and prevent Creature from getting a reset.
They're trying their best just to escape right now, but on low boost totals, that's a lot easier said than done. Although, pass out center isn't exactly going to help out UNLV. Maybe this will instead. Creature, time, space, and a flip reset. Doesn't use it, though, because he gets too far away from the ball. But look how quickly LCU are desperate to get out of their half. That's a little bit too much desperation. Out of Weed! And that's just not a good defense out of Creature. He had the time, he had the boost. He just did not expect to have to get there that quickly.
Yeah, that's so tough by Garen. It's a really hard read from him. I don't really blame Wheat for going for that, but the thing is, if Garen gets any other touch, Wheat might be able to adjust from that, maybe especially on a lobbed up play, but instead, it's going to be a deflection, and it looks like LCU was waiting for that. I suppose 9th time is the charm, as they finally do have their first goal, and maybe we're destined for an overtime if this game continues to be so neck and neck. Wheat, though, finds a pocket. Garen, can they get to it? Leave to Creature, open shot, and with 2 defenders in the way, it still finds its way through.
And again, it's the cohesivity, that ability to play as a trio out of UNLV that changes things up. Garen with a fake there leaves both Process and Snow just completely flat-footed on the line, and there's nothing you can do at that point. You just have to accept your fate and hope maybe you can get the follow-up shot. They do not. It's 2-1 to UNLV in a big first game from the team from Nevada.
Ooh, that's a decent 45, but it's not going to be on target. LCU knows it, so now they'll play from the counterattack. Schmacked has to hit the brakes on that one. Really curtailed what he had planned, I am sure, but that's why you have Snow in support with Process also going up for a little bit of mismanagement on the comms. That's an attack going right out the window.
They have barely enough time for maybe one more attack, but they don't really have the positioning for it. Yes, Process got a full tank of boost, but feels like everybody on UNLV are prepared for what's about to come. Are they prepared for that? Absolutely! My goodness, what a save from Creature. It not only saves that shot, but it saves the game. UNLV, game 1.
Yeah, being able to get that game off is nice because, believe it or not, Bass, for a vast majority of this game, when we were looking at UNLV, they had 1 shot for the majority of that game. And now they've suddenly blossomed into 5, 4 coming from Creature down the stretch, who gets both of their goals. LCU, this is what I was concerned about. They are looking just a little shaky, and I can't lay it at the feet of anyone in particular. It's really the collective that I'm not really seeing things click in. Their singular goal was really off of a mistake, but it wasn't really even a forced one at that.
Yeah, and the crazy thing to me, more beyond anything else, is you're talking about, Creature getting 2 goals. He did so on 4 shots. He shot 50% from the field. LCU, as a team, shot 1 for 10. I don't think that's very good. That's probably not what they're going for here. So LCU, they've shown they have the offensive firepower. They have the ability to create and generate offense. When it comes time for them to get past the defense of UNLV, it's just not happening. 7 saves out of UNLV. That means of the 10 shots that they took, 1 made it in, and 7 out of the other 9 got blocked. They need to find a way around UNLV. They're playing so well in the back line right now.
Yeah, that's what I talked about earlier, is that I'm not seeing a lot of double commits, and even when they are, you can see the bailout immediately. They're listening to each other in comms, they're believing in each other, and I will say, that works great for Game 1. Now that LCU has had a 5-minute preview at you, let's see if anything changes. Heading over to Neo Tokyo to see LCU, our #1 seed within this pool, whether they can make the correct movements to get them back on the winning path.
Schmack trying to get something started here out at midfield, and they are at least connecting a couple of passes here, but nothing threatening to UNLV so far. Pass out, Garen. Not going to even approach it. Neither will Creature. They're really still going with this patient play. It definitely kind of feels like we're seeing a lot of offense being built out of UNLV, but they are not overcommitting if they don't have to. They're waiting for moments like that to dive into offense. Again, just all-around play, the priority here for UNLV. It's so different, just a drastic contrast to what we are seeing right now in comparison to the all-out offense that LCU's coming out with.
Yeah, being able to get into the offense and play aggressive is one thing, but typically when a player is playing, teams are playing so fast, you can take advantage of that. You can get them to bite on certain plays, and I think that at times you're seeing that from LCU, especially with these softer touches, but UNLV is finding interesting ways of disrupting it. You saw Wheat get the bump there on Process instead of just marching them through, and now the demo is coming right back. Schmacked looking for a pass to Process. The deflection was in, but so was the defense. Again, UNLV in the way.
UNLV just doing such a good job at putting up a brick wall in their back half and just not allowing any sort of offense to be generated from LCU that they don't allow them to. Good example there. Wheat just completely drives past the ball, sees 2 players at LCU and goes, okay, well, you guys are double committing. That means that it's a 2v2 for my other 2 teammates. Let me just go steal boost from your half. They're playing methodically. They're playing 5 steps ahead of LCU, and LCU, who are just desperate to get touches on the ball, are struggling to find ways to counteract that. It's 90 seconds gone, and yeah, there's no goals on either side, but it definitely feels like LCU are reaching for these touches while UNLV are just waiting for their moment.
Wow, Garen really overcomplicating that one, but I gotta say, Schmacked, very much schmacking that one into the goal. Unstoppable on this read. Poor UNLV almost got away with it.
I mean, yeah, but that was probably the most unnecessary save I've ever seen. I get it, Garen. It's understandable that you're going to try to go for that, but it's also just a risk you don't need to take. There's no necessity in trying to do that versus just going for a save and hoping one of your 2 teammates gets there. You're opening them up to getting a dunk above you because, again, you're coming from a lower angle. Just unnecessary. Not a reason for you to go for that. Just is not one. And with a 1-0 now, UNLV are going to have to fight from behind in this game. Got some offense brewing here, but Weed on 0 boost. Can't do much out at midfield. Creature instead dives in, trying to get a 50, but Schmack just straight up dusts him, and he bumps everybody out of the way, only for the weakest shot I've ever seen to be the follow-up.
Schmack's able to get the first touch, but he's going to have to recover on this one, and he uses space really well, able to outpace that play from Creature as everything will reset. And I will say this 1-goal lead coming in from LCU has got to be a bit more refreshing. They have a chance to be able to kind of grow into the play style that they want to actually implement, and right now it seems like it's working right now. Look at UNLV chasing this ball left and right, but not really getting the clears and follow-throughs they're looking for. Shades of early game 1, which is certainly something that UNLV does not want to return to.
Yeah, well, I mean, early game 1, yes, but the outcome out of the back half of that was a lot better for them. So if they can do the same thing here through the latter 2 minutes, I've got some faith. That's probably going to help them out as well, if not for the weirdest bounce ever. Yeah, I don't blame you, Garen. I did not think that was going to ricochet like that either. And instead, what could have been a transition for UNLV might take a couple of seconds longer. Wheat's still diving for it, though. Process off the backboard, trying to clear this one out to midfield, where he will be met with Creature. More shots coming through from UNLV, but that one way too high for anything to really become a threat. Despite the fact that they have had a decent midfield here. They're starting to get the pressure on. They need some shots. LCU, like we said, the majority of the offense throughout this game, and they do have the only goal thus far.
And it might be another one. If not for that one, we said no doubles, but this time it works out for him. Deflection now, lean to a counterattack. Snow bravely gonna go with that one. That was a 3v1 bass. They still got away with it. Now Schmacked maybe taking advantage of it. Double tap attempt, nothing found. Garen carrying it all the way back on out. This one goes from such a calm game into suddenly there's NASCAR level speeds. Processor, how you getting that save?
Good question, but they might need to do it again. It doesn't look as if UNLV are just going to go down easily here in the final minute. They are on defense, but look how quickly they're looking to transition out. Interference from Process could cause a problem, especially as he gets the dunk onto Garen, but Wheat with a full tank should be able to dust Process here. Can he get around Snow? No, again, 0 boost challenges here for LCU, actually paying off for them, but how long can they keep this up? It's a lot of risky play with only a minute to go. If they give up an equalizer now, it could be detrimental to them.
Yeah, we'll see Wheat be able to take this touch again, and he's really going to run out of boost, which is why you call for the calm. Process, though, going to read that one like the textbook a good student should read. Creature trying to go at it alone. The one extension might help, but followed by Garen might help even more, and it will be cleared out yet again. Garen lurking, light touch, nothing doing. Creature has to chase this one down. Process just tailing him the whole way through. It really does feel like this game is going to come down to one misread, potentially with a demo. 2 players trading in the far side for LCU. Still doesn't hurt him. It's going to have to go coast to coast.
Oh, Creature didn't judge the touch from Wheat correctly. He was hoping to follow it up as an aerial. He'll get a second chance here. Can't get around Schmack. This needs to stay up for UNLV, and they will try, and they will fail. This one hits the ground, and LCU a 1-0 win in game number 2. That is our second 1-goal game in a row. This is quite something here. We said UNLV would keep it close, and we said LCU might not be the same caliber, but both teams showing up to play here in our finals.
Yeah, and this is exactly what we were looking for. Not only showing up to play, but all 1-goal games. This is really coming down to just individual shots coming through. So if it does kind of come down to this, you're going to see the mistakes penalized a lot more heavily. Garen did get that in and out save, but the squishy save then got immediately dunked because it technically was mishit right on down into Schmack. So I think if we do see a match like this, I'm really fascinated about how this minute works. No timeouts in this format. This is just straight up qualifier. So in this best of 5, whether or not you end these games, it's not really saying, okay, we need to make huge adjustments. It's really just individual segments saying, okay, let's maybe just tweak that a little bit and we should be good.
Yeah, this is, this should be a pretty easy adjustment for both sides, like you said. Unfortunately, we haven't really seen that today. We've seen a lot of teams that have over-adjusted in one way or the other in probably the wrong way. I hate to point out USM after the defeating loss that we just saw, but it was quite literally from what we were seeing out of LCU. Over-aggression into offense, a lack of understanding on the midfield that they needed to be more reserved on, and then open shots that would just go the other way. I can't tell you how many times I saw that out of a USM that just let Durham get those. If LCU continues to play with the same aggression after UNLV make changes in this next game, you'd see a very similar result. Only difference this one is it won't be a reverse sweep. It'll at least be a back and forth. We head over to Salty Shores here for game number 3. Let's see if LCU can continue on with their winning ways or if UNLV have a response.
Well, ultimately, that's really what we're looking for. I think if you are UNLV, that game 1's great, but you also know that exactly kind of like what I foreshadowed early on. One game doesn't mean anything coming into game 3, trying to get that series lead. You nearly saw LCU get one right off the rip, but now they will retreat and hopefully actually make some contact. Snow playing a read that wasn't there. Now Process, he's got a wide open double, but it's going to dip down below him. I think just maybe estimating that waterfall read a bit differently.
Garen got a touch here, but can't quite get past Snow, who gets Goomba Stomp for his efforts. That should be a goal, if not for Snow. How do you recover from the Goomba Stomp, immediately get back, and then get the save as well, all on 0 boost? This 1800s player is playing like an SSL. He's starting to prove that he deserves this spot on LCU.
Always helps when you have 2 teammates that you 100% trust, unlike some of the ranked demons that you might run into. Lead block from Wheat might disrupt Schmack temporarily, but he's able to evade, do the limbo across the bump attempt, and now move into the midfield, which might be a problem because that means Creature is wide open to get the pass in the middle, if not for just barely glancing by it instead. Ball still in a precarious situation, but that's why Snow will guide it softly to the far side.
This one out at midfield, not really going to have much happen as this is a light touch out of Schmack and then a boomer out from Garen. Both teams, oh my goodness! Trying to develop something. Creature, don't you dare steal that goal from Garen. How does he get this extra touch?
And this is a rough one because that's the exact question. You see Garen actually hold off on the boost near the tail end or in the middle of that air dribble, and that baits in that defender because they know, yes, the air dribble might come in, but I most likely have this 50. If I get any contact, should be fine. But that little extra boost coming out of the tank, being able to extend that one over, makes all the difference. That's part of why we really highlight Garen still as one of the better players in the Western Conference for all these collegiate rosters that we do see come in and all the talent because they are an old guard a little bit. Used to be on that that rogue roster back in the day, and yet he can make plays like that. He has to hope his teammates, though, follow suit. Creature had way too much on his plate with a bump.
Yeah, he just had too many players that he had to try to avoid here. He's avoiding Schmack, trying to get a good clear out because both Snow and Process are chasing him afterwards. There's just nothing you can do in that opportunity besides try and get a good clear, a pinch off the backboard, something. And he didn't get it. It's 1-1, 3:15 to go here in game number 3. Winner of this one moves on to match point. It looks like LCU are trying to find a way to do exactly that. Schmack in a 1v1, and he gets around him. That's 2-1 to LCU.
And this is the problem of having Rank X players across from you in the lobby. They can do so much with space. Look at that. First player not closing him down. We just had to dive at it, and Schmack knows exactly when to flick that one off his hood. 2-1, just like that. And now UNLV back into an interesting position. They have to fight from behind. It doesn't look like LCU is in the mood to slow down. That was an air dribble. Schmack gets too much on it into the mid.
Yeah, like you talked about, it's one of these things where, yeah, you can play this defensive game all you would like, but the issue is if you allow a team to get better and better on offense and give them enough time, eventually we'll start putting on shots that you can't quite save. And that's happening here in Game 3. LCU starting to find ways to flourish with this offense, and they might do it again. Pass out center. Garen got to get around Process in the quick follow-up, and he does not. So more offense here for our team in blue as Process smacked it down. I think he was trying for that. I don't think he's looking for the fade. Schmack trying to get around them. Weed out of the corner. Will get denied by Process, but more offense for UNLV, completely thwarted. I thought there'd be a follow-up, but a Beals flip out at midfield is going to completely halt that.
Weed will land into the corner and won't get the follow through, though, so Creature going to launch that one all the way back down. That's actually going to be a bit of a held up from Process, which means he might get beaten on this one. Creature goes too high, but that means the attack is still on into the ceiling from Schmack. Garen holding it up, but you can see everybody from UNLV already giving up on this one. The problem is they're not going back to the goal. They're going back to the corner. That's wide open.
Oh, this is just such a rough touch out of Garen, and he knows it as soon as he does it, too. He's trying to buy time for his teammates, and he does not do that. He almost does it worse by putting it up on a silver platter and allowing them an even quicker transition. Things are falling apart for UNLV here. They're starting to crumble underneath the offensive pressure that LCU is putting out. They need a response like yesterday. Maybe they can get one here with an offense blooming, but they've had very few shots throughout this game. Only 2 registered. That could be the third. It doesn't count, and it doesn't go in. It makes no difference. UNLV still unable to find a second goal.
Garen gonna get completely hammered into his own half with these dunks. I have to say, that's the one thing from LCU I'm starting to notice. Their 50 game has stepped up. That one whiff on that Garen air dribble has kind of been only the one blemish from them. Other than that, they're choosing challenges well. They're not overcomplicating things. And right now, UNLV has to go back to the drawing board, particularly as this game continues to go on and really things get out of hand, because we've said it's all 1-goal games. It's going great. It's going fine. And then all of a sudden, it's really starting to pull away on the LCU side. Under a minute remaining, I just don't really know what it's going to have to take for UNLV to be able to get even just one more goal out of this one.
In my opinion, it's going to take another game for them to be able to turn this one around. I don't think that this one's going to be theirs whatsoever, and it's going to take some massive communication in between the two games to really recognize that they can't keep playing with this passive of a play style. Yeah, we talked about the patience before being beneficial to them, but now that the LCU are realizing that they can, dust them to the ball most time and win through 50s, I was going to say they've got this one in control. This is a bit cheeky out of Garen, though. 0 boost, and he just cuts through.
I really do like that playing through again, just being able to see that goal go through. And of course, right after I finish my statement saying, I don't know what it's going to take. Well, apparently just finding the correct angle, and maybe with a preferential lead off on the touch, Garen can take it over 1, maybe past 2. He is really going to have to catch up with this one with 0 boost. He'll set up for 50. His Process just kindly escorts that one to the far side.
Out at midfield, still trying to get something going is UNLV, and struggling to do so as Schmack carries this one all the way downfield and forces them to restart their offense yet again. Oh boy, and they're not doing themselves any favors with the confusion that they're having here in the corner. Process now going to get some space to work with. He's looking for a reset. He's looking for a fade. Schmack is looking for the back of the net and instead finds the crossbar twice. UNLV can thank their lucky stars right now. This should be a done and dusted game. Instead, they get 10 seconds and one more offense to try and turn this around.
Well, should is a pretty heavy lifting word in that sentence, because anything can happen, especially when you have an open dribble. Process dives in. He's not getting it. Garen into the ceiling. Wheat should have enough boost to get to this, but Process has the whole game in his hands. He's not even going to touch it. Letting it drop for LCU going on match point.
LCU cut that one a little bit closer than we probably anticipated, with the 3-2 final score here being definitely not what we had coming into this one, considering that it was, I think, what, 3-1 or something like that, around a minute left. UNLV get a goal, and then all of a sudden they turn this one around very quickly, starting to get some offense, but still the same problem lies that we've talked about every game, Taco. 3 shots to UNLV, 11 to LCU. You were saving their shots before when they weren't of the same caliber. Now that they've turned it up a notch, you need to find a way to stifle this offense and not allow them to just keep ripping volleys of shots at you.
Yeah, and being able to have, especially LCU, get slowed down a bit, because granted, they had 11 shots. That's quite a lot to be able to defend against. 7 of them are coming from Schmack. So clearly, he's all over the offense. He's in the attacking third. He's cutting in on these plays, but even worse, he's able to take advantage of those brief moments where everyone gets scattered to the wind. Those are 2 of the goals coming through for LCU, were really just these individual moments where UNLV backed up, they reassessed, and then as they came in, they found themselves in that awkward middleman position where they're too far away from the ball to really challenge, but they're also too far out of the goal to truly defend. And then in no man's land, you will always get taken advantage of by players of this caliber.
Let's see, can UNLV turn this one around? They quite literally need to, otherwise they're heading to the lower bracket, which, you know, not the worst thing ever. They still got a chance on this one, especially considering that they've had a little bit of time to let the lower bracket catch up, since this is one of the delayed finals we've had here in the West. That being said, you don't want to go to the lower bracket. You don't want to have to guarantee yourself on your second life to make it into Summer Series. You'd rather qualify for our $20,000 competition right here and now. Garen trying to start them off strong. UNLV looking for something. The fake doesn't even turn into a shot.
Schmack able to get the initial save. Garen. I like that idea. Problem is, LCU did not. Going to immediately slap them back into their own half, which means Process just going to have to try to build something with 0 boost. That something is nothing. Garen off the ceiling, looking for a pinch that had potential. And really, Snow, you can see, and Schmack both believed in it. They kind of flailed just for a second before they ultimately do get this clear.
This one out to the side. Oh, sidewall. Where Schmack is going to do that with it. Creature trying to set up one of his 2 teammates, but one was going for bump, and the other one was swinging through the corner. So, again, no shot found. UNLV, you're playing still too patient. You're waiting for the perfect setup when the opportunities are arriving, and you're just not jumping at them. LCU is awkward here on defense. You need to seize the opportunity. How about now? Drop down pass. Garen is there, and finally, they do take advantage.
So one thing Garen's great at, positional play. However, this is also really well worked coming in from Creature. Wheat gets the initial 50. That's not meant to do anything but to hold things up. Process ultimately kind of makes the mistake here, knows that Creature might be on the sidewall, and still accelerates it around Wheat and puts it right into the jaws of Creature to send middle. It's really well worked from UNLV. That's what good positioning gets you.
Creature trying to get them another goal here, and do so early. They'd love to stifle LCU and just kind of slow them down here early in this game to try and extend the series a bit further. That pass from Wheat, though, isn't going to help them out with that. Too far in front of Creature, and with no boost in the tank, UNLV instead have to retreat here. Process an air dribble with some boost, but not necessarily enough to get past the entirety of the team. So Wheat will clear it out to the corner and out to midfield. Pass out to Creature. This one on target. The Process has to stretch to get back and make the save. So far, we're seeing a lot more offense here at a UNLV. Even though they only have 1 goal, they have definitely been in control in this game.
Yeah, and I do like how the spacing is retained in that they're going deeper on plays and leaving the play when they need to, but it's really just to cover options. They're not completely abandoning the play. They're just making sure if this deflection comes in, we have a second tier. If the flick comes in over the first defender, we have at least another player to be able to slow things down, buy us time to reform. And I think that's really working well for them, except for right about there. Boys, as soon as I mention how good it is, you both dive in and potentially leave Creature alone, but he does so well with that.
Creature stepping up big here in this 4th game, and they need him to. Probably the least proven, I would say, out of the 3 players on this team. He has played with UNLV before, but it's really Wheat and Garen that have been staples of this team. So if you want to silence the haters here, Creature, you're going to have to show up big here in this 4th game, and he's doing so far. Maybe he can get a goal here. No, it's actually Wheat. Delayed on the shot. Clever idea to try and bait out the defenders, but unfortunately they had 2 back. So although the first couldn't make the save, the second could. LCU definitely playing better defense here, but they've been locked into defense for what feels like forever. We're halfway through this game. They've got 1 shot registered in comparison to the 7 that UNLV have already got.
And LCU only having 1 shot is crazy. Even in the game in which they were struggling to be able to get something on target, they were still maintaining at least a somewhat of an offensive presence. Schmacked trying to kickstart something with a flip into a reset, now carrying it forward. That's a double commit. Now Garen and Wheat in tandem going down the pitch. Garen a little slow, still has the reset, gonna get a 50. That's an odd angle for Creature in the post. The 4th defender, all reliable, coming to the rescue.
But I do like that we're starting to see UNLV take those risks when they can. Creature diving in as a third man, there is a huge risk, especially if he doesn't contact. That's an immediate counterattack. He at least gets the 50, and he at least makes the challenge. A big difference from the UNLV we have seen in the games prior. They're finally starting to find that balance between this passive, very defensive play and an offense that will take the risks when they need to. 90 seconds left in this game. They do only have a 1-goal lead, though, so they need to be careful. You do not want to let this one slip away unnecessarily, or maybe you can just build on it. Creature trying to get some offense started.
I really love that touch from Creature. That past 30 seconds, UNLV had probably collectively 70 boost and sinking. Creature gets 100 boost in the midfield. Ball gets cleared. He lobs it up to buy time. Everyone reforms, and UNLV is right back at it. It's a nice way to be able to keep their team in it, but that's only one play. How about a second one? That's not a touch from Schmack. That is from Process. Wheat with his back to the play, still able to get in the way.
Yeah, the veteranship of Wheat here starting to show up in a big way. This is his final summer series, by the way. Him and Garen both graduate in the fall semester. So he said it. When I saw him, he said, I want to qualify for this. I want to, end my legacy with UNLV in a meaningful way. And he's doing so here. He's trying to get an upset over the #1 seed in LCU. And if they can just hold on to this game, they'll at least get a Game 5. And they're doing so even further. Another save as UNLV hold on.
Creature trying to recover, getting back to this one, and he does so spectacularly. Schmack is going to be intercepted. Process, he will not find a similar fate. He gets past one, deflection past two. Smacked has Snow, but Snow turns away from it, didn't believe in the play. I don't mind that for preservation of offensive pressure, but ultimately, that might be their best opportunity, particularly with the final 10 seconds. Snow trying to launch one. Garen a flawless read, and he'll get a double as well. And a deflection!
My God! And he will get the goal of the day! There is no way he does that here on Game 4!
When you need a big-time play, who else but Garen, a staple of the Western Conference, UNLV. They got to be feeling great. That's a second goal, and that is now a second game on the tally. We're going to Game 5 in this upper final. West keeps bringing the content.
All of Texas just had a shiver go straight up their spine, and they have no idea why. Garen is sending a message from the middle of the desert here in Nevada. Oh my goodness, UNLV are ready to qualify with what would probably be our biggest upset of the day, if I'm being honest. This is quite something. LCU, I mean, again, they do turn up and starting to get some shots at the end of the game, but still being outshot 10-6. And Garen, Wheat, and Creature all had at least 3 shots apiece. We talk about them turning up the offense. They turn up the offense while still having the same cohesive play that we have been complimentary on them for the entire series.
Getting a shutout is also no small feat either. That's the first time that we've actually been able to see that from LCU, being able to not get on the board. And that, again, is something that might have to get in the back of their head. Granted, yes, the Garen peak is great, but throughout that play, UNLV had several opportunities that were just barely wide. Creature hitting that near post on that counterattack is one of them, and we also had several kind of quick glances. Of course, have to talk about Process having an open shot after being dimed up by his teammate, and Wheat somehow able to 180 on the goal line, get the save to the corner. It's opportunities like that that do not come around twice, so that's why you got to nail it on the first time. When we talk about closely contested series, this is arguably the most archetypical, prototypical, whatever type of series that you have. So only natural it has to be going to Champions Field.
Going to Champions Field, the question is who comes out and emerges victorious? Will we see a lower bracket run from an LCU who no one even thought would ever get there? Or do we see UNLV have to make the lower bracket and try and hold on for one last summer series? We're about to find out. Game 5, Champions Field is finally here. UNLV trying to complete the upset after a shutout victory in a dramatic fashion in our last game.
Snow. I like the softer touch, and I especially like the pinch, especially when Smacked is able to get that one even further. Thing is that that's a play that only works with 2 players. Wheat on the counterattack, tapping it down to Garen, taking it slow. I like the 50 attempt, but Creature being disrupted off ball by Snow, which is really going to diffuse that attack. Snow with a 1-2, and again, I like the ideas from both sides, but it almost just seems like they don't have enough momentum to actually carry through these passes.
Am I wrong in saying it's both sides right now? It kind of feels like the beginning of the game is like, you challenge, no you challenge, no you challenge. Like, both sides are kind of waiting for the other approach, and then they're trying to figure out how to take this. It makes sense for LCU because they're starting to get dusted to the ball. We're starting to see a lot more clean beats out of UNLV that we'd seen prior, but for UNLV, it's the opposite. As you commented upon earlier, Taco, LCU have immaculate 50s. They're just muscling through a lot of these challenges, so for both sides, they're kind of playing this guessing game of like, when is the other team going to make their approach? And when they do, how do I approach it a bit more methodically? Through the first minute 15 here, we haven't seen a lot of chaos erupt. Maybe this can change it. Garen to the backboard, and UNLV have got some offense to work with.
And we will be seeing kind of a higher lob. I was waiting to see where the LCU challenge was coming from, and it did not. Nothing wrong with passive play. Thing is, UNLV has been kind of reaping the rewards of finding that space every once in a while. Not necessarily on those. Everyone from UNLV on a different page as they all back up and do want to maintain that possession. And we're going to see a lot more softer touches, I think, as this goes on, because as Game 5 continues and the mistakes start to become more and more apparent as being consequences, I think we're going to see deeper rotations, safer positions. And because of that, you will be able to actually gather the play and then slowly drag it upfield.
This one to the backboard where Schmacked is waiting. He's got a full tank of boost, so he's got time and space to work with, but an immediate challenge out of UNLV. Shut that down before it even becomes dangerous. Snow diving in on that one in a dangerous position, but pinch out to process isn't exactly going to help him out either. This feels eerily similar to Game 1, where both teams are kind of testing the waters, not wanting to over-aggress, not wanting to play too passively, just trying to find a middle ground that'll be sustainable. The issue is, that's going to lead both of them to a very risky playstyle to where if a single mistake happens, it's probably going to cost them the game. Speaking of mistakes, that's a horrible one! That's a great save from Schmack! What a way to make up from Snow's poor touch!
And still not done, or I would say that if not for Garen getting that miss on, maybe anticipating a smaller bounce out of everything. Creature gonna get on this one. Schmack dances past him. Now has another one to beat in Wheat. He's trying to shadow, but he got no boost to do so. High lob, double commit, off-ball demo. Everybody trying to float back to earth, but poor Snow trying to finesse it. Creature giving him none of that peace of mind.
Creature in the corner, though, on 0 boost, needs a little bit more work, and he will. The pass out to Weed almost contacts, but instead, what it does allow is for UNLV to get back quickly and have all the boost. The corner was taken, the midfield was taken, meaning Snow's got nothing, meaning the pass out center could have been completed, but Garen is interrupted, and so is Weed. Bumped off the ball, and now a chance for LCU to get some boost and recenter themselves. They're still on defense, though. Process trying to make me eat my words as he launches an offense, but he's the only one downfield. They're going to have to retreat yet again.
Creature, another extension downfield, but LCU spaces themselves correctly on this one. However, UNLV, they will not follow suit. Schmack had a chance again. He's going to go for the ground double, but it's really just kind of a Hail Mary play, which I don't really mind. I mean, try it out. It's still 0-0, but still have not really seen anything from LCU that has made me impressed. But I do say my prediction coming more and more true. I think both teams wanted to play more defensive than anything. I don't know if that's the mentality to play. Typically, you want to play to win, not play to avoid the loss.
Well, they might be playing for an overtime if we keep going like this. A minute left here, and neither team has gotten a goal. Hold on now. UNLV hunting for one, but Creature's pass way too ambitious. It's fired through midfield where there are already defenders. Is there anyone back to defend this one? Technically just Process, but the boomer out will buy time for his teammates. Now to maybe get some defensive posturing as well, because I don't think UNLV, never mind, they are going to concede the midfield and concede offense. Instead, they'll actually make some saves on the line here as they're just trying to get some boost to work with. Indeed, they are. That's why they send this downfield where Wheat will bump Process. Creature there for the follow-up off the sidewall. Can't find anything, but Garen can dust Snow, who only gets a 50. Both teams, again, still hesitant to head to the air and still hesitant to try for these 50s. They do not want one pinch to go awry, because with 15 to go, that could be the final goal that ends this series.
Wheat has a double angle. He's able to put that one in the middle. Where is Creature? He has to 180 for it. Snow will get to it with a deflection. Maybe a double into the way again. Wheat rejoining the attack. Garen on the side wall. Process finding Snow, and it's just out of reach. I don't know if that was going to be a deflection, but frankly, I don't care. It's Game 5 overtime. Next goal determines who's into Summer Series.
This is exactly what we wanted. LCU, the kings of new. UNLV, the kings of old. An old guard that has been around CRL and Summer Series for what feels like forever. It's either the best upset of the day or it's the #1 seed solidifying their position in Summer Series. And right now, it might be LCU with the offense they have generated. Since kickoff, they have been in control. Maybe this can change it. Garen, a beat out at midfield, gets around one. Can't get around Schmack, but he can steal the boost and now give UNLV some offense to work with. If not for an overcommitment, Wheat gonna not make the touch. Process will, and overtime goes to LCU.
And this is the one play here. You can see we get kind of bought in on this one. That's a type of play that works so well because of the angles at play. Player in the middle is slightly off ball, also completely blind side of the defender. Pass comes in, you bite in hard, and that's why sometimes it's better to get the fake challenge. LCU coming through the fire and flames of UNLV, and now it seems like the University of Nevada, Las Vegas going to have to make a terror run in the lower bracket as they await their opponent.
I believe in them to be able to do so as well, though. I do think that if UNLV are playing to this level today, being able to take our #1 seed Game 5 and do so in pretty impressive fashion, again, goal today going to Garen without a second thought, I have to imagine they've got good odds going into that lower bracket, but we know that lower bracket is really anybody's for the taking. We've seen chaos erupt there more times than anywhere else, so we're going to have to see. We'll bring back in Seb and Vaude here to kind of talk about that one, because I'm curious to see if they believe that UNLV also outdid their expectations here.
I think they did great. I mean,
Yeah, that was awesome.
An amazing
That was a great
performance
series.
from UNLV. And, well, let me move more towards the center. There we go. It was cut off for a second. But I think UNLV really performed to what we were hoping they would. Again, they were that close. 1 goal difference for them making it into Summer Series. And looking at the lower bracket and the way that they played against those teams, I mean, UTD, high school, shout out in chat, was saying we got smacked by them. So it's like, I don't know how easy it's going to be for some of those teams in the lower bracket to put up some good performances against this UNLV squad after such a series like that. And with the way that the West has been going, I mean, it's not much time for UNLV to have to wait for their matchup to be ready. So
It's already
that's going to be
ready.
interesting too. Yeah, is it actually already ready?
Yeah, UT
Oh, wow.
Dallas just finished the 3-0 sweep over Sac State, so
There we go.
Dallas is
So
already
a
waiting.
rematch, UT Dallas versus UNLV. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Dallas, but I gotta go with UNLV on that one, just based on what we saw.
I mean, let's also bring it back as far as like LCU. I mean, LCU is a team that surprised a lot of people coming into this, that they were going to be kind of like the maybe not the new kings of the West. I think there's still some time for that, but definitely in contention. And being able to go a full best of 5 against a team of that caliber shows like UNLV, they never really left. They're really wanting this qual and to be able to compete consistently against the best of the West here.
Yeah, and with that too, we're going to be moving on over to Shawnee versus UTK next, potentially doing St. Clair versus USF versus Syracuse after St. Clair and USF are currently in Game 3. St. Clair up 1-0 there, so potential
Actually,
to see
they're tied.
either of those
They're
two
tied.
teams again.
They're tied.
Oh, they're tied now?
Yeah.
Oh, well, there we go. So yeah, still a lot of great stuff that happened in those matches. Still some more results coming in from the West. But with that though, I know we can break down that series. I know we can talk about it as much as we can, but we only have so much time. So we want to take a little bit of a quick break. And then after that, we'll be back with that next series, talking more about the results as they have come through and getting ready for the next matchup. So we're just going to get into that matchup, take a quick break here, and then we'll be back with Shawnee State versus UTK and seeing one new team guaranteed into Summer Series after this.
Your dream is the first step on your educational path. Let Nelnet Bank help you go from dreamer to achiever with a private student loan. Simple application process, flexible repayment plans, and easy co-signing options. Apply at nelnetbank.com/elevate.
Welcome back, everyone, to the CCA Summer Series 24, sponsored by Nelnet Bank. Vaudible, Bass, Taco, and Seb. Switching up the caster pairings this time, it's going to be Seb and Taco, the OG cast, bringing you this next series, UTK versus Shawnee State Esports. Yeah, let's put on the sunglasses again. I got to take my glasses off because they don't fit. But I'm a little blind here, but it's okay. Let's go over some of the brackets, though. Take a look at the West. We haven't really had a chance to look at it so far. We've been giving you updates across the series as they have been progressing. But as you can see, of course, Maryville making it through there. And the lower bracket is very interesting. UBC losing to Texas Longhorns, and then NAU taking out those Texas Longhorns in Game 5. Borregos and UBC currently figuring out their Game 5 as there was some technical issues, so we'll get that sorted as quickly as we can. But ASU Devils also making a name for themselves, too.
ASU looking good. I want to give credit to them. I do not want to take away any of the, the fact that they've made it to the grand finals here, but probably our most disappointing DQ of the day has got to be Weber State, a team that we ranked in the top 10 that we honestly thought would be coming out of this bracket as the second seed. Maybe it was between them and like Borregos, but now it's looking like we've got a shot at probably 3 teams making it. I'm going to probably lean towards Borregos taking that UBC match. I'm sorry, Seb. I'm just gonna be real with you, bro.
I get it.
Yeah, but we could get a rematch between NAU and Borregos because of that, and I think that would be exciting because then we find out which one of the two teams then has a good shot at coming out of second seed.
Yeah. It'll be interesting.
I think so. I mean, I'm also looking at this and once again, like Missouri S&T, please get it together. I've predicted you so many times. I just need you to make it through. They still have a chance in lowers for this pool, and I don't see, unless UTA just clutches out, goes on a god run, represents Texas, and really takes
GCU currently leading that series too. I
don't know. I don't see too many others that are handling to the caliber of Missouri S&T. I'm willing to be proven wrong, but that one looks like it may be done and dusted.
Currently in Game 5, UTA on a reverse sweep potential after a 4-3 game. So we'll see what happens there.
Yeah.
Quick little update from the East, by the way. Looks like we've got results in for Davenport and USM. USM have qualified for Summer Series. They've beaten Davenport's red team, so we've got another team in there. USM, they able to avoid the tilt out after the upper bracket, which, reasonably, that's a hard one to come back from a reverse sweep.
That's like one of the only times the lower bracket wait after upper bracket final that is actually useful. Like you'd want, I would not want to play immediately after that. I would want to walk around, grab a snack,
need to be iced out. Yeah, for sure. I think honestly too, because again, like when we look at their run in the first qual, like they were so close at so many times, and then eventually when coming into this one, they had to play against Durham, I believe, again, and unfortunately, the reverse sweep happened, which there's not much you could do about it, and it clearly they got red, but they were able to clutch out. And again, we knew that when they are on their peaks, they are playing incredibly well, but when they're on their deficits, it looks really rough. So getting that proper ice out, getting a full reset really benefited them.
Also, looking at some of the other brackets here as well. I mean, we'll talk about Pool 4 in a sec, but let's go to Pool 3 and see how things have been developing there. We just saw the match of LCU versus UNLV, and, well, UNLV quickly getting into their match against UT Dallas after Sac State Esports. Shout out to Sacramento. They took down Tigres in a 3-1 fashion in that lower bracket, so some interesting results coming out from this Pool 3 specifically, and curious to see if there's any match data yet for the UT Dallas and other matchup as well. But it looks like UT Dallas currently has the game 1 victory over UNLV 2-1 there specifically. So we'll see exactly how that progresses. But UT Dallas trying to make that comeback.
I think I did sleep on UT Dallas, if I remember correctly. Did I? I think
we
I
all
did.
did.
I think we all did.
I think all of us kind of were basically on the agreement that it's like, okay, it should be LCU, and honestly, probably should be UNLV, but I will say UT Dallas and also Sac State Esports were two teams that I really thought were pretty solid. I was like, Sac State Esports in CCS, a lot of people were saying, hey, they're playing well in those leagues. You need to give them their flowers. And that was the matchup in the lower semi. It was Sac State Esports versus UT Dallas. However, Luby, Dalton, they're too good. That 3-0 into the loser finals should be really interesting to see. So UNLV, I will say, if anything, you should come pretty confident out of that upper final, knowing that you gave it your absolute all. And now they just got to hope for the best in that banger of a lower matchup.
I'm a little sad if that Sac State went out, though, because I think they were the last of our 20th seeds that had a shot at qualifying. Almost every event that we've had here on the CCA channel, at least one 20-something seed is able to make it in. They were kind of our last Hail Mary. It kind of sounds like, well, it doesn't sound like it. We know they've lost and that they're out of this one. So would have been crazy to see the, Cinderella run, but instead, I think with either UNLV or UT Dallas taking it, it's a deserved spot, and also nice to have another staple of Collegiate Rocket League back into some series.
Well, now we have non-staples coming in this next matchup, UTK versus Shawnee State Esports. Of course, I know most of Shawnee State is the old IRSC roster, but it is a different college there. They've been doing some good work in the Mid-South Conference for some time, so I'm curious to see how this team does for their new school that they're representing. I mean, shout out to their director there that's been doing some good work for their team, trying to get some good recruits, and hey, now they picked up most of our IRSC, so it's a really solid squad there specifically.
Sorry, I was just really had to lock in. The next match which we have up, it is an interesting one. Now that I think we're in the test lobby, we can talk about it. It is going to be UTK versus Shawnee State. We know the chat's been going crazy about it. One that I think that we've gotten some curses of Raws, we've gotten some shout outs for Shawnee. I'm pretty sure everyone wants to see this. I'm very excited to see it happen. I think when it comes down to it, this is a match that will have a decent amount of stakes. These are two teams we just haven't seen a ton of throughout the course of like high-level collegiate play, and I think we're all excited to see how they perform.
The UTK curse of Raw in the chat.
Yeah.
I love
we
the
do
support
have
for
one more
UTK.
bracket to cover. Let's actually cover one more bracket, and then we'll get to the
we
match.
do have one
waiting
more
for that.
bracket. Pool 4, of course, is a very important one. CU Boulder with that upset that came out there against University of Kansas. Not too big of an upset, though. I mean, that is the squad we expected last time to potentially qualify. Kind of got disappointed a little bit there. Iowa with the rematch here in the lower bracket versus Kansas is an interesting thing to note, too. They went all the way to Game 5, so both these teams trying to make a case for themselves to be the one that qualifies, and I would be happy with either of these squads, honestly.
I kind of agree. I mean, listen, we did also sort of. I distinctly remember sleeping on Colorado Boulder.
Yes, you did.
You did.
You know what? Congrats. I'll give it to them. I take the L. That is my L. They locked in. They locked in. I'm so used to kind of not be like disappointed, but I feel like I tend to sleep on Colorado teams a lot just from CRLs in the past. But I think they were really able to lock in this one.
Also, some updates in the bracket. St. Clair USF currently in Game 5. Winner plays Syracuse for that last spot in their pool for CCA Summer Series. Rochester also just took down Drexel in Game 5 on Kendo Slice's stream, and now he's going to be doing the rematch of Rochester versus Akron Gold. It went to Game 5 before, and Akron came on top. We'll see if the flip of the coin works in the other favor this time. I mean, there's some great matches that are happening in the background, so definitely recommend checking out the Rocket League directory on Twitch and seeing the other matches that are being streamed. St. Clair, I believe, have their own stream. Saints Gaming CA. We'll see how long it lasts. There's only a minute and 20 seconds left, depending on who comes out on top there. But this UTK matchup, I mean, we've been hyping up UTK a lot recently with the way that they've been performing. I mean, shout out to Mr. Bepic with the way that he's been putting on show matches for them against other Southeastern teams. And you can tell that the Southeastern representation really hype for that squad too. So it's like the Southeast versus the North with Michigan for Shawnee to see who comes out on top on this one, Bass.
I will say we're continuing to have. I think there's been a couple arguments today about what is the ultimate state now for collegiate Rocket League, and there's a couple of arguments here for Michigan. There's a couple of arguments for Missouri. There's a couple of arguments for even Mississippi now, or at least they're trying to put in arguments for that at this point here. But a lot of these questions are going to kind of get answered with the upcoming matches here because it's a lot of the secondary schools for these states. Shawnee being able to get a win here would be absolutely massive against UTK. Cuse being able to take a win over somebody like USF or St. Clair kind of takes away from either the Canada or the Florida bias that we have here on the cast. I mean, either way, I'm excited to see how this wraps up. We've had a really good day of Summer Series quals. I got to say, it's one of the few days where, we've done quals like this before, but there's always a couple of teams that DQ that just make it super weird, and all of a sudden the seeding feels weird. Teams that don't perform at the level that we expect them to. Not a lot of that today. Most teams showed up. Most players played to the level we expected to. We've had some banger qualifiers stand out these quals for Summer Series this year.
Yeah.
Well, we might see a banger win here potentially by USF in the next 15 seconds against St. Clair. So we'll see what happens there. But, hey, we got that one Canadian team representation, and Phil Clutch just got the second goal. So we can pretty much say that USF does get that victory against St. Clair. I mean, technically, 2 kickoff goals can happen, but it doesn't usually happen. So the game does sound like it's ready, though. We will set it on to Taco and Seb, who will take us into this one.
Hello, Taco. Back in the booth.
The OG cast from RLCS now over to CRL. This is really the combo that doesn't combine in, mainly just because you typically are chained to the hosting desk. I still have protested HR. I don't think they should chain you. I mean, you're not going anywhere. It's fine. But either way, we're not going anywhere for the next 40 minutes or so because UTK and Shawnee State sure to be a great one. You have UTK, kind of the upstart program, bringing in Taibu, Crisp, and Joe Bro. They're going to get the first goal up against the Revenge Arc of Shawnee.
Yeah, of course. Shawnee, we know, former members of the infamous IRSC roster that was able to do so much damage, punch above their weight. But both of these teams having incredible stories coming into this match. Again, like UTK, like you mentioned, that school is looking to do some damage. Same with Shawnee State. An interesting one, I think, to set the tone for this Summer Series qual.
And being able to get that first goal is great, but the thing is, we have not really been seeing a lot of Shawnee on broadcast, and mainly just because there's so many talented teams. This is definitely one of them. For anyone who is checking in, Shawnee's been around for quite some time. Their program has been competitive, but not really ever really be able to cross that finish line. You got Ducky, former of MTU, and Taco Stash and Jeezy Slayer coming in, the coach of Ground Zero over there in the Australian side. And right now, they're falling a bit behind. Look at that instant counter.
Yeah, immediately on the counter, punishing the space. I mean, I think Slayer just had a difficult time with the read here, but Taco Stash to lock in. Shawnee wanting to prove this program's pedigree, and I don't think they want to be getting beat by an upstart as early as this one, especially when we well, I'm not going to say we have CRL around the corner, but, the head of the semester. Again, we talk about Summer Series and how much it is very much the tone setter for the upcoming fall semester, and that continues to be the case. And for both these programs, they're going to want to get this qual.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing as well how competitive it can be. The amount of game 5s we have gotten out of the lower finals and upper finals across so many of these pools. It's not necessarily something that's unusual, but typically you have those higher seeds kind of taking care of business, getting those 3-1s, 3-0s sometimes, and you just have to shrug and say, best of luck to any team in the lowers. But now it really is anybody's game right now. I would say that about Shawnee in this game 1, but right now they're still searching for their first shot. Really only statistic on the board is just that single save. Taibu not making it easy, along with the rest of his company on these rotations. Joe Bro going to be monitoring this one for the sidewall, almost getting it dunked back in if not for Taco Stash.
That's a rough whiff from Chris, but we'll say that Shawnee is giving UTK a ton of room to operate at the moment. I mean, they're just letting him go all the way back, letting him go completely in transition, not really putting too much force in that midfield to try and get these challenges through, at least stop some space from occurring. UTK for another shot. Crisp needs to rotate back and trying to just challenge cut or easier transition, but will go back to Shawnee's possession.
Jobro going to be intercepted by Taco Stash. I think he wanted the pass to Duckworth, but Duckworth called him off, said he was going back, grabbing pads, and a little miscommunication, but might be yielding another counterattack. A Slayer is up for it. Pass a bit behind, though, and can't do much. Jobro can do even less, though, with 0 boost. How about Duck getting to this one, topping over the first defender, but not getting past the bar?
Yeah, solid backboard defense, though, from Crisp. Good read on where the attack was coming through. Slayer may be able to get it up. Taibu has to pre-jump for it, and he does. Taibu looking maybe for another demo. Jobro's going to use everything he has in the tank. So UTK will back off a little bit. Wait for another mistake to come through for Shawnee. Taco Stash can't get the touch he wanted. It was a decent attempt, though.
Taibu able to set that one back to Crisp. I love that handoff there, especially with the follow through 50. Jobro should be able to keep it going with a soft touch. He's going to try to take on Duckworth as he baits in a 50, but the problem is you have to have the right angle to win that one. The attack will technically still persist as it takes Shawnee having to get a pinch clear to try to get it out of their line, but right now it seems like UTK, it's almost like they're constructing a wall on the back line, and right now it is just so difficult for Shawnee to break through that.
Where was the defenders here? I mean, look at Slayer getting the respawn, unfortunate respawn as well, and you can see just covering that front post, not really awareness as far as where the demo came in and where the respawn was coming through. I thought for sure they would have tried to calm that coverage. So Shawnee caught sleeping a little bit at the front post. 3-0 here for UTK, looking like they might run away with this one.
It's tough to see, especially because as we were talking about it, and all these lower finals are really close, but I will say there are moments when you get into these matchups, you know you have to adjust series to series, but it can't feel good to get punched in the mouth repeatedly as you get into these series. Even then, you can't even catch a break. Taco Stash looking like they can land on that one, pinching into the open net. Slayer with a lead block, double commit, and yet still with 3 players to the ball, it's still going to favor UTK on the clear.
Yeah, but they're keeping the possession, though, and that's all they need to do at the moment, but still... Look at this, 3v2 at the moment. The pass doesn't really look pretty, but whatever works at the end of the day. Taco Stash able to get it out. I think this is the first time I've casted with you where I've also casted Taco Stash, and it's throwing me for a loop.
Name appropriation at times. Who I named it first, I guess we'll really have to check that out a little bit later. Taibu going for the musty on the back post. I was seeing Shawnee kind of let that one go, but as it got closer and closer, not sure where that was going to land. I think we know where this game is going to land in terms of the wins column, but yeah. I would say for right here, Shawnee, this is a situation where I feel like you just take the remaining 30 seconds, maybe get a goal for momentum, but other than that, you kind of just have to talk about, really, you got to lock down this defense a lot sooner. It seems like UTK, the comms really locked in. It seems like their fans were not letting us down whatsoever by begging us to cover their series run.
Nope. If the fans demand it, we will show it. And in this case, we are Crisp. Waiting a while for that clear, but result remains the same. Shawnee State will have to work from behind. UTK collecting their first game win here. Remember, this is the losers final. This is to qual, and UTK are on the path.
Yeah, certainly so. Getting all those goals, getting most players involved in some capacity. Obviously, have a lot of shots coming in from pretty much just Taibu with their 1 goal. But Chris was holding it down, getting their 2 saves. And honestly, I really do like how well they were rotating through the backfield. It wasn't just always constant pressure, like you're slamming shots on target. Shawnee's desperately fighting for their life. Just notice how often in game 1 and potentially the strategy in game 2 of how much UTK pressure, and then as soon as they know a clear's coming in, they back off just enough, let the play breathe, and then they just crush the ball right back into the Shawnee half. It's so irritating to get a counter when you can barely even get the ball off your goal line.
What's crazy too is that UTK just commits so hard in that transition. You'll see there's little space between the players in rotation. They're just wanting to just get as many challenges as possible to suffocate that Shawnee end so that it forces a mistake from the defenders. And it eventually happened where we saw a demo come through, we saw them hovering the front post, and UTK were immediately able to punish. They leave no room for any sort of a mistake. Though that said, that is a risky style that if you commit too hard on it, you will get punished. It just doesn't feel like Shawnee has had those touches where they're able to send it downfield and punish.
And when you do see those moments from Shawnee, I think they'll definitely take advantage of it. And that's really the main thing that I'm looking for in game 2. When you're discombobulated on defense and you're trying to make sure you're just keeping the ball out of your goal, you're not really thinking of anything else. It's kind of hard to communicate, hey, I'm going to try to clear this one middle. Someone get up with me, because everyone's just scrambling to get boost. I think that's number 1 priority. Hold on to your boosts into corners. Make sure you have yourself tabbed off for pads, because you might really only have 1 or 2 brief looks at getting out of your half before it's getting possessed right back in your corner.
Also want to give a bracket update. Borregos has won in Game 5 against UBC, which means Borregos will be moving on, and UBC, the one Canadian team in the West, has been eliminated. Big stage, but alas, they were more of a, you know, let's hope for the best kind of run. Shoutouts for Mexico, though. They keep going in bracket.
Yeah, I know one of our new regions coming in from CRL, truly getting all of North America. I always found it kind of strange when we were like, yeah, it's a North American region, and then you don't have, like, you know, all of Mexico be able to participate. But either way, getting involved, getting typically a placement into CRL or Summer Series, still waiting on the final results. So we still, I believe, have Tigres going through in lower bracket potentially. Yep. But as we figure that one out, we're going to have to see how East is going to finalize as well. This is for a spot of its own, and right now it's looking a lot more even, or at least even-handed. Shawnee trying to advance on that backboard. Jobro does not have it. Unfortunately, Taco Stash was chilling out at midfield to gather up and then try and be able to cook something up. But all that patience from UTK, look at him sitting back just waiting for the clear.
Crisp put UTK on his back, but that's not really where UTK has been excelling right now. Just getting as many touches as possible, and it doesn't even matter if it really is a net positive touch. They'll just do their best, and that is a shot that will be deflected away. UTK continuing this pressure, looking for another shot. Jobro, the boost starvation here against Shawnee will hurt, but Taco Stash finally able to get a decent clear.
And finally is the key word there. Sometimes it does really feel like you're just under the gun. There's not much you can really do with it. Taibu actually get disrupted from behind. I really do like bumps like that. And certainly it's going to be something that any team led by Slayer is going to be implementing, that physical play to disrupt even the offense, not always just the defense on the backside. Taco Stash should be able to advance this one, but the boost, again, an issue. This time not on defense, but more so just advancing out of offense. Only these weak touches forward.
Chris putting one on. Duckworth getting the read and the cutoff of the passing lane. Hit play, but Taibu, again, just holding down that midfield, waiting for their chance. Slayer gonna have to go up, and he does. Slower pace game from game 1, but it's one that I think UTK are pretty confident in controlling. No boost, though, handling that midfield.
Crisp will be able to take the hand off, and that's a really drastic bounce that Taibu has to gather. I'm noticing that he is very much on zero boost, which means Jobro is going to have to gather this one, throwing it deep. Crisp is in the combination. No pass back. I wanted the in-air combination.
That would have been so
instead,
sick.
it is going to be Crisp left alone. Pop up. Slayer trying to get to a Crisp. Fantastic recovery to make it the best out of a really dire situation.
I mean, just the mechs in transition has been so clutch for Crisp. And it's helping UTK transition to just this really oppressive offense. Crisp, again, having to go up. Taibu barely reaches for it. Duckworth puts the shot on. Shawnee with their first goal
Of the series as well, and really it's made through Slayer just getting beat out. Poor Taibu actually does have the save, but he's too far back in goal to really get it out, and it's still, you need a Duckworth to be able to finish that one off. That's first goal getting on through, and now it's on UTK for the first time this series to really figure out, do they have the potential to be able to get back into this one after really even up to that goal asking a lot of the questions on offense.
Crisp, back to Taibu. Slayer back, but you have to be careful. Taibu willing, no, he's not going to boost steal. I think that might have been a better take, especially since you do have teammates who are challenging in the midfield. Taco Stash not able to get through. Taibu, again, looking for a teammate. Crisp taking it by himself. All over the place. UTK puts this one on. It's almost slotted through, but Slayer gets the read.
See, Duckworth should be able to get to that one. Crisp gets a piece of it as Taco Stash will advance it downfield. It's going to be a bit of a double commit as Duckworth sends in, but that could be a full team counterattack. This Taco Stash, they're getting bummed. Jobro with an open air dribble. Can he make it count with the lead blocker? Saved off the bar. Taibu, high lob. Somehow Taco not only pre-jumps it, but gets a double. The man is locked in.
Yeah, that defense was so pivotal to keeping Shawnee in this game. UTK had every opportunity, but just clutch at the right moment. Still, transition Slayer has so much time to make this work. Taibu running for the Slayer. Just no boost to work with to get the angle. Taibu chases him down. Taco Stash, not the best touch from Jobro. It might go through if Slayer can get a decent challenge. Crisp fighting in that midfield with 30 seconds remaining. UTK on the back foot.
Taco Stash, unfortunately, going to send that one to the middle for nobody. That's why Duckworth is all the way back. Risky catch because he's fallen off the wall. That's wide open for Taibu if he wants it, but really no one anticipated that. You can see him all for the side of UTK just chilling all the way back. Might still get the reward as Chris sets it to Jobro. Taibu jumps for it, miscomms. I mean, that is a missed opportunity.
Flair. Last few. Duckworth maybe wanting to wrap it up here. UTK threw away a chance. The last possession, can you do anything with it? Crisp in position. Jobro over to Crisp, looking for the 0 second. Can't get anything though. The possession still in UTK's hands. Taibu going up, going for the shot. Crisp trying for the redirect, but no. Shawnee State will take game 2.
The brutal part as well is that if that third player coming through from UTK was turned around, that actually would have been a perfect dime right in front of the goal underneath the defenders. But alas, so hard to coordinate when you are just so focused on keeping the ball in the air. Shawnee scraping by, I will say, with a 1-goal victory after a 12-shot onslaught from the University of Tennessee opponents. And right now, I think this is where we're starting to see the true lower final caliber from Shawnee State. They got really socked in the mouth, but this game looked a lot more confident all throughout.
Yeah, and UTK, it really felt like the messiness that they try and operate on in the offensive field, they were punished for it finally, and it just hasn't been able to come together as decisively as we've seen in game 1. So we'll see if they can bring it all together. They have the pieces clearly. Crisp, you could tell he's like itching. He's just waiting to get that goal, and he's just been carrying it up the field so many times, and he wants that opportunity. Almost had that opportunity at the very last second, but wasn't able to clutch it out. So Shawnee will be continuing with this tie game, and that means we just have a best of 3 ahead of us, guys.
Yeah, a functional best of 3 to be able to see who from this pool is going to be the last team to qualify in for Summer Series. Because again, this is last chance saloon for really everybody coming through on this matchup. This is going to be the Summer Series qual number 2. No more chances for anyone. So I think when we do look at this matchup, it is going to start to see nerves. I think UTK was looking hyper confident in game 1, and in Neo Tokyo, there were moments, especially under 90 seconds to go, seeing double commits, seeing some bailed reads, seeing 2 players go for something that is both inopportune, and I think that is only going to increase if they don't get a buckle on the mental. Salty Shores is the venue to see if we can't see that from them.
And again, look at the aggressiveness from UTK. Jobro barely misses the angle. Again, the aggressiveness from UTK, sending it 2-man, 3-man, all the way downfield, looking for that chance. Crisp has the chance to go insane here. Fakes Slayer, but no, does gets the save.
Taco Stash, really solid hit. Even better from Taibu to send it on back. Slayer gonna keep this one low, specifically because Taibu is man-marking that read off the ceiling. Crisp is gonna have to rely on his teammates to get back because he can only take a 50. That one's not gonna go well. Jobro, no contact. Taibu right into Slayer. Where is the third? Taco Stash all the way back getting boost.
He's going all the way. Taco Stash going all the way himself, actually, looking for the solo. Slayer, it's a decent read, and this is where I think Shawnee are going to be starting to play to their advantage a little bit. They have a good read, and they make it work. Duckworth, again, these challenges that are coming through, they're so aggressive. They are not respecting UTK at all, and it's paying off for them.
Honestly, I would not be surprised if Jobro thought Taibu was going to get any semblance of a touch there, and Taibu probably thought he did as well. 0 boost, but he's so close to it, so when that shot comes right down the middle, Jobro almost jump scared there, didn't realize he was actually going to be called into action, and that is the problem of not getting to those reads right off the rip. Sometimes really going to bite you. Jobro now has to make up for it, as it looks like Shawnee, they're revitalized. They're playing with a lot of confidence in these rotations, albeit not a lot of precision. That touch getting away from Taco Stash. Now back to defense we go.
Jobro looking for the read, able to actually take that full boost from the Shawnee side. That might actually hurt, especially if Duckworth is using as much as he is. Jobro puts one on. Taco Stash barely there. The demo comes through. Taibo, both UTK and Shawnee scrambling to make this attempt work. In transition, Crisp getting the save, but he's going to have to do it again, and he does. Taibu going backwards. Shawnee able to make this 2-0.
And I love this from Slayer, the player who is the pro coach and also knows that when you get an opportunity like this, last thing you want to do is smack it to that back post because you got 2 defenders. How about switching up the slower shot, the change up even into the near? Both defenders caught helpless on that one. And this seems like a complete turnaround. We have already seen Shawnee get their first goal in the Neo Tokyo, and that was really the only one in it. Now, goals are all equalized here. Shawnee starting to pull away. Crisp trying to pull themselves back. Only can get past one on the air dribble.
These solo plays just aren't working out for UTK, though. They keep on having 1-man carry and then, playing reactive based off the defensive touch. It's not working out in their favor at the moment because they're not creating the space to make that work. Slayer able to get a demo on the defensive line, taking out the 3rd man. And Jobro able to take the 100. from Shawnee will slow down the transition, but it might not matter, especially if Duckworth is going all the way in, but he can't get the second touch for the pass. It might not matter, though. Slayer still in position. Crisp doing the best he can to will his team across this finish line.
A lot of these passes from UTK, I love the idea, but the problem is they're not on the same page. It's a ball saying, hey, I'm going to hit this across, and the player across is already hitting back saying, wait, I'm not ready for the pass. On defense, hey, I'm going to touch this corner, but the player's saying, I just left the corner for you. So now there's just all this miscommunication, and it's not necessarily due to a lack of quality. These players all incredibly high level. It's really just in the moment. You have
what
to
a catch.
improvise. You have to make sure you lock on in on every single moment, and part of that is making sure that when you're hitting the ball forward or toward a teammate, it's something they can actually work with.
That catch from Taibu was so close to being incredible. That's the thing, is that especially with UTK, like, we know mechanically they have the ability. They're playing so well in terms of their mechanics, and they're doing all right. However, Shawnee, I mean, it's just the epitome of, hey, we have absolutely no respect on our challenges. We're going to take every single 50 as if you are plat to us. And it is really working out for them. They've been able to net themselves 2 goals off of it and just get so much space on the pitch off it.
And the problem is they're still looking for one. Crisp is trying to help out with demos, but the problem is it's not going to get on Slayer. Duckworth gets a revenge demo. Now he's joining the attack. Jobro can only get to the corner. Duck into the middle with a pinch. That's going to buy a lot of time for everyone to reset, but not necessarily to the benefit of UTK. Bounce down. Crisp just has to send it to the heavens, and looks like Duckworth is already there to meet it off the ceiling as well. You can feel the momentum slowly leading further and further for Shawnee. If not for that goal line save, that would have been 3.
Yeah, Jobro needed this one. And they still need the save. Duckworth's going to put one on. Taibu just barely in position. Taco Stash looking for the rebound. Crisp takes it out. 45 seconds. And I think if UTK want a chance at this game, you're going to have to score within the next 10. Taibu, again, challenge is coming in the midfield. No respect from Shawnee, wanting to make sure they put UTK in that defensive half and that they can't get out.
Crisp going to be met on the way by Taco Stash, and I gotta say, Shawnee's challenge game is immaculate down the stretch of these games. Every single time they're in a position where it looks like it's going to be a contentious play, they just lock in, jump once, get a 50, next player follows it up, and I think that's why you're starting to see UTK start to go back to these air dribbles, start to go in these midfield passes, because that's really the only way they're getting past. They are not winning the one-on-ones. This is why it's a 3v3 game mode, and right now, it looks like the better squad is Shawnee. Is there going to be a consolation on Salty Shores? The answer is no. It's match point for Summer Series Qual.
UTK can't even force the own goal on Shawnee, and you can't even buy one at this point. They went from going 3-0 in game 1 to essentially just being completely shut out in the rest of this series thus far. They are going to have to go to the lab to figure this one out, because it's not even just Shawnee that their challenge game is immaculate, but that covering the passing lanes in transition has been so important for them. They've been able to really mitigate any sort of passing plays coming through from UTK, and it's really shown, because UTK, I mean, look at the shot total. It's 5 compared to the 8 from Shawnee.
Yeah, sure. That works out at the end of the day. So, yeah, I mean, being able to see the shot count come in, it is more even than you'd expect, but definitely you're starting to see the saves be even, and you're saying, well, what's really the difference? Honestly, the thing that stats can't show is just possession. I would love a heat map for how often UTK was in their own third, or rather getting into the midfield, looking at the offense, and then just immediately turning around to get to defense. It felt like I've never seen a moment where they had a solid passing attempt into the middle that led to a shot. It was always a pass across, and they had to chase it or maybe try to steal some boost, and Shawnee was having none of it. They really need to turn things around, because not only is that a rough loss to have, especially not even getting that goal at the end on their best chance, but now this is your final 5 minutes if you don't turn it around. They got to win the next 2 to get into Summer Series.
Yeah, it is a mountain to climb, and one thing that I'm liking about Shawnee at the moment is, whereas in game 1 and 2, it really felt like they were locked into their own half. They were taking any transitions they could get. In game 3, that was all on them. That was very much all on them to be able to... We're in game 3. Yes, we're in game 4 at the moment. That was all on Shawnee to be able to make that work, and all of it was just offensive production for them. And sure, UTK had those saves, but it was all on the cusp of Shawnee putting in the work in the offense. So 4:30 on the clock, and Shawnee, they're on the cusp.
Duckworth, he certainly knows it. And making sure no mistakes slip on through for defense. Usually a pinch like that will cause some people to sweat, but positioning is locked in. Jobro tries to get that cut. I really like that pass attempt, but ultimately going to be intercepted yet again.
Crisp got in an awkward spot too. Shawnee couldn't capitalize, but still taking the demo out of Crisp. Taibu rotating back, gonna be able to collect the... No, not collect the boost. How didn't that pick up? But regardless, Shawnee, again, turning on the Jets, keeping that offensive control, mitigating these transitions from UTK and these pre-jumps from Jobro. That's not how you want to do it. And Crisp, it's all on him. Gets the flick over one, but Duckworth will be there.
It was incredible from Duckworth to be able to have just enough boost to be able to shadow that one and get that save off, because if you ask for a flawless 45 from Crisp, that's exactly what it would look like if you looked up in the RL Encyclopedia. And it seems like the job is still not done for Shawnee, because Jobro is encroaching Crisp. That's a wide open shot, overcomplicates that one well wide. Jobro tries to keep it alive, just throwing to the sidewall, but only so much you can do.
At this point, I think, yeah, like you mentioned, overcomplicating is very much a symptom. You know, they're not going for flip resets in their face, but they're trying to go for passing lanes that they don't need to go for. And you could just put on a shot and then play reactive based off that. So Slayer, no boost, just going to go for the pinch. Jobro over to Taibu, but nothing will come from it.
Slayer up for this one, gets the interception. Taco Stash, that's a lot of boost and a lot of space as well. Looking for the carry. Jobro, the squishy in and out for a save. Talk about in the clutch.
Yeah, it was one that looked like it could have been a fake, could have been in. Taco Stash leaves it for Jobro. Jobro, we talk all the time about like unnecessary squishy saves, and that one was very necessary, even though it was a little stylish.
I mean, at the end of the day, it keeps your momentum going, and that's sometimes what you need to be able to get these saves, and not only the deflection to get the clear. Thing is, the ball is not clear.
Oh.
Taibu knows that acutely well, because he has to pull out a crazy top corner read to deprive Duckworth. Taco Stash underneath one, and if he had a bit more boost, as everybody in the defense thought he would, that could have been it.
I just wish that we saw more off-ball movement from Shawnee from that. The no boost, I mean, at this point, with the new update, you should be able to see each other. No way! No way does he just poke this one through! Taco Stash breaks the deadlock, 1-0 Shawnee.
I almost guarantee Taibu took that one saying, I'm getting one more play in the 50, did not realize just how far away from his car everybody left the back end. And now you can turn on the death timer if you're a Shawnee fan. You are 2 minutes away from making it through qual number 2, but UTK, they're not helpless. They're still fighting. Taibu can't get past both defenders.
Great read, though, from the pre-jump. Brilliantly done. Midfield, though. You can see all of Shawnee on the rotate back. They're just trying to play at the pace of UTK. Crisp getting a demo, clearing up space, but I think it's too little too late. Jobro, though, look how aggressive he's being. UTK looking to shift and just create more space in that offensive zone. That's the only way you're going to be able to do stuff. And Crisp looking to deal all of UTK's offense on himself. Make sure that there is no Shawnee player standing.
GZ able to lay it down, looking for the 50, and I have to say hats off to UTK. Oftentimes that gets deflected right on through, but they don't win any points or especially goals for good defense. They got to earn that on their own. Crisp, hard challenge. Taibu has to 180. A demo in the midfield means that it is a 2v1 on defense. This is the chance to counteract, because Crisp, he's wide up in the middle.
Pass.
He will be found. The pass is too far away.
Just a touch too far, and that was UTK's moment. It's not done yet, though. The bump comes through. Crisp puts UTK on the board.
10 out of 10 from Jobro. Does not have anything to do in this play, so he just looks around. Who can I slap? Slayer, the captain on the de facto title from Shawnee. And now we do have a ball game. Pause that timer, as I mentioned before. UTK right back in it. For how long, though? Slayer up over one. No double. Jobro doesn't have it.
No way.
Duckworth does. We're right back to a 1-goal margin.
There's no way that UTK, they claw and crawl their way back from a deficit to at least score, and then immediately let Shawnee make that goal work. 37 seconds, UTK immediately in the position they once were in.
Talk about deflating, but there's no time to hang your head. You gotta lock in chin high and be able to see what this next 30 seconds brings. Jobro, solid 50. It does enough to find Taibu. Crisp into the ceiling, trying to extend it with a reset. Taco Stash with a touch and notice. Nobody there for UTK. They're trying so hard to be in position to get that boost, but that is something that is a luxury at times. Joe Bro, open shot. Duckworth with a save.
Duckworth, being so clutch with these saves, and will look to give Shawnee their Summer Series qualification as UTK, unfortunately, unless they're able to pull out a miracle, Taibu keeps it in play. Decent amount of boost, goes over Crisp's head. It is done. Shawnee has qualified for Summer Series.
The Bears dropping the GGs in the chat, able to get smacked around in game 1, and then after that, it was just smooth sailing. A win in game 4. I have to say hats off to UTK, a team that all the seeders and all the analysts here for Summer Series were quite complimentary of. As unfortunately, it's just not going to be their summer.
Not their summer. They're going to have to put the shades down, unfortunately. But there is fall, of course. There is always time for you guys to be able to improve as a team, really get up there in the ranking. You were going tit for tat with Shawnee. It just felt like they had your number in a few key areas. I think this is a great series to study for VOD review if you are UTK.
Yeah, and also if any of the people out there are studying archaeology, the Curse of Ra's, also the efficacy was really getting called into question, I have to say. I'm not a huge fan of wielding the supernatural. Ultimately, games are won here on the mortal plane, not in the cosmic plane, but that's just me. I am a fan of the traditional, but either way, I'm also a fan of Bass and VOD, so we can bring them back in to kind of dissect yet another pretty quality final to be able to see our qualification into Summer Series.
I feel like a lot of this one came.
Oh gosh!
I feel like a lot of this one came down to Shawnee again coming from that upper bracket, so they didn't have the warm up. Yes, they had to wait for our series to get started, but even then, UTK most recently played a lot of matches, so they had that going for them into that first game, and it completely flipped the switch once we did see Shawnee State Bears. They were able to actually come on live in that game too, and from then on out, it was typically them dominating the series. I don't know if you saw something different, Bass.
No, I was pretty much, I mean, Shawnee, once they found the comfortability, just really never allowed their opponents to get any sort of momentum whatsoever. Even in that final game, looking at that one, it quite literally was, I mean, we were watching, Vaughn, you and I were talking about this.
Yeah.
Seb, they had the goal that was completely open, and you were like, how did they let this happen? And Vaughn and I are sitting here going, well, yeah, they starved them of boost for like 3 minutes straight. They were quite literally suffocating them. Like, it was aggressive to where at moments UTK definitely had time to shine, but it was just so clear. Shawnee was in control. They dictated the pace of play. They dictated how you rotated around the pitch. They quite literally, if you got a touch, it was because they let you go.
No, I agree. I think we did see inklings of UTK being able to show that potential, and you could see once Crisp took that offensive bumping and demo load on his back, like they were getting much more looks at the net. They were challenging earlier, and they were able to just operate in more space. It was just too little too late.
Unfortunate, to say the least.
It's really what we talk about all the time in East and West. It seems like in the beginnings of CRL, there was like legitimately just a handful, like single digits of teams. You're like, you really got to watch out for this team. But I can make arguments for like the top 30 seeds in East at times, top like 15, 20 potentially in West for making runs. Like it really is just that good. So UTK might not be their time now, but you know, if we ran this tournament back, ran some iterations, some simulations, I bet they would make it more often than not. Just an unfortunate draw.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and let's take a look at the brackets as they've developed for the East. Most of them finishing out here are already finished for the most part. Akron, of course, getting the 3-0. Actually, no, they only dropped a game, and it was to GVSU Fresh. Shout out to GVSU for their first series. Again, best of threes are best of threes, especially when it's your first series of the day. But after that, Akron really was on that tear. St. Clair, they made a decent run through the lower bracket, but USF stopped them in Game 5. But unfortunate for USF there in the lower bracket, though. They did get taken down, and it was Syracuse who ended up qualifying at the end there. We are still tracking Rochester and Akron Gold playing on Kendo's stream, as it is Game 5. Rochester on a current reverse sweep trajectory, as Akron took Game 1 and 2, and then Rochester a slapping of a 4-0 to get back into the swing of things themselves, to then push forward towards this as Akron gets their goal. Potentially a victory for them. Oxy with the finish there. But still, seeing how this Pool 1 went, I mean, all for it to be the top 2 seeds coming out on top. I mean, there's some great efforts. Gotta shout out Mount Aloysius. Aloysius? I don't know how you say it.
Aloysius.
Mount Aloysius.
Aloysius?
Aloysius. I just made that up.
Alo-
Anyway,
Alo-
I don't 100% know.
Aloysius.
Shout out to
MAC.
all the MACs out there trying to correct us.
Yeah, shout out to that school though. I mean, they made the lower bracket run as a very, very low seed to like get to that point to even face off against USF and go to Game 5 there. So that's huge as well. Again, we'll be grabbing a Western qualifier matchup, Missouri S&T versus likely UTA, who are currently up 2-0 in their series. But for this next pool that we're looking at as well, I mean, still some great results. Ole Miss, of course, taking that victory. We just saw Shawnee get the victory over UTK, but a lot of great performances by other squads here as well.
Yeah, there was. I do really want to shout out UTK for quite literally defying expectations. They were not a team we expected to do poorly throughout this bracket in any capacity, but wins over Delaware, wins over Niners, wins over. Actually, I don't see the lower bracket. I'm gonna have to try to find that on my own. But either way, significant wins throughout this one. Hey, shout out to our production for that one. Wins over Saints, wins over Lander. I mean, you really can't take away from the wins that UTK were able to put up here. Again, it's not enough to be able to qualify for Summer Series, which I do think is a huge bummer for them. But legitimately, this is an incredibly impressive run for a UTK who I think a lot of people kind of lost faith after Qualifier 1. We hyped them up. We thought they were going to be good. They did okay. This was more kind of showing the level to which we expected for them.
Akron have officially won. I'm just calling it even though there's 36 seconds left and they're up 3-0.
W.
I'm bummed. That's the one. So, again, we've talked a lot about seeding here today. Akron beating Rochester means that it is the singular team in East to qualify for Summer Series that was not a top 8 seed today. Akron was seeded 11th overall. Rochester was our 6th seed overall. Otherwise, our 1st through 5th and then our 7th and 8th seeds all qualified for Summer Series today.
And this is why it's one of those teams where when we were talking about it on the CCA Twitch yesterday through the Champ League show, Foul Champ League show, we were actually talking about it. And I was saying, I gotta think that Akron's gonna qualify. Just something about this team always has that clutch factor. It'll be close, but I think they do it. And this was a reverse sweep attempt from Rochester. They were actually almost bringing it all the way back just for Akron Gold to win in Game 5. So congrats to them. 2 teams from Akron, as usual in collegiate competition, but just one of many pools that we're updating all you on.
Only school to have 2 teams this time, by the way. There's a couple of schools that had chances and got close. I mean, Davenport, making waves themselves, almost had 2 teams qualify as well, but unfortunately couldn't pull it out for their second squad. Looking at the next pool as well, as we'll keep going along as we get this next matchup set. It is UTA versus Missouri S&T. You're used to seeing both those squads in, but only one of them can make it through, so that's going to be an interesting matchup to close things off. But Fisher, Michigan State, they gave them a run for their money until the end, where they got reverse swept by Fisher, and then, well, Akron Gold, as you can see there, unfortunately couldn't put up as much of a fight. Rochester, the Akron Gold just seemed to have their number today, though. Game 5 there, Game 5 in the lower bracket, and not much that Rochester could do, so they're going to have to wait till the fall to play again.
I'm thinking. I'm thinking though. I think for Akron, where are they at? Sorry, they are playing Rochester. They're about to win. Yes.
They just pulled it through. Yeah.
Akron just won. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think I mean, kudos to Akron. I think if anything for Akron specifically, it will give them some more reps with the squad. This is the squad, and I think we can all agree. And we've made this point on Champ League show. This is a squad that's struggling. Like, this is an Akron Gold who we've seen the peaks of, but ever since they've made roster changes where they've prioritized, the main roster, who is obviously doing great, this is one that they still need to really find their form. And yes, they were able to beat a Rochester who was 6th seed. That is a huge upset for them. Huge. They haven't shaken off the 11th seed for me. Personally,
I think that, like, I don't know if I would necessarily agree that they haven't found their form. I think it's more just one of these things where we know that Akron can be better than they actually are.
Yes.
Like, this is a team that on paper should theoretically not just even be a team that's like, oh, trying to compete against the 6th seed. They should be competing for playoffs. Like, they are that good. They are very, very solid as a squad. It's just disappointing because I feel like a lot of us kind of just saw the gameplay, and even today wasn't convincing enough. We know they can be better than what they played. Like, yeah, they played well, but it's a Rochester who are very good, so I don't want to discredit the win against them. They should be doing better than that.
Yeah.
They should be competing against teams that are even better than Rochester, and I think today was just sort of like I think form is an interesting word to use. I still kind of just feel like they're just finding their footing. They're just trying to be comfortable at this point because the biggest concern we saw from even watching them was just double commits and weird rotations that just did not make sense.
Also, USM did qual. We did mention it during the cast, but they did qual over, was it OSU, I believe, if we scroll down?
I think it was Davenport.
Davenport B
red.
team.
Davenport B, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
man.
close to 2 Davenport teams.
So
But yeah, I mean,
close.
USM, they were inevitable. I mean, I think we saw them
Truly.
enough times in upper finals, lower finals in Qual 1, and then seeing again them getting so close. That reverse sweep would tilt many teams out, but USM shows they have the grit, not only taking it before they go to game 5, but being able to really show a pretty solid like B+ level side in the Davenport B team, who's boss in that final matchup.
Yeah, especially again with USM, they came through and they've been in that position 3 times now, where it's like they were approaching that qualification spot and they just weren't able to. But for this one, I mean, they were playing even incredibly well in uppers, so it really stood to reason that yes, USM were going to qual in that losers final. It was just a matter of who they were going to play against. Again, unfortunately for Davenport University and Byra, who probably really worked for it. They fell to USM, but there is fall.
There is fall. There's always a chance to come back then and there. But the Western Conference is wrapping up as well in the background. Most of those matches have completed for the most part. And shout out to UTD. I definitely cursed UNLV, and I have to give them credit where it is due.
Sorry, Bass.
I mean,
Oh, man.
Someone get Bass on cam.
That was my third. I was like, if there is another team, I could see UTD maybe clutching up. But I will admit, I was definitely voting for UNLV.
I mean, look, at the end of the day, UNLV is a staple, but so is UTD. Either one of those teams making it through in that bracket is not too, surprising in any capacity. I think the thing that's just kind of, depressing about it is that could be the last time we ever see UNLV play.
Yeah,
true.
They're graduating this fall, so technically they can play in the fall. But as we've mentioned a lot, West has leveled up. It is no longer a guarantee. This was probably one of their best chances to get an appearance before the end of their,
Especially with
tenure
their
at their
pool.
university. So it's a bummer, man. It really is a bummer. I love that UNLV squad. I think that they're very deserving. But hats off to UTD. They definitely have been earning, grinding for this. They've earned their position in Summer Series for sure.
And we slept on them. We slept on them.
We did
so
totally sleep on them.
hard. I regret everything I said on Champ League Show.
No, but I mean, they had it in them, and when you beat a team in the upper bracket, it doesn't matter if you face them in the lower bracket. You still have to give it your all in that series, and it is very tough, I have to say, for those teams coming from that upper bracket to then pull off a victory, especially an immediate one, too. They didn't really have any time to breathe. They had to go straight into that matchup against UTD, so I don't think that benefited them at all afterwards, but even then, kudos to UTD for getting that victory. I believe we have some more results from the Western Conference brackets as well. Let me just quickly scroll through these. Borregos are currently facing off against the ASU Devils in that Pool 1. Maryville did get the victory above ASU in that upper bracket. So both these teams who lost to Maryville now face off against each other. I mean, no surprises there.
Nope. Yeah, we knew Maryville was going to get it done. I mean, I don't think there's any doubt. We knew it was, for this one, it was just a matter of who the second seed was. I'm interested to hear the story of how that Borregos UBC match went, because if I remember correctly, it was remade.
We do have to give sportsmanship credit to UBC. They could have taken the Game 5 victory, but a stoppage was called due to internet issues for Borregos when they were up 1-0. So I think they restarted with that one goal, but then it was a 3-2 victory for Borregos afterwards. So,
It's just...
Canadians
we're just
being
nice,
Canadians.
dude. We're just nice.
Yeah.
You know?
As a bit of an update,
Not
though.
nice at the game.
A bit of an update, though, as we're looking at this pool coming through in the West for Pool D1. Borregos currently looking like they are 2-0 up in that best of 5 against ASU Devils. So pretty interesting performance. Potentially a Mexican team is, after all, on their way.
So
hey, team for Mexico, team for Canada.
That's huge, yeah. So what you're saying is UBC would have qualified if they had actually, all right.
That is indeed what I said, yeah.
No, that's actually huge for Borregos. How is Tigre doing?
They're out,
out?
unfortunately.
Ouch.
Yeah.
All right. Well, then it all falls to Borregos.
Yep, it does fall to Borregos. But again, Tigres lost to Sac State Esports, then UT Dallas beat them. Sac State Esports 3-0, and then UT Dallas beat UNLV in Game 5. And then Kansas also qualified in the lower bracket after losing to CU Boulder. So we do have this matchup, though. It is about to start between our last two teams of the day, UTA versus Missouri S&T. We've been here so many times, Bass, and it is great to be back, but only one of them can rise to the challenge yet again.
Yeah, I'm very ready for this one here. Honestly, it kind of feels like both of these teams deserve a spot within Summer Series, but that's kind of the difficulty at this point here, is that we know these teams are capable, we know these teams are solid. It really comes down to who performs on the day. We're getting into the test lobby here, and I do kind of want to give an update because we theorized a lot this weekend about, what was going to be this UTA squad, who were they going to play with, what was going to be the trio, because they've got 4 very capable players on their team. It looks like they're rocking with Adverse, Caribou, and Random Shy. No Nava in sight, so old dog gonna have to sit down for right now. We're not teaching him any more tricks.
I'm curious to see how this roster is doing with this squad. I mean, we always know the Nava, Adverse, Samba of UTA for such a long time. Samba now moving to Columbia College, and I guess Nava and Adverse not being as much of a duo as we were used to seeing. So with this new look for UTA, will that be enough for them to come out on top against this Missouri S&T roster? And again, if you saw the bracket, they faced off against each other and went to Game 5. So definitely a big win for Missouri S&T, who actually reverse swept UTA in that series. Now that we're looking back at it, they didn't input the scores correctly, but they did input who got the wins when. So it was 2 for UTA, then 3 for Missouri S&T. So UTA, we'll see if they can get the win this time without getting reverse swept, or if it'll be the opposite way around.
I'm excited for this one, but I really do think that this is going to be a kind of testament to whether or not UTA still kind of have it. We've been having so many reservations for this team for so long. We talked about how they can be good, how they've had good results, how they've been looking better. If they can't take a win here over MS&T, I don't really know if we can kind of, back those statements anymore. Similar for MS&T, though.
Yeah, they're in the same boat.
Team. Literally, they're a team that are good, but they continue to kind of ride the high of a very good win a couple years ago. And although they've done well throughout the rest of their existence, they have never been able to hit that peak again. So 2 teams that have a lot to prove here today, and 2 teams that also I think are going to kind of settle this beef here and now. I really do feel like for UTA, this will be a definitive, hey, we are good enough to make CRL, we are good enough for Summer Series, similar for MS&T. If they can make this win, they are good enough to qualify for any event as a West team.
Well, I believe we have the match ready here, so let's get into it and on to the field between these 2 rosters. One final series, one final team pairing to make it through, as we are still waiting for one more in the Western Conference. Still, we have UT Arlington versus Missouri S&T. 5 minutes on the clock, a best of 5 to determine our last team here joining Summer Series League play, which starts on Monday, by the way, Bass.
Yeah. It starts on Monday. We're going into this one almost immediately. And I do want to also point out, we're talking about the roster changes here for UTA. This is an unfamiliar roster for MS&T as well. Blade instead of Smacks as the third for the usual burning and bumping combo here is a bit unique. I guess both sides are just having beef with their third. We already knew that Nava and Adverse had beef, though. They made that apparent in Bundle Bash, so I'm not shocked to see this again here.
Curious to see which of the beef will be settled well enough for their squad to come out on top and have a full course meal of some Summer Series action ahead of them throughout the rest of the season. But that was a very close one for Missouri S&T. Bumping did get bumped off the shot and unfortunately could not complete it.
At this point, it's a pretty passive start to this game. Long balls on either end, but neither team really being able to launch a solid shot on target thus far. Maybe that'll change up here. MS&T got some bumps, some space to work with, but not a lot of boost, so Bernie's going to have to take this one slow. Caribou, same idea, though. No boost in his tank, so he also has to approach this one in the corner methodically. That leaves it to Bernie. Spikes it off the ceiling, off the backboard. Shot is there, and save from Random Shy, maybe solidifying his position on this team a bit further.
So close for that first goal for Missouri S&T, but as you mentioned, a great solid positioning from the defense, and hopefully will make their case to be the main roster stay for UTA throughout the rest of Summer Series. It does help being able to have 4 players that are really good at the game, depending on people's availability during the summer. And we've seen a lot of teams that have come out with that kind of strength and depth through their school programs. But even then, only one of these 2 teams could rise to the challenge and come out on top in this game and throughout the matchup. But nonetheless, Missouri S&T looking for that first one. There goes the demo. There goes the drop down from Bernie, and a great start for MS&T.
That's a really good start for MS&T. After so much pressure, they finally find themselves their first goal, and it's off the back of both a demo and a very well-timed double tap off the backboard. Seems like MS&T are ready to play here, sub or not. They are prepared to take the win if they have to. 2 minutes in, we've got our first goal, and I think our second as well. Kickoff, and Bernie gets another.
Huge for Missouri S&T with the sub in for Blade, and amazing to see the way that kickoff worked perfectly. Split the blue sea, throughout that match, and then they were able to just get that easily into the back of the net. Also, update from Kendo in the chat. Apparently, Kansas didn't have sauce for their lower final, but still qualified source Spade.
Dang.
So a lot of teams nerfing themselves and still qualifying.
Who did they beat in order to make that? Because I know Kansas didn't have an easy matchup.
I think it was Iowa.
Iowa, yeah, playing against Iowa State. That's a team that I think we had 13th seed in this overall bracket. So that's still an impressive win. Again, for a Kansas, though, who should have been making it in guarantee, it's a little bit different considering, you know, they did not have their main player. Sauce is definitely going to be a big factor for them in league play, but they've made it through to that, so they can take at least a deep breath for now. The only teams who've really still got playing right now are that Borregos match we talked about before, and currently the one at hand, where it looks like UTA have finally woken up. A response from them just past halftime.
Huge for Caribou to get that one through and keep UTA in the conversation for this series and summer series itself. Caribou, good attack, but adverse also just kind of clearing the pathway to make it available for UTA to get that goal.
Halfway through the game, like we said, plenty of time here for really either one of these teams to start turning up and really show themselves as the favorites in this, because, I don't know, I mean, it feels like right now both teams are at about even pecking. It doesn't really feel like either one of the two of them has really shown me anything too impressive to think that, oh yeah, they're taking the series. Usually when that happens in Game 1, though, that means we're going to Game 5. Vaughn, you got another Champions Field in your back pocket? Because I'm feeling like we need it.
I mean, might as well at the end of the day, but it feels like Missouri S&T also just want to close this out early, and if things continue this way for the rest of the series, they'll easily take this in a 3-0 sweep.
That was not good. I'm just not even going to try to sugarcoat that one. That was not good out of UTA there. Yes, there's the bump on the back end, but at the same time, you have to be prepared for that. Missouri SMT have been beating you guys to half of these balls. They've been faster than you. They've been more aggressive. If you're just going to give them time on the back end, get prepared. You're going to get annoyed as they continue to just crash into you on repeat.
UT Arlington might have a chance here to really do something, but even then, just not really too much that they have possession-wise to work with. Blade still keeping this away for the offense of UTA, making it that much more difficult for them to find their footing and find their chance to at least bring this within one before the last minute remaining of Game 1. And Missouri S&T really showing their dominance in this game and why they want to make a case for themselves to have been seated a little bit higher, but also have been just a better team to qualify for the league.
I mean, look, at the end of the day, if they do qualify through this, I really don't know if there's an excuse we can make for UTA now that we recognize the fact that MS&T are playing with a sub. Meanwhile, UTA are playing with what they believe to be their best group. Again, they had all four players at their disposal, but they opted to play with this trio. So this is not going to look good for UTA if they end up taking the loss in a scenario like this, especially as it looks like MS&T aren't even done yet. They've got a minute to go, and they've still got a 2-goal lead, but they'd like a third as they hunt further downfield. They'll have to retreat for a moment, but look how short-lived this offense is for UTA. There's a dive in from the corner out of random shy, but the pressure just isn't there from them.
Unfortunate to say the least for UTA in this first game. And they came hot off of a win themselves, so they can't really make excuses at this point against Missouri S&T. Yes, they did get reverse swept, so maybe it's a little bit of a mental issue that they're running into, but a good passing play means the mental is as strong as can be, and they just need one more to tie things up.
All right, Random Shy, solidifying again your position on this team here. Doing a good job at not only following up this pass, but really slicing it through the multiple defenders back. 32 seconds left. There's a chance here, considering we've already seen a kickoff goal. Who's to say we don't get another?
And this is our final matchup of the day. Borregos did complete the 3-0 sweep against ASU, so we'll see who our final team to join the rest of the 31 rosters that made their name throughout East and West to try and get into the Summer Series this go-around. But even then, time ticking down, and so are the chances for Caribou and Adverse to really work their magic. Caribou not even close to it, but they don't need it. Adverse is going to carry it the length and get the goal himself.
Adverse has been doing this since the dawn of time, outplaying players in the air and dunking them on your head when you least expect it. 8 seconds to go, and a UTA who looked completely outclassed not even a minute ago, all of a sudden have a lifeline here. We could be seeing an overtime here in game number 1. Or?
Oh. Don't want to curse it too early. Missouri S&T, I mean, they almost gave that away easily to UTA, who should not have had a shot to come out on top in this first game with the confidence and lead that we were seeing from MS&T earlier on, in like right before the half, honestly. But even then, UTA, they've proven so many times that they're like a cockroach. They will never die no matter what you do.
All right, look, man, we've tried to say that Texas is washed for quite literally years now at this point, and every time they seem to just pull out a new team that's good have one of their old teams just revitalize out of nowhere. They might even be able to take the first game if not for Bumpin being back and having 70 boosts in the tank. He's able to make the first save, but the bumps on the other players are going to cause problems, and the triple commit there. A little bit awkward from everybody on MSNT, and it seems the awkwardness will only continue. Still struggling to get out of their half. A back pass from Adverse goes out to Random Shy, who slams it off the sidewall, and probably shouldn't have done that, because now they got to go all the way back. And a demo there could open up some space, if not for an errant challenge out of Bernie at midfield. He's got some space to work with now. Bumpin looking for the double, cannot find his teammate. A play there to clean it up and keep the offense.
Minute already gone in this OT as well, and that's a good shot. Well, I thought it was better than it was from the other angle, but even then, pass over into the box, and if there was positioning from UTA, easily could have been a finish for the victory in Game 1, and what a comeback victory that would be. Regardless of how long it takes, if UTA do come out on top, you got to start questioning Missouri S&T and their strength of will in this series, because they had that one in the bag for the most part in this first game.
I mean, this is kind of the issue of when you bring in a sub like that. As much as we can say that the sub is playing well, it's about how do they handle pressure. Bernie's played in environments like this. Bumpin's played in environments like this. Caribou's played in environments like this. Adverse and Random Shy have played in environments like this. So that Random Shy may not be as familiar, but he has played in multiple different events. I casted him on a LAN last year when he was representing Fisher. So this dude has the experience. He knows how good he is. This entire team, both sides know how good they are, but it's really going to come down to can Blade keep his nerves when he needs to. He's been integral to this MSNT team so far, but he's overcommitted here. Now he's the last one back. Has to make a good touch, and he does. Buys time for his teammates, but there's more offense here for UTA.
How did that not go in?
What a save out of Bernie.
Wow, that should have snuck underneath the crossbar, but as you mentioned, what a save by Bernie. Insane performance defensively from the side of Missouri S&T as they are looking to try and close things out in this Game 1 against their opposition. We've seen 5 shots from Bumpin so far, leading the charge for their team, but the 4 saves from Missouri S&T have been what keep them in this. Bumpin almost going the distance. Blade as well, intercepting in midair, and Adverse struggling in the air there for a second.
My goodness, the offense we're seeing out of Bumpin in particular right now is otherworldly. He has 2 times the amount of shots of his teammates combined right now. So he's by far the spearhead for his offense, and he might be the one that ends this because that is a poor touch out of Caribou. So here come MS&T. Some more offense to work with. Pass out from Blade, back to Bumpin. Shot goes high, but where's the follow? Not going to be found. Instead, he'll recapture this one in the opposite corner, opt for 50, and Bernie will rip a shot on, but Adverse there for the save. Both teams now getting some opportunities here in overtime, but we are no closer to an end as we are over a half a game extended here in OT Game 1.
I wouldn't be surprised if we go all the way to 5 minutes, but it really depends on what mistake happens between these two teams. And it looks like one might happen momentarily by UTA if they overextend themselves, but a good touch by Adverse to keep it in play. The demo from Caribou and sneaks it underneath the defense. Unfortunate for them, but what a clutch by Adverse.
Adverse, again, just continuing to be that player for UTA, showing exactly how to do it. A second dunk on the line. This time, it's not in the air. It's right in front of the net. UTA, a comeback trail that we have to say should not have happened. It was 3-1 MSNT with, what, like a minute, 2 minutes to go? That's 3 unanswered goals in a row from UTA.
Look at the shots that we saw from both of these teams. A total of 10 from UTA, but way more that we got to see from Missouri S&T, and Bumpin really leading the charge there. And the biggest difference maker was Adverse. He got the last 2 goals for their team, was the difference maker for the most part, and even put up 2 assists for his squad. So it is called UT Adverse for a reason.
I mean, look, Adverse is kind of proving that if the team can't show up today, he will. 2 goals, 2 assists, 3 saves, 4 shots. Quite literally the hard carry for his team. And I'm not great at math, so I'm not going to confirm this, but 867 points sounds like it is either equal or more points than 458 plus 373. So dude's kind of showing up. He's kind of playing out of his mind right now. I feel like he's ready to take this one. He's ready to get one last hurrah for UTA, who I'm not sure. Oasical was saying this in chat. Is this actually the final run for them, or were we talking about UTD? We were talking about one of the Texas teams having this potentially.
I think it was UTD that he was talking about.
Okay.
Yeah, because I think they were saying that who was it, Luby that was graduating?
You're right. Yeah. You're right. Well,
so we'll see. Dallas back in it for one final run. It was basically the battle of the retirees happening in their matchup with them and UNLV. I'm sorry, I got to go on to it again, but UTA versus Missouri S&T, a big win for UTA. Easily could have gone the other direction, and Adverse trying to continue having 3 goals in a row, but there's another one sent off to Random Shy and sent to the Shadow Realm as Missouri S&T.
I was about to just completely clown on Adverse for what was probably the most overcomplicated 50 I've ever seen. But it worked out well because when he backs into that, he immediately knows, all right, cool, I can drive back into it because I'm coming off the backboard. I don't know how he planned that. I don't know if he did plan that, but it works out. He gets the assist, he gets the early lead for UTA, and he continues to put doubts in the mind of an MS&T who just really have nothing going for them right now. Oh
Unfortunate for Missouri S&T again, and Adverse carrying the team on his back so far. 100% goal participation in every single instance for their squad to get the victory in the last game and in this one here. Can't be stopped or understated as a player.
Dude, I'm at a loss for words. I don't know what to say at this point here. We really, truly believe that MS&T were going to not only keep this competitive, but really probably be the more dominant of the two.
Adverse almost dunked again.
Dude, he's just going for it on every play, and I don't blame him for it. He's genuinely beating them to the ball most of the time. And again, we didn't know that MS&T was going to have a sub in this one, so it is a little bit of a weird feeling without having Smacks, but I don't think I'm going to attribute this to them just having a sub. UTA are just playing better right now. They're figuring out ways to use their offensive players to start up offense, and then they hold on to it for what feels like forever, while MS&T are just at the mercy of their opponents.
I really want, once we're done with all the teams that have qualified, to come up with our own top 6, just going into like
we'll do that
what's
next
happening
week on
afterwards. I don't know if we can do it next week because matches start Monday. I know. We'll figure it out once we're talking about it on the desk. But nonetheless, I mean, I'm so excited, Bass. Either of these two teams deserve a spot in Summer Series, and they are trying to make their case known. And having Adverse be peak Adverse again, almost again there, if he had boost, would have been insane to see and will be insane to see if things continue this way. But again, Missouri S&T, we know how strong the squad is. Every time we doubt them, they showcase how good of a squad that they actually are and how good of a team they are, especially with Bernie and Bumpin'. And the amount of pressure they were able to put in game 1 can't be understated. We need to see more where that came from. Bumpin' looking forward, and he takes it the distance.
Bumpin' living up to his name here. He bumps through 2 different players, and crazy thing is, that's actually only the 2nd shot registered here for MS&T. The offense prior to it as well was the first real offense they have had all game, so maybe that's the ignition they need. Maybe that's a spark underneath them that will light the fire that gets them going, and MS&T, I'm going to recommend that because, look, as much as we've seen, I'd say, an absorbent amount of reverse sweeps throughout this day, I don't want another. Let's not try and bank on another here, MS&T. Maybe try and keep this one even and take the second game.
Smacks in the chat. People asking why he isn't on the field. It might be a good question to ask right now after the goal for Random Shy. I'm sorry, Smacks. I had to call you out on that one. But Carrie Boo, who he just said, Carrie who, set that one up for Random Shy to get the goal.
Crazy thing is, that's actually the first goal that Adverse has not played a part in throughout this entire series. It took, what is that, the 5th goal? No, 7th goal overall here for UTA, and finally he is not the one at the front of it. Either way, he's probably happy with the result, though. We're just about to get to halftime, and already UTA have scored 3 goals, and although MS&T seem to be turning up now, they've got a long road ahead of them if they want to make this comeback happen. Oh! Never mind!
Okay.
Short road!
Okay, Bumpin'. Huge one there for the side of Missouri S&T to get back involved in this. And this is just a trade of games. If things go the way for Missouri S&T that it went the way for UTA in that last game where they were down 3-1 and then they came back. Well, now we see Missouri S&T who are down, and now they're trying to come back themselves and have half a game to do it. Plenty of time to work with. But UT Adverse is back. Random Shot could have gotten that connection, but feels side flip.
I'm not going to lie. If I'm Adverse there, I'm pretty angry at Random Shy for that one. Dude stunted to get that pass out center in the first place. Man was about to put on a highlight reel, and instead they now have to continue fighting because with 2 minutes to go, that cushion, that little bit of barrier that they might have been able to build there is not nearly as secure. Maybe this will be. Caribou, great touch out at midfield, looking to get around Blade, and he will. Blade misjudging his jump off the sidewall. So now UTA have got some space to work with and some pressure to build upon. Bernie, though, a clear route will find its way to Bumpin', who Can't really do much with that one. He's got 0 boost in the tank, but maybe the follow-up can't be enough. It's high. The follow-up is right at Adverse, and that is also
How is
high
that
as
not
well.
in?
Where's the finish? Finally, they will. Adverse at this point has got to be looking around going, come on, somebody's got to do something besides me.
Oh, Caribou driving the wrong direction and then bumped out of the way, too. Not much you can do about that one. But as I said, this is a mirror of the first game. Missouri S&T were up, then UTA comes back and wins it. Now, UTA were up, and Missouri S&T comes back, and we'll see if they win it as well. But still plenty of time to decide the ultimate victor in Game 2. And UTA do not want to have just a mirror of themselves to look at in shame after this one.
Yeah, I will say, we're already seeing a mirror for MS&T as well here. Game 1, we talked about Bernie being the human highlight reel with 2 goals and an assist. Bumpin', a hat trick already here in game number 2. He is willing his team to victory at this point, or at least in overtime if they can hold the score line. But that's not going to be all too easy when nobody wants to try and advance off the half in a meaningful way. A long ball downfield and then a double commit means that UTA now have gotten time to be able to set themselves up and some boost to work with. That's why Adverse has got to carry out around 1. Can he get around another? Absolutely. 1 player back. And Bumpin' will make the save, but here come UTA now. With a minute to go, they've got the offense in their favor.
Bernie had to go up for that challenge, too. If he didn't, there might have been a chance for a follow-up. Unfortunately, there wasn't really anyone in position from UTA. They're definitely feeling a lot more scared than they were in the opening half of this game. And I feel like that hesitancy is really coming back to bite them with the way that they've been performing against this Missouri S&T squad, who have no worries whenever they're going for any challenge on offense. They are just going balls to the wall, and it doesn't really matter what comes out of it as long as they have that aggression going forward and they can get the victory in these next 30 seconds. Random Shy had to go for the ball there instead of the boost, but again, Adverse here to save the day for UTA.
It definitely is a full send attitude for both of these teams right now. There is no hesitation, and the issue is that if they do hesitate, it's probably a goal in their net, so you can't really blame them for this.
Oh
no! More chaotic play style. I'm not blaming the chaos on that one. Ow.
That hurts. Mistiming on the challenge. Instead of writing it down, you try to jump and flip into the ball, but you go right over top of it, so it ends up behind you, and ouch, that's gotta hurt. But still, time ticking down. Technically a chance for Missouri S&T and who else but Bernie to try and lead things ahead, keep it alive for a moment. The demo though onto Bumpin'. Smart from Random Shy to clear things up and clutch up game at 2. UT Arlington looking for a sweep, but a close one at that. Every single game, 1 goal differential.
And every game so far, 3-4. Defense who? Yeah, no, this has been a chaotic one, but it's also one where I hate to bring it up again because it feels kind of like bullying at this point. Smacks, we miss you, bro. This feels like the difference maker right now is quite literally the fact that Missouri S&T do not have Smacks on their team. That final play was a difficult one to watch if you are an MS&T fan, as Vlad, I'm at a loss for words. I really don't know how to excuse that final play. That quite literally is what did them in that game.
Also, Random Shy MVP, 3 goals, a hat trick for their squad, 4 shots, so pretty accurate. But also, I feel like was the main follow-up, the main finisher for UT Arlington, where Adverse was the one setting up and paving the way with their 6 shots themselves. Again, 2 games in a row that Missouri S&T have had to make 6 saves and still lose out at the end of it. So that really just goes to shooting power of UTA that needs to be stopped before they have a chance to get started. And that's the big difference that we need to see out of Missouri S&T going into this next game, is focusing down and getting control and stealing the boost from your opponents, because they have so much that they've been able to work with, even on low boost from Adverse.
I think the big thing that I will say beyond anything else that I just witnessed was that it just kind of feels like every time Missouri S&T are able to shut down one player, another player emerges and kind of takes that spot. And that was the concern, is that you saw a flurry of shots at Adverse, but I think they were preparing for those shots. They were preparing for the initial shots to not necessarily make it through, but they weren't prepared on the follow-up. So you've gotten step 1 of what I would say is a multi-step process down. You got the initial shots blocked. Now it's time for you guys to find a way to stop the follow-ups at this point. Or maybe just get enough shots here. Oh, no. Oh my god. Okay.
What is going on?
I hate this series. I hate it.
This is the most demos in an opening 8 seconds that I have ever seen.
That was a double commit into a stall where the shot was open and they took the shot from each other. Then the demo caused an own goal. This is either peak Rocket League or the worst Rocket League I've quite literally ever seen. I can't decide.
This is just Rocket League. That's all it is.
Shogun, where you at?
Oh, gosh. Well, adverse UTA, Caribou, and Random Shy really need to just wake up after that one. A swift kick in the face is what that goal was to their side, and they're hoping for maybe a chance of redemption after that. But even then, works out to the benefit of Missouri S&T, who have to pull off this full reverse sweep. And mind you, last time these two played in the upper bracket, that's exactly what happened. Missouri S&T got the reverse sweep against UTA. So UTA, they're quaking in their boots a little bit. Doubt settling in the back of their minds, which might be moving forward as time progresses throughout this game 3.
Dude, I feel like I'm watching a fever dream here. I just watched the player spawn in to bump another player. I cannot fathom what we are witnessing right now. This could be to the advantage of MS&T, though. It's been a very coordinated play out of UTA that has resulted in their goals and resulted in their wins thus far. So if MS&T can control the chaos, it'd be huge for them. That's the opposite of controlling the chaos. Going back to my previous point, somebody's got to figure out how to play normal Rocket League in this lobby.
Bumpin'. Tried to go for it. Unfortunately, deflected it right into Adverts, whose positioning was just on top of things. And not really much the defense could do based on the way they were trying to get back to their side in time to prevent that shot from going through. But even then, time ticking down, more pressure rising for UTA as MS&T, even though it is tied here, they know that this is their last chance to qualify for the CCA Summer Series 24, sponsored by Nelnet Bank. And if they lose this game, they are done and dusted for until the foreseeable future, and Random Shy proving that they might be dusted here.
What? How is that a goal? That's the craziest thing I've ever seen. You have all 3 players back. All of MS&T are prepared to advance forward, and all 3 of them just drive straight to midfield with nobody back. That's an ego challenge beyond compare. I can't tell if I want to criticize MS&T for not being prepared for that, or if I want to give compliments to UTA, because, dude, there's no way they were expecting that challenge, and neither was I.
I just had to declare this to be a Champ 3 gameplay in chat.
It is.
Oh gosh, a interesting game to say the least.
Are you
Adverse.
kidding? Are you kidding?
What? Adverse tried to style on them and then tripped over his shoelaces. His teammate tried to pick him up, but also fell over at the finish line. And then the turtle won the race. This is basically what happened there. But Missouri S&T came out unscathed somehow, but it's still in the orange half even after all that. Eventually they get to the midfield, but right to Caribou, and it just seems like a lot of panic. They know the pressure, they know the stakes, they know what is on the line. I feel like they're thinking about it a little bit too much.
This is the most CRO West game I've ever witnessed, and it is...
I didn't want to say it.
Dude, it feels good, man. It feels good. CRO West is back. Not only is CRO West is back, but it's quite literally shutting me up about, like, I was talking about, yeah, West is getting better, we're looking better, we're playing better. Dude.
As you say that.
It's perfect examples, man. Like, what do you... It's a pass to the other team and then a missed open...
I can't breathe. Oh, Random Shy tried, but then also technically set up Bumpin', who then set it up for Blade to get that goal there to tie things up. I don't know what this game is. I just hope Missouri S&T win it so that we get into the next game.
Oh my God.
And that we can completely forget about it. And that didn't go in somehow, but again, there's been so many shots go off the post that this reminds me that we are in CCA Summer Series truly now.
If this is CCA Summer Series, I've got some. You know what? Never mind. All my reservations gone. That's the first real goal we've seen today, or maybe this series. I don't know, man. Good shot, Random Shy.
Oh, and the defense. Decent positioning, but again, very difficult to save with that much momentum behind it. The pinch from the attacker and the defense towards the wall did not help Missouri S&T in that instance whatsoever. So Missouri S&T, again, with their sub, trying to make a difference, but it's been difficult against this UTA squad who just ego challenges everything.
This is more starting to look like the UTA before this game descended into madness here, because it's bumps from Adverse, it's the challenge from Caribou, it's a good coordinated offense as they move into, well, the offensive third. I can't believe I'm saying that after the last 3 minutes of gameplay we watched, but UTA finally starting to put their heads on straight here, and I think it might get them the win if they can just hold on.
Fortunate for the side of Missouri S&T, again, Do have to state that they are playing with a sub. Smack's currently on a flight to New York, but even then, Missouri S&T might be on a flight out of the bracket if things continue this way for the next minute and it change for them. Down by 2 goals and by 2 games. It is do or die for Missouri S&T, who's been a staple in the Collegiate Rocket League scene for some time. A great passing play, though, denied by Caribou. Epic save comes out, but will it be enough to stop the pressure? And Adverse, of course, they're backing them up.
I got to say, it's nice to see UTA kind of cleaning up their gameplay here at the end of this one, and I would say really earning the win if they can hold on here. Defense has been stellar. The offense has been a lot better coordinated. They're doing a good job putting on pressure against MS&T and really suffocating them underneath that. So, look, we might have had, I'd say, the messiest game of Rocket League I've quite literally ever casted, and I've casted Plats playing each other before, but this is at least a good end. The back half of this game has a lot been more deserved for UTA. That shot is unbelievable. The follow-up better go in, and it does. Once again, we talked about it. MS&T not guarding the follow-up, and UTA are going to qualify because of it.
And this is what we kind of expected from UTA. I mean, they have that clutch factor in them. Texas team somehow continued to do it with LCU also now in the ranks of Texas squads and royalty out there for the Western Conference. Isn't Say Edwards also Texas team?
Yeah.
Man, Texas is the state of the West.
I mean,
even though they're more central.
The crazy thing is they're also playing the other team that's the state of the West. Missouri's got a couple of teams between Maryville, Columbia, and Mizzou itself. Unfortunately, MS&T, you will not join your fellow statesmen in Summer Series this year. That's UT Arlington finishing out our day with a 3-0 sweep over MS&T. And honestly, I'm so happy that one's over. I can't wait to burn that from my memory forever.
Unfortunate for Missouri S&T, they came out with a sub, did the best that they could in that first game, but I feel like once they lost that, they lost most of the momentum, especially in game 2. Once they were bringing things back, and then their hopes and dreams were just dashed by Random Shy popping off and getting those 3 goals, the hat trick for their squad. There was just not too much they could have done in that game 3. The wind was out of their sails, they were dead in the water, and were trying to paddle without arms to work with. So, unfortunate for them, but again, we will hopefully see them in future seasons as they progress for whatever competitions there are in the fall. And I'm sure Missouri S&T, I mean, they will take this one in stride and come back even stronger. And same with the other squads who didn't get a chance to qualify this time.
I hope so. I mean, look, this was a great summer series. This was a fun one to watch. I will say we definitely had some upset victories here or there, but for the most part, this was actually a pretty standard summer series, or at least for qualifiers here. We had a lot of our top teams qualify through. I think for the East, we had 7 out of the 8 teams that were expected to make it through, made it through. Here in West, I think it's something like 6 out of the 8 or something similar. So it's pretty set and standard. This was probably the most chaotic way to end it, and if you had only watched this series, you're probably wondering if the rest of the day looked like this. I promise you it didn't. It was a lot more organized, a lot more standard Rocket League here. But don't take my word for it. Take Seb and Tacos instead. Maybe they saw something from the outside looking in that we didn't notice.
I saw a very satisfying name board for MSNT where they all had 6 characters and they all started with B. So now the joke is Missouri B&B. So yeah, we like that one.
That's your takeaway?
Yeah,
That's the takeaway from all of what we
That
just
was the takeaway for all the gameplay.
I'm telling you, dude. I'm
The
telling
brain
you, dude.
rot came into the desk.
It was legitimately a very satisfying game to look at.
Thank you,
Because
Dr. Seuss, for your
I
assessment
don't.
here.
No, listen, I don't want to give Taco his flowers because he was the only one that predicted UTA to actually make it through this bracket.
We didn't know they had a sub. How are we supposed to know
That's true.
MSNT
That's
with a
true.
sub?
That's true.
That is fair. That is fair.
And honestly,
Taco.
it felt as though it wasn't so much Missouri S&T were necessarily like they were playing rough, and it wasn't the cleanest. They did get good looks. They were going for bumps, but dude, like we even saw the ground pinch from UTA was insane. The bumping from UTA, especially in that game 3, it just was a very large symptom of how the overall series went.
Yes, and I will say, at the end of the day, it's a 3-0, but anyone watching that, game 1, game 2, were so chaotic. Like, there was so much going on in those games. Like, goals constantly flowing in. We said in the prod chat, the most West CRL match I've seen in a while.
Seriously.
like whenever we cover West, there's always one game that just goes completely off the rails and it's just chaos all throughout. That was very much fulfilling our quota.
Wasn't clean. Yeah, it wasn't clean.
No.
It felt just very West. Death taxes and UTA somehow calling for another Summer Series / CRL. I don't know how they keep doing it. Unfortunately, Nava wasn't on that team to make it work, but both of them had subs to do it. So, yeah,
Evens
wasn't
things
pretty.
out. Yeah.
A little bit.
Well, we do have all of our qualified teams that we can go through here as well. Every team who's made it in the East and West. This is Qualifier 2. We'll go over Qualifier 1 later on. But Akron, Durham, Fisher, Ole Miss, Akron Gold, USM, Shawnee State, and Syracuse. Even with the quote-unquote upset of Akron Gold taking it over Rochester, not really too surprised by that one, Bass.
No, not at all. And again, this is where I talk about, the seeds being pretty accurate to everything that we did here today. Akron, Durham, Fisher, Ole Miss, USM, Shawnee, and Syracuse were all top 8 seeds in this one. The only one that was not was Akron Gold, and they weren't far off. They were the 11th seed. I think they just got dropped mainly because of the fact that they were a bit, let's say shaky in their last qualifier, to be kind about that one here. In West, it's a very similar thing. 6 out of the 8 teams here. I think the only 2 teams that we did not have ranked within our top 10 were Monterey and Dallas. Those 2 teams were both just outside of that. But even then,
UTA. I mean, I think we were split, if I remember correctly,
UTA
between
got 7 seed
MSNT and
technically.
UTA. Yeah.
UTA got 7 seed technically, though. So still, again, another team that is technically top 8 overall. So the results were relatively expected today, I would say.
East, I don't think we got a single one wrong. There were definitely, that being said, all the expectations came through. We did get a ton of upsets throughout the course of this bracket. However, unfortunately, bracket runs have to end. I know that some people in chat were talking about Sinclair and their run. Listen, they had a sub. I don't think anyone, even me, I remember yesterday, I didn't predict St. Clair to make it through. It's just how it goes. But as far as the seeding, they all kind of went, par for the course. And I'm happy about that. All right. I'm happy that our seeding went well.
Well, again, we do have to talk about, for the most part, all these teams, even in the West, we kind of expected them to have chances, even if they weren't necessarily going to be like the higher seeds for their specific groups. I mean, UTA, UT Dallas, even Monterey. I mean, a lot of these teams that are out there that weren't necessarily the top seed in their group were those teams that we just had questions about going into this. Is like, okay, do they still got it? Who are they playing with? Based on the bracket that they have, what are the matchups looking like? And then based on that, I mean, the clutch factor from Dallas that we saw, Borregos playing with specifically Karma this time instead of last time that they didn't, supposedly, really made a difference for them to be able to qualify as well. Kansas even playing with a sub, able to qualify themselves, but them having the strength of their roster, making it in Oregon also, just their dominant run to qualify too. They're back with a new and improved roster. Maryville also really improved. Even LSU, who people said might have a bit of a downgrade, still looked very strong against UNLV. And Colorado, they're back, and they're here to compete as well.
Yeah, I think the West shocked me most in terms of how dominant some of the runs were. I think I was expecting more of a fight from a lot of the lower seeds from the West, especially again, like with how Colorado took it, like just 3-1 for that final. I mean, I was sleeping on Colorado. I can't remember how many of you guys were, but the fact that they kind of took it in dominant fashion, I think was very much a statement qual for them.
Also looking at the teams who qualified last time, too. I know we don't have the graphic here, but Northwood, West Virginia, Ball State, ISU, Davenport, Stockton, Kennesaw, Bruton Parker in the East and the West, OC Esports, St. Edwards, Columbia, Boise, Oregon State, GCU, SDSU, and Mizzou. And really the biggest names of schools that are kind of new to this list of Summer Series and even CRL, I would say for the East at least, would be Davenport. There specifically Shawnee and Syracuse for them. USM as well, of course, coming in with their new program. But then on the West, I mean, we had GCU, we have Oregon State making their presence known as like those 2 teams. And also Kansas, again, I got to give them the credit where it is due too. These squads that are coming out definitely shouldn't be understated going into Summer Series.
Yeah, I would say not at all. I mean, we were seeing actually a huge kind of like renaissance of CRL where you're starting to see these big programs start to come in. Because when you look at actually the names of a lot of these universities, you see those niche programs, those ones who are kind of like emerging out of the rubble and seeing all this. But obviously we see the Akrons, we see Lubbock Christian start to come in. Maryville has obviously been around for a while in the esports scene, but Oregon, Kansas, UT Dallas, UT Arlington, Syracuse getting involved. You have West Virginia, you have Ball State, Illinois State, like huge universities, historical universities in traditional sports. So So seeing them get into esports, recruit all this talent is encouraging. Also just shows the growth of the game that we are seeing, that getting into these events and doing so selectively in really triumphant fashion is nice to see. CU Boulder, just another one of those teams to be able to add to that list.
Okay, guys. I know it's early, but matches also start on Monday.
Yeah.
Who's making playoffs?
Oh my gosh.
No, we're not doing
Bro,
that.
save it for Champ League.
I need to
Save
stew
for the podcast.
on that. Yeah, we got a week full of games. Let's get a little bit.
Let's digest.
That's fair. That's
I
fair.
think that
I'm
being
sorry. I'm
said,
trying to
though-
stir the pot.
No, it's fair. It's fair. No. What would stir the pot is who's winging it all, which I mean that's its own discussion. In terms of like East versus West right now, though, East is so insanely stacked. It is insane how many schools that we have coming in that have more diversified player pools where it's not just a one-man carry. Summer Series last year, you could have argued we had a few of those, but like this one, top 16 all the way through, all contenders, all hitters, all can do a lot of damage to each other. The West
Anyone
Island
can win it, technically.
Top of West. Top
It's all
of
over the
West
place
is,
for West.
is capable. I
Top
think
8
it's-
West looks pretty hard, you know.
Yeah. Top 8 West is really difficult, but I think that's kind of the concern right now is I'm going to be so real with you. There were a handful of teams today that actually looked good enough that I think they can compete at a high enough level. Most of the teams we saw go through the lower bracket, I have very little faith in. I'm just going to like be very upfront with. Like I don't think they're going to be able to take significant wins.
Oh,
I don't
gosh.
think they're going to be able to make it to playoffs. I think that we've got a pretty clear divide in West, and this is something we've seen prior. I'd love to be, corrected, but I look at teams like Boise, St. Edwards, OKC, Columbia, Maryville, LCU, and they just kind of feel like they are a step above. Even Oregon today, I mean, they went undefeated through their bracket. Did not drop a game. That's insane.
Speaking of brackets, do we want to look at them one last time?
No.
I mean, we just named up all the players. And
Yeah, like we've
That is
already
true.
seen all of them.
That
I don't
is
need to
true.
do that again.
Appreciate
We
the
have been
honesty.
staring at brackets all day.
exclamation point bracket if you guys would like to see anything.
Yeah,
within
go
chat,
look
but,
yourself.
yeah, I mean, they're
That's
good
why I
stories.
asked.
You
That's
definitely
why I
see a
asked.
lot of teams that get close. I mean, shout out to my boys USF. Unfortunately, falling twice to Syracuse University. They lost in that lower final, but plenty of really solid teams that if we just maybe add 24 teams across conferences,
time,
another
yeah.
8, maybe you could see a bit more of those squads.
Div 2.
but Unfortunately, no. Yeah, we don't, no more Div 2. It's just
Yeah.
all about that top quality D1 talent.
Top 16. We have our top 16 teams, and they start competing technically Monday. And our first stream will be on Wednesday, so going to be a celebration as we get into the regular season for Summer Series as we look at the schedule. Week 1 starts this week, actually, in 2 days. But the streams will always be on those Wednesdays for week 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then championship will be happening in August, that first weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Top 6 teams from both the East and West compete to see who will come out on top and get the lion's share of that $20,000 prize pool. Again, not provided by Nelnet Bank, but thank you to Nelnet Bank for sponsoring Summer Series.
Yeah, we wouldn't exist without them right now. It's so nice to have like a partner who really believes in Collegiate Rocket League, because, and I will go to say, is that Collegiate Rocket League, it is the most developed, it is the most concentrated on, it is the most worked on and practiced Collegiate League in the world of any game. So take that as you will.
So
Well,
out here
any
trying to
final
fight-
thoughts
start
from
fights with
everyone here in the desk before we send things away and get ready to prepare ourselves for league play and those teams who qualified as well? Start with you, Bass, and going down the line.
Look, West, I've talked a lot of trash about you guys today, mainly because of the fact that I had faith up until quite literally that final game of the day. But, like, legitimately, I want you guys to prove me wrong. I have been a West supporter for longer than I can imagine, mainly because I am probably the only West supporter that exists out there. So you kind of have a lot of work to do. I'd like to see these guys compete at a higher level. I think a lot of teams leveled up this year. Maryville looked better than they did last year. Oregon looked better than they did last year. SDSU looked better than they did last year. We have a lot of teams who are incredibly solid. It's time for you guys to be able to show that at a consistent level. I do not want you squeaking by into playoffs off of some weird whims over teams that just kind of flub out and fall apart. I need teams going to playoffs confident and ready to play. So hit the ground running this week. I want to see some big results in week 1. I want to see teams confident and play to the ability that they can. So we'll see.
Taco,
All right, Taco.
you got some words?
I mean, I agree. I think all the teams need to step up, but I think we've gotten a fantastic 16 team. So I'm super pumped to see what kind of league play comes. And again, we don't have to wait too long. So results are going to start running in. You're going to start to see tweets flying starting Monday. So be prepared, everybody in chat.
Seb.
We got one.
And so did Mexico.
And so did Mexico. But we got one. And I couldn't be more happy. And I'm very excited about the Summer Series. I think there's a lot of new rosters that are looking to bang and showcase themselves at the highest level for $20,000 they are going to be competing for. And it all starts Monday.
That it does. Starts on Monday, so make sure you tune in on Wednesday, though, for the actual stream that'll be happening here on the College Carball channel. Again, for those teams who did qualify for top 16, if you want your matches streamed, hit any of us up, hit any of the former casters as well up, and we'll be broadcasting those matches and providing coverage as best as we can. But nonetheless, there will be results we'll be tweeting out as they come to us throughout the league play itself. That's all the time we have for now for Qualifier 2, the final qualifier for the CCA Summer Series 24, sponsored by Nelnet Bank. I've been Votto. We've had Bass, Taco, and Seb Dot here, and of course, some great production crew in the background. Zodic, Parkour Penguin, Kylie, Theo as well, and RJ helping us on the back end. So thank you all for tuning in. Thank you all who have helped be a part of these qualifier streams so far, and we'll see you for the matches on Wednesday.
Your dream is the first step on your educational path. Let Nelnet Bank help you go from dreamer to achiever with a private student loan. Simple application process, flexible repayment plans, and easy co-signing options. Apply at nelnetbank.com/elevate.
Frozen over like I am. It's colder, colder when I'm older, older than I am. And I know you know that I have lost composure, but I'll hold you closer while I can. I never told you that I'm slightly broken, that I might lose focus when I am. I know you know that life gets colder, colder like I